You're doing good?
Wow.
Nice. You're doing good.
Wow.
I have something important to announce.
Wow.
I'm also doing good.
Wow.
This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend. The end of our elaborate plans. The end of everything that stands. The end. No safety or surprise, the end. I'll never look into your eyes again. Can you picture what will be so limitless and free? Desperately in need of some stranger's hand in a desperate land. Lost in a romance, wilderness of pain, and all the children are insane. All the children are insane. Waiting for the summer rain, yeah. There's danger on the edge of town. Ride the King's Highway, baby. Weird scenes inside the gold mine. Ride the highway west, baby. Ride the snake. Ride the snake to the lake. ancient lady, baby. The snake he's long, 7 miles. Ride the snake. He's old and his skin is cold. The West is the best. The West is the best. Get here and we'll do the rest. The blue bus is calling us. The blue bus is calling us. Driver, where you taking us? The killer awoke before dawn. He put his boots on. He took a face from the ancient gallery and he walked on down the hall. He went into the room where his sister lived, and then he paid a visit to his brother, and then he walked on down the hall, and he came to a door, and he looked inside. Father, yes, son, I want to kill you. Mother, I want to. Come on, baby, take a chance with us. Come on, baby, take a chance with us. Come on, baby, take a chance with us and meet me at the back of the blue bus. Do not blue rock on the blue bus. Do not. Come on, yeah. This is the end, beautiful friend. This is the end, my only friend. The end. It hurts to set you free, but you'll never follow me. The end of laughter and soft lies. The end of nights we try to die. This is the end.
Look at me, I'm Donkey Kong!
Ugh. Yeah, sorry for that little music thing right there. As soon as the song ended, I had to take a piss. So I was like, all right, fuck it. We'll just do it in reverse. We'll do it in reverse. It's fine. It's fine. Whatever. Anyway. Yeah, look at me. I'm Donkey Kong for $1. And you know what? I'm just going to make it a tradition now. Fuck it. Yeah, we'll do it.
Look at me, I'm Donkey Kong!
There we go. And I'm pretty sure I missed these two from last night because we had, well, not last night, from Tuesday, because we had that horrible network issue. Chunky Can for $1 before you leave. Any advice how to invest? Don't be afraid to talk to a firm. Just don't be afraid. People will try to talk you out of it. Don't be afraid. Eco for $1. Why are you scared of the woods, Lol? You think Slenderman will touch your butt? Woods are just weird. Woods are a weird place. Sophia, no, it's $10. Can't stay, so high and by. Yee. It be how it be. It be how it be on this bitch of an earth. I get all the mileage of that Game Do clip, aren't you? Oh yeah. I'm scared of British people. Please protect me. They'll fight in the streets, and they'll fight in the beaches. The snowstorm in Montreal all day long with more than 15 centimeters of snow. God, just Canada. Yeah, it was like 40s here. So, heh. Apocalypse Now remake, but it's with cats, and it's called Apocalypse Meow. That sounds like something Charlie from It's Always Sunny will come up with. Mark 99 for $2. Supply. I'm playing Sleeping Dogs, all the DLC. I'm shocked at how much effort they put in the costumes. Better drink some water. Yee. Neil Spink for $2. Look at me, I'm Donkey Kong. I was wrong about the South Bank and the Monster Girls. Mississippi apparently has a big dick fetish. Huh. was gonna forget I need literally gun after bayonet during feminist frequency days, just a gun after Stellar Blade. Yeah, the arguments around Stellar Blade are exceptionally stupid. It is exceptionally stupid. Original crit for $2. There's no Osama bin Laden tag on N hentai. Huh. Rock how Jim Morrison's father caused Vietnam War. Yeah, kind of an interesting rabbit hole. Climb the Sphinx boobs in DD2. I need to put more time in Dragon's Dogma 2, but I ended up putting time into Rise of the Ronin. Not gonna lie. Okay. Rise of the Ronin has a little bit of a slow start to it because it's mainly scripted nail stuff in the very beginning. When you're actually let out into the open world, you get kind of that Assassin's Creed 3/4, like, before Ubisoft went to shit vibe. And not gonna lie, it was pretty cozy. I kind of got addicted to it. Ray Faulkner, $5. More support, and thanks for the upcoming Devilman review, whatever it may be. Looking forward to it. Thanks again. How did 80 Shankar go from potentially worthy director for a new Punish project to 7-Eleven Bizarro Razor Fist? Culture brain rot. Culture brain rot. Like manga, Toei series, any of the OVA Devilmans. I mean, if you're going to talk about Devilman, you kind of have to talk about as much of it as you can. So being a sociopath again, bold of him to assume people on the right are using Ed Pisker's death as a cudgel. That's the fucked up thing. People just aren't talking about it. As much as the dude wanted to say, like, oh, well, none of you care, you just want to use him as a cudgel. It's like, barely anybody is even really talking about the fact he died. It's worse than being used as a cudgel. People just kind of let it happen. I mean, when Alec Hollica died from him being mobbed to death by fake rape allegations, a lot of people were talking about it. A lot of people, like, it shook the fucking internet for a bit. It's what caused Zoe Quinn to just completely nuke all of her social media, and still to this day has vanished. She did her little comic projects that probably were already wrapped up in contracts, and just vanished off the face of the earth. Ed Pisker, like, one guy's like, yeah, what guy? It's like, that's what I mean. Like, people don't even really know what happened with Ed Pisker, because you look into it, and it's damn near the exact same story as Alec Hollica. Allegations happened years beforehand. The person who talked about them ran to social media instead of going to the fucking police. They are, in fact, bucking against anybody who says go to the police and say, oh, you just want to silence victims. No, going to the fucking police is part of the process. Oh, my God. And now the dude is possibly dead. I don't think there's any official confirmation he's dead, but it's looking a lot like it. Call person $95. Your Twitter fights are intending. Keep it up. Also be fun to get Narwhals or Kirsch on the show since y'all only had Flamenco and Iron Liz on. Yeah. And I know Narwitz would probably just want to talk about wrestling, and not gonna lie, I think that would be pretty fun too. That'd be fun to get Dick Bro on. He's really into WWE right now. Like a wrestling show. Yeah, maybe good. Yesterday was the 50th anniversary of Get a Robo. Good shit. Who is the ant guy? He is a basic Twitter lefty shill. Nolly fumbled the fox girl. It's all part of the plan. You have to look a little bit retarded so they feel bad for you. XP Mark Clock Levi with a sniper from Fortnite. Go show where comic book creators stand on the totem pole unless their name is Stan Lee, Jack Kirby, Steve Ditko, Alan Moore, and Frank Miller. Very true. Unless you're a fucking household name. Yeah. PR processors trying to eliminate not safe work on the internet. People aren't talking about it. Fuck me. Yeah. Not only are they not talking about it, it apparently is coming from one executive who is going full scorched earth as basically retaliation because it was found his wife had dealings with Epstein. So he is going as hard as humanly possible to cover up any trace that he's involved with not safe for work by demanding websites nuke it. Zodiac, for $1 touching grass no longer works. You must buy a chicken. Billions must buy chickens. They're the funniest little animals. Who the fuck is Jim Morrison's dad? So Jim Morrison's dad was really high up there in the military before Vietnam. He was one of the guys that voted to get us into Vietnam. It is exceptionally ironic. Plan to go back to Far Cry 2 soon? I would love to actually watch you play that and just shoot the shit out of African stuff. It is very fun. I actually booted up and played a little bit of it earlier today, and I was like, yeah, this is fun. Then I had to rip myself out of it so I can actually get started on the Apocalypse Now video. I was kind of sitting that on the back burner because I was playing Helldivers and stuff like that. Who's Jim Morrison? Lead singer of The Doors. Famously died at 27, part of the 27 Club. I think he fell asleep in the bath and died of an OD or something. Why are so many industries corrupt? They do really shady shit too. Because all the good guys who build it up retire, and then nobody wants to get involved with it and maintain it, so the only people left are the scumbags and the incompetents. Because the scumbags, they will stay there until the day they fucking die. They're never retiring. These Piskers, cancelers, and their Whisper Network got exposed to bright side somewhat. Yeah. Once again, it is literally the exact same story as Alacolica. Ed Pisker gets outed. Not even outed. He gets accused of this shit. Then out of the blue, he, threatens suicide. Once again, I don't know for sure if he's dead. I don't know if it was actually been confirmed. I mean, speaking as it's very possible, but it's still unconfirmed. But as soon as that news came out, the chick who accused him deleted all of her social media, just fucking vanished. I know people are trying to use a gotcha as like, well, actually, the state he was in, the age of consent's like 17, so it would have been legal for the girl to show up. It's like, if it's across state lines, that don't matter. If it's across state lines, that don't matter. And from what I understand, Ed Pisker's like, he was like 30, 40. So using that excuse, it's like, nah. That's still like, if it did happen, that's just begging to get in trouble. You know, don't take risk for poontang. It ain't worth it. Curls DB, $2. The 27 Club is gay. I don't care what people think. Fight me. Chickens eating chickens. Anti-porn crusade by payment process really makes me wish crypto was actually viable. If you don't have 10K to start off with, yeah, right? You fumble Kirsch trying to move on to Tomoe and Riz a horsewoman. Have you read the Lady Death comics? If you like Red Sonja, a heavy metal animated movie, you might like them. I recommend giving them a read. I might look into that. Looks like Grimdark Half Off is doing better. That's good. That's good. Hearing he had cancer, it's like, fuck, man. That's right after I shouted him out. That's just sad. That is really sad. What's on R&B? Like the music genre, it's pretty good. You gotta be a little retarded to reel in the fox, so you should demand Himbo energy. I'm staying in my corner of the net, learning to make chiptunes and simple songs, learning to draw, making games. These people just want shit to bitch about. Yeah, basically. I think Atomic Heart's a good game. I still haven't played it. Jimi Hendrix died at 27, and then Jim Morrison a year later. That's where 27 Club joke started. I think there's been more. Didn't Amy Winehouse die at 27? Tomoe may be a tomboy. She got the shy autismo. A medium that didn't get infested by the CIA. Yeah, right? I think Naganuma regarded sampling Malcolm X speech when he found out he was friends with Rockwell. I don't think he cared. Favorite Cure sounding story? It's kind of weird to attribute it to her because it's just news she pulled up, but the one about the guy who tried to fuck an anthill was pretty funny. Yeah, Joplin was 27. Yeah. Kurt, yeah. There was actually kind of like a weird pattern of very famous celebrities who died at 27. I started using dating apps. Holy crap, are they greedy? Yeah. In fact, these freaks exist. The reason why I disagree with your statement on restricting the right to vote, clearly not everyone should. No, the society's gotten as bad as it is because people have not understood the value of voting. Taking it away at the current state it is will not fix it. It will not fix it. The entire problem is everyone across the board's lost faith in the system. It has nothing to do with, oh, we need to restrict this group or that group. Everyone across the board just doesn't want to fix anything anymore. They just would rather see it all burn. The accelerationist mindset's the common one, where everyone would rather wait for the inevitable boogaloo that they've been talking about for 30 years instead of just realize, hey, let's just not do that. Let's try to fix our communities. You know, get involved in your local politics, run an organization, run a community center, things like that. And by the time people actually try, it's usually well past the point of being able to actually do anything because it's full of drug addicts and you have all these different laws saying you can't even shoot criminals. You know, everyone would rather wait for the dramatic, storming of Minas Tirith instead of just, plant a fucking tree or buy a chicken. Lulu4 for $2. Blinken says Ukraine will join NATO. We're screwed. I I don't even know what to think of it anymore. I mean, the whole conflict is just proxy war bullshit, where it's just MIC interest, where, man, isn't it convenient that this has been going on for years, despite them saying they would win in 2 weeks? I mean, granted, they always say that, but yeah. I think we're living in MGS4 timelines, and we don't have real wars anymore. We have proxy conflicts. Is that Pisker part comics gay or normal comic industry? From my understanding, he was normal comics. Make a cringe video essay about how bad things are instead of doing things. Yeah, basically. But as the Federal Reserve was blown up or something, people would give a fuck, actual fuck again. But no one's going to blow it up. That's the thing. It's like, instead of waiting on that to happen, you can just make small changes. Small changes in your life that will then spiral up and do some good. It's like, you can't change the world, but you can change your town. And if you change your town, eventually that can change the world. Let's go Jimmy Prophet. He's definitely right about more things than we ever realized. Brady was a left-to-weight Spurg. That sucks. It sucks that the side that backed him immediately backstabbed him. Because as stated, it'd be one thing if, like, it was basically confirmed he was a groomer and was, like, a sex weirdo. If he was confirmed as a sex weirdo, I would not give a fuck. Because it's like, nah, dude, you're guilty. You're guilty. You did that shit. You can go to hell for all I care. But explicitly, the guy didn't. Very clearly, it was a fake allegation. Very clearly, it was run by a circle that wanted to ruin him. So it's like, that's fucked up and wrong. It doesn't matter what his politics are. That's just fucked up and wrong. You don't do that to people. His musicians, to be exact, rumors saying that they were killed to help revalue their music or earn more from their deaths. Yeah, that's part of it. Some people think it's an actual curse. You know, because it's usually the ones that get really big, really young. Because it's Jimi Hendrix, Kurt Cobain, you know, things like that. Ever heard of Project 2025's most blue and on shit I've ever seen? Yeah. Kojima just called out long-standing patterns. Yeah, true. Check out Big Bungie. It's funny as fuck. All right, I might look that up. What's the reason for one to ruin them? Anything on the planet. Just personal vendetta, financial gain. I mean, the reason Alec Hollica died was because Zoe Quinn was trying to get back into the spotlight and wanted to ride Me Too. That was why she went after Hollica. Then you also find out that his will stated that his sister would get the money, and his sister was friends with Zoe, so I definitely think that played a factor. But then it blew up in their face because Alec died. You know, it's like he killed himself, and I know where all that negative press was on them. It seems a very similar story happened with Ed Piskor, where it's this crowd that wanted to kind of leapfrog over him and get one up on him, but he responded to it in the exact worst way that now they're like scrambling to say it's not their fault. Like the guy that the dude was bringing up, the ant dude, he literally said, well, you know, suicide is your own personal choice. You choose to do that. You shouldn't victim blame. And it's like, any other situation, you would not be saying that. You would be saying how it's horrible and they were pushed to do it. To the point that even people brought up the Blizzard rape story about how the woman was pushed to suicide from sexual abuse at Blizzard. And the dude went, well, no, that's not what happened, you know. But it wasn't that what happened. It was basically along the lines of like, it was something even dumber. It was something along the lines of like, God. I'm trying to remember the exact context. It was fucking retarded. But dude brought up the Blizzard rape story of like, hey, would that lady have chosen to kill herself despite actually being raped and abused by Blizzard? And essentially just kind of try to hand wave that away and go like, no, that's not the same thing. It's like, it's explicitly the same thing. You know, someone goes through a traumatic event and they are pushed into suicide from it. They feel there's no other option. Huge changes don't happen overnight. Start off small and go exponential. That's the thing nobody wants to admit. That's the thing no one wants to admit. You can't change everything overnight. You do it small. How do you think people got in charge in these places in the first place? They started small. But everyone wants to be loud and dramatic and burst in like the Hollywood movie. That's never been how it works. It's slow and it's subtle. Quinn and all her cohorts should all be blacklisted and shamed to retirement for what they did. She kind of was. At a stage, she kind of vanished off the face of the earth. She's deleted all of her social media. Unless she's back on some account I don't know about. Most of me thinks that people didn't lose faith in the system. They lost faith in their fellow man, basically believing everyone's stupid and hedonistic with themselves. It's both. Because if you believe that about people, you will lose faith in the system. And to be fair, there have been more than enough controversies around the American government to lose faith in the system. See that TSO FAAL LARPer that admitted to being a pedo also made to work as a Catholic teacher? Jesus Christ. If that's not stereotypical. And Quimbly is a new meme. It is a pretty good one. I like the season premiere of Smiling Friends. I enjoyed it. What are your answers to the Canadian question? Too many of them show their true loyalty lies when push comes to shove. It's not a question, it's a disability. It's like you understand. It's like, hey, it's like, please be patient with them. TSO FAAL. I don't know what he's talking about. I don't know what the term means, but it's some guy who got outed for being a pedo. A new trailer for the new Ultraman series, Ultraman Arc. Oh, that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, Adam Wingard wants to homage Godzilla vs. Destroy in the next Godzilla movie does. I would very much be okay with that. Holy shit. Bring back Destroya. What do you like more, SCP, Backrooms, or Analog Horror? SCP had the cooler concept, but got squandered. Backrooms, pretty cool concept that then just became about lore, and I didn't give a fuck about that. Analog Horror, very hard to find a good one. TSO FAAL is just TSOL, but with faggot in it. I still don't know what that means. I don't know what... like how block pillars get defensively point out they aren't going to Minecraft anyone whenever they bitch at you for doing literally anything. Yeah, it's like, no one's going to shoot anyone. You know, there's never going to be the big loud revolution. So don't plan around a big loud revolution. No. Do small things. Help your community. Do things that will actually fix the world. But people would rather just mire in their own misery. For the manga, Jerry's Love is 8 meters tall. Since you're a giant just enjoy, you probably like it. It's got currently got 45 chapters. I am caught up. Yes, it is pretty good. I like the rich girl that just like constantly has to piggyback onto her attendant because she doesn't like touching the ground. She's funny. I like her. People don't want to start small because they all have high time preference. They want the world it gives at immediately and start working for it. Yeah, that's kind of the big problem. Like, as much as I like how Currency and Brutus kind of handled GG2 with the fact of like, hey, you know, I like how Mark Kern put it in the sense of this is not the entire industry the world over all agrees with this. It is very specific people in very specific positions that essentially hold everyone hostage. They're in the right position to kind of be the power mod and will wield that power to shame everyone in the company to just, you know, greenlight this crap. He's been very good at pointing out community managers and people like that who are insane DEI ESG affiliates that are basically holding studios hostage. And he's getting anonymous, you know, messages from developers who are like, these people are fucking crazy. We hate dealing with them. And I think that's really good to kind of show that, like, this is not as big of, I don't want to say not as big of an issue, because that sounds like it's downplaying it. It's not as insurmountable a challenge as people think. You know, it is not an immortal army that will never stop. It is just crazy people being assholes. Dear God, dialogue window and a PC Skyrim are fucking annoying. They just randomly decide to click the wrong option for no reason. Yeah, that's where patches come in. Even then, patches can't help. See the new internet historian video on IDs? Their segment detailing the myth of Yao Bikuni. Yeah, because he was talking about perfumes and things like that. I thought it was pretty funny. See Ian Miles Chung make a fool of himself on Twitter because he couldn't grasp the concept of PEMDAS. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Have you played Double Dragon Gaiden? It's just got a really cool DLC update, and it's fun, especially with survival mode. The new characters, I definitely recommend it. I gotta check it out. Gramsall says DI shit stops when the money is gone, and gaming industry is 1 to 2 years behind Hollywood, essentially. Yeah, he's right. Because as stated, DEI is, you know, if you watch Kier, she talks about it all the time. DEI essentially goes off the idea that it doesn't matter about the money. The money is not the factor, it's the control. Because that is what DEI is about. DEI, ESG, Bridge, and all that. They want to use money as a weapon to get control over people. The problem is the fact that money is the oil of civilization. You know, you are fighting a human instinct that is ingrained within us since we are fucking apes. We put value in things, and we will judge items and services based off their value. So if you want to tackle something with the perspective of money doesn't matter, you get the consequences of not acknowledging the importance of money. You don't have an infinite well that will keep you sustained, you know. And as with DEI, ESG, as we've seen, there's been a lot of times where people buck against them and have caused shakeups to the point that executives have clenched their ass cheeks. If anyone's been paying attention to the shit going on with Disney, the Bob Iger thing, where they were so close to ousting Bob Iger, they had to run campaigns on YouTube showing ads telling shareholders who are so small that they're like fractions of percentages to go and vote for Bob Iger. Like, you know that's pretty bad. Bob Iger ended up winning, but now Disney stock price is like sinking. It's still in the red to this day. You know, ever since the vote came in, it's just been sinking down. So it's this thing where they wanted to go off the idea that money didn't matter and it was all about ideological control. And once they had the true believers in place, then everything would work. You know, it quite literally operated off of like Lysenkoism. You know, I talked about it before, and I mentioned it in the Disco Elysium video. The idea of if you put enough faith into it, eventually it'll work. There are some things where that just don't fucking work. You know, the X Factor exists, but you don't bet on the X Factor because that's not its very nature. Alan Richardson wants to play Batman. He definitely has a body type and combat prowess. Played Dark Knight. I don't know about him as Bruce Wayne. I think he'd do awesome as Bruce Wayne. Some of his moments of reach it's basically just Bruce when he has to actually manipulate people. I think he's really good. Not only that, but they invoked George Lucas to get people to vote their way. Also, Pelt saying he ain't leaving this time. Yeah. Not only that, there's been accusations that they cheated. There's been accusations that the way they did the website was intentionally kind of borked and convoluted to get people to vote for Iger. There's a lot of accusations that they were going out of their way to protect Iger. Not the last one, $5. Also, after 2,697 days, Hannibal 7T is free to the masses. Buy a new cracker on the scene. DeNovo keeps fumbling to the pirate pose. That's pretty good shit. That's pretty good shit. See a new game content warning like Lethal Company, but you're Logan Paul. Yeah. It looked kind of fun. I might check it out. That could be fun. I'll do my iconic victory dance for you just this one time. Oh. All right, do my iconic victory dance one more time. Bob is now screaming Disney is not woke. Yeah, he's trying to go like, well, what does woke even mean? Coffee, Vandy, and Laley. Oh, okay. So that's what that acronym means. Okay. Think Kiefer Sutherland make a good voice replacement for Max Payne? Yeah, I think he could do it. I need to hear him in it though. I hate the obsession with lore nowadays. Almost always feels like you're trying to make a world feel bigger than it actually is without actually having to see the cool stuff. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Lore is okay, but I would rather see the actual events in the story. Wasted proxy battle in Disney. Iger won the battle but lost the war because the more Disney bleeds money, the more it paints a big target on his back. That is true. It's like, what have they actually fixed? Like, what have they actually fixed? Canadians may have dumb political opinions, but they have some pretty good music like Gordon Lightfoot, Cor Blund, and Coulter Wall. Very true. Man, it is weird to think Cor Blund and Coulter Wall are Canadian because, like, they're all into the country boy aesthetic. Gordon Lightfoot, you can kind of see it. He was basically just a hippie. Lore of what? Just in general. Lore by and large is just kind of like, I like lore. I think lore can be really cool, but there's a lot of times people focus too much on lore. Don't forget Rush. Yeah, Rush is proudly Canadian. They're an icon up there. Real building's fine, but his best friend the character's story can experience to show us the world naturally. Yeah. Mouse never forgets, nor does forgive them. Mouse wants his money. Yeah. Recently finished Trigger's Gridman trilogy. Pretty awesome. Loved how the two series complement each other, and the movie was just great, closer to the trilogy. Yeah. Remember seeing videos of people not liking Prey when it came out, saying it was a mediocre game. Boogie made video porking out of boresome. Prey, like the 2017 Prey? Because, yeah, there are people who tried to shit on it at first. It's only after time went on and people kind of got over the it's not Prey 2 thing, did they kind of go, okay, this game's pretty good. Nothing's too big to fail. There are too many holes in something. They bleed out faster and faster. Yeah. Russian Trailer Park Boys, only good things that came from Canada. Kiefer Sutherland's a talent for voice acting. He was really good in Phone Booth. COD World at War, and I like him as Venom Snake, despite him not talking much. Yeah. Why they fix nothing in grand scheme. X-Men 97 might be fun, but it's not enough to save Disney. Plus, also gender swapping Silver Surfer. Well, it's more than just gender swapping Silver Surfer. It's the fact that nobody cares. Like, nobody cares that they gender swap Silver Surfer. No one's gonna go fucking see the Fantastic Four movie. They burned people out on Marvel. Like, nobody gives a shit. Curls DB for $3. Aged on Pan from 2633. She's a tomboy mommy now. A pan on this shit, lolly man. Your answer may make you sound gayer like a drone, so let this marinate in your brain for your answer. Pan Am and Cyberpunk? Because, Age of 30 is in demand. I think about the finale of Invincible, pretty underwhelming compared to last season, but it was pretty good. I still need to catch up. Hey, Jenner saw Silver Surfer? Yeah, some fucking chick, I don't remember her name. She's been announced to play the Silver Surfer. And I say it's a thing of, like, I just don't even care. I don't even care. I haven't watched a Marvel movie in, like, I don't even remember when. It's my IP to sit on and do nothing with. I don't like that joke. That was a pretty good joke. Fun fact, MGS5 international release got extremely fucked. Venom Snake talks way more in Japanese dub. And you can hear it if you change voice language. Snake has a lot more lines. That's sad. The new game content warning, like, yeah. Fantastic Four would have been interested a few years ago, but it's been like 5 fucking years since it was announced. Yeah, blonde Southern girl from Ozarks. Yeah, that chick. I always forget her name. She's not a bad actress. I think she's pretty good. It's just the fact of she's going to be used as the bait marketing of, oh, the Silver Surfer's a chick now. Do you care? And it's like, who fucking cares? Who fucking cares? Curls TB, $2. Good answer. Homie, I respect you a little more now. Ed Pisker funeral is today. Okay, so it's official now. He's dead. Okay. How goes white wine removing bloodstains? I think you have to mix it with something else. I think like lemon. Been here for an hour. What the fuck are you getting on? Gotta heal bitch XP. It hasn't been an hour. It's been 42 minutes. Yeah, lemon. Yeah. White wine and lemon, or seltzer water and lemon. That's how you get rid of blood stains. I don't know why you're doing this to me. Just please smile. Kid's nose ripped off. Yeah, I like that. Must feel bad for her at the SN and Marvel hype. This is probably going to hurt her career. Sucks. I don't think it's going to hurt her career. I think she's absolutely just doing it for the paycheck, though. Where it's like, hey, who fucking cares? In all fairness to you, all fairness to her, who in fact does fucking care. They were a bully faction. I'm diehard nerd. The jocks were funny. They were literally just 8 men. They were hilarious. You did it again, James. You pushed away the only man who ever cared about you. Told me, oh shit, I watched redo if you learned. I think she disappointed me. I mean, everyone did. So there's a reason we've been going on as long as we have, because game had to update. So give it a little bit more. I like the rich kids. Rich kids were funny. I don't think EFAP care about Marvel. Yeah, that's kind of the big thing. It's like, I mean, they're trying to kick up the same excitement. It's like, ooh, the Fantastic Four are in. And it's like, no one cares. Hey, look at $4 or $5. You hear about the DL site? Didn't get into the payment process and cut them off. Think it's gonna be permanent. Yeah. To DL site's credit, they flat out didn't give in. DL site actually did it very smart, where they did not give in to MasterCard and Visa. They explicitly said MasterCard and Visa wanted them to do it to ban not safe for work, and they simply said, we're not going to be using them. They're alternatives you can use. That was very smart on their end. There are a lot of other sites that were giving in. Apparently even Patreon tightened it up to where you can't have nudity on it anymore, and it's like, it's fucking Patreon. That's where like all the fucking not safe for work artists go to get funding. Like, what the fuck are you doing? So you have like Patreon, DL site, Gumroad, Pixiv, 4 major art adjacent sites that all had to crack down not safe for work because fucking payment processors were like, you can't do that anymore. And it's like, the fuck you doing? You're a payment processor. You don't have the right to barge in and tell a website what to fucking do. Snag Cyberpunk 2077 on Steam a couple days ago. It's fine so far, but I can see many flaws it has. Fantastic Four is such a niche fan base. They're recognized Fantastic Four fans, not Marvel fans. That hurts, yeah. You've seen Dune, too many bald, gay white people. Don't most of the time an art site remove not safe for work, they die? Yeah. I say the reason they're doing it is because an executive was caught, his wife was caught with ties to Epstein. So he's trying to scramble and go, holy fuck, ban all not safe for work from anything I'm associated with. Trying to cut competition. That could be it too. It could be a consolidation scam. It's like, oh, well, leave the ones that I'm okay with, but everyone else has to get fucked over. Because that does happen. And one second, I got a drink. I'm thirsty. Yeah, Destiny made to sing on a cuck chair for 4 straight days. My God. I know even Joe Rogan started shitting on Destiny, and I thought it's like, God damn, this man just fails upward somehow. Lulu, $4 or $5 for lost Fox Doctor Doom origin movie that the creator of Legion was making when Fox was bought. Character is cool, but I don't trust MCU. Oh, yeah. Baja Blast? No, it's Diet Pepsi. Problem is that credit card companies can fund certain websites if forced by government parties like Gumroad and Pornhub. Fuck Pornhub, their shit got fucked by their towns. Oh, yeah. Speaking of trying to eliminate competition, have you heard the Bad Dragon lawsuit? I heard they wanted to do it as a jury trial. Strange how DeviantArt did not get attacked. DeviantArt did. DeviantArt actually did. Like 2 or 3 times it got attacked and they had to tighten up not safe for work stuff. There we go. Also, you want a diet? No, I've actually just grown to prefer diet sodas on occasion. Like Diet Ale 8, I think just tastes better than actual Ale 8. Also, there's a very specific goal we have to get done tonight. The FF16 event is out.
He turned us into fucking killers!
Halo Kid 4 for $2. Do they accept Discover still? All seriousness, I don't know. Diet sodas are gay. Some of them absolutely are. I will be a fucking dead man before I drink Diet Coke. But Diet Pepsi, for some reason, there's certain days where I'm like, that just tastes better than actual Pepsi to me. I'll set myself on fire if Cody loses on Sunday. Ever gonna stream Persona again? I would like to. Any good shows you recommend? Shogun. I've been loving Shogun. Sprite Zero Sugar has gotten his grasp on me. I might try that out. Why is Bad Dragon being sued? They aren't being sued. It's another dildo website that Bad Dragon accused of stealing their design. And yes, it's an over-the-top, like, dragon dick. So they want a jury trial, meaning a panel of jurors will be forced to look at fucking dragon penises. Can't stand sugar-free energy drinks. They're all flatter than a goddamn runway. Monster Zero Ultra is unironically good. That is the only good one. Other than that, yeah, diet energy drinks are fucking terrible. Alright. So I gotta look up how to do this. Is there an end to this game? It is an MMO. Okay. So let me... Okay. What about Baldo? I saw that. I still don't understand how you fit in that. I still don't... Like, I saw that and I was like, that would hurt. Okay. New Grapefruit Ultra Ruby Red is delicious. Sugar-free Rockstar isn't bad. Eh. They'll fucker drink energy drinks. Not as much as I used to. Because there was that period of time where I would buy like 6 of them for a stream, and me and Shota would just drink them, and then we started kind of realizing that was a terrible idea. Okay, where the hell is it? Okay. So it's in New Doll. We gotta find the Neophyte Adventurer. I get things. I think the Shogun most recent episode made me laugh. I have not finished it yet. I need to catch up on the newest episode. Okay. So it's gotta be the... look behind you, look for a level 50 quest. Okay, okay. So we shall... So somewhere over here that's like level 50. That might be it, land on fire. Because, I mean, that sounds like FF16. Imagine getting jury duty and that's the trial you get, goddamn. She almost died sleeping on stream before because of those energy drinks, yeah. Yeah, I think he's... Yeah, he's right here. You ever had Java Monster Coffee? It's not bad, but it's like Starbucks where it's just sugar. It's coffee in the same way as like melting coffee ice cream. This episode of Shogun ends with Toranaga looking Angie in the eye and saying kawaii. Oh, that's fucking great. Never told me your opinions on petrification fetish thoughts. Why would that be a fetish? That sounds terrifying. You heard of the manga Marriage Toxins about a hitman and a chick who tricks people into getting married? It's fun. I recommend it. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty good. I've not started it yet, but I hear it's good. Java Monster coffee. It tastes like sugar water, not coffee. It's gross. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. What piece of me you know is not well written and good but love anyways? A comic got killed is that for me. I will always default to that The Rock movie called Faster, where it's Dwayne The Rock Johnson who got out of prison and wants to avenge his brother. It is not that good of a movie, but for some reason I just like it. It just clicks with me. I drink Lavazza Espresso. I've not tried that. I like the watermelon flavor Zero Sugar Monster. Watermelon to me is very particular. It's like there can be very good watermelon, there can be very awful watermelon. It's fun. Yeah, that's what I think. I think it's a fun movie. Like, I definitely think in regards to movie people shit on, it's nowhere near the worst. It's just kind of a generic action thriller. NPC knows. Looks like he came off with the glasses. Parent processors go after IRL porn sites too. When did they enact total cam girl death on Twitch? That's kind of the thing. They haven't really, from what I understand. I mean, Pornhub famously got in a lot of trouble because of the rape and child porn on their site. That's why, once again, I was pissed off at the Texas ban, because it's like, this is not how you shit on Pornhub. You shit on Pornhub for being an evil company. Like, not just, oh, well, they supply porn and it rots people's minds. Like, no, they are actually just an evil company. In fact, aliens a tournament called Brain Flare. Why do you always talk about that? Every fucking stream you want to talk about the goddamn hentai ninja thing. Gunbreaker, I swear to God, if I had Gwimbly gun on me right now, I love that episode a lot. That was genuinely fun. They have to get his like partner back, because it's like the Banjo-Kazooie thing where it's the main character and they had like the animal sidekick. Then you find out the animal sidekick died of fentanyl. It's like, yeah, that was pretty good. I liked it. That's on Con Air. Con Air is fun. Con Air is fun. Yeah, Pornhub evil. That's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. Yeah. That's one of those of like, no one was talking about that. Why'd you make it about anti-Semitism? See Dankula's new video on 3D printed gunsmith? Yeah, very interesting story. Okay. Halo Kid 4, $5. Think the stream gonna get hit next because the exec wants the virtue signal from his cut chair. Steam has always been very weird. Steam has always been very coin flippy on how it handles things. Like, it cracks down on visual novels that are like made by official companies over in Japan. Part of the reason why the genre kind of died here in the West and got flooded with fucking irony sims. But in the same vein, in the same vein, fucking like Ren'Py took 2 hours to make. Just actual porn games are all over Steam. It doesn't take any effort to find them. Also, I want this. We are gonna ride Odin's horse. Yeah, sex with Hitler. Yeah. And at least, okay, at least like the sex with Hitler thing is a shitpost game for comedy. I'm talking about like, there's legitimate hentai fetish games on Steam. Like they're not even pretending to be jokes. So it's this thing of if they want to crack down on one, they are just aggressively leaving something that would fall under their own standards. Slept near you, Philistine. Yeah. So live action Avatar series lost showrunner. Yeah, they said he was going to do a Percy Jackson adaptation show. There's a lot of shovelware porn games on Steam. Yeah. Like, there are games that can just flat out give you malware on Steam. Nice Beverly Hillbillies video you posted recently on your old account. Very good job. To Quentin Review's credit, that is a really funny idea for an April Fool's joke. It's like reviewing every... Like, he got his dad to review every single episode of Beverly Hillbillies. Because, like, from what I understand, it had to have been multiple videos they shot over the course of, like, months. Because it's 38 hours long. And my fucking mouse wheel is messed up, so... Pornhub's caught having CP. Yeah, as stated, they were caught having CP. They were caught having rape porn. Pornhub was caught multiple times doing outright illegal things. The police flat out told them to remove it, and they refused to. Like, they flat out said that it was impossible to verify if a video contained a trafficking victim or not, and they just never bothered to verify. Okay. Okay. There's one person manually reviewing everything on the site. Yeah. Team really has a coin flip mentality because the shovelware porn games in the same breath of classics like Saya no Uta. Yeah. It makes no fucking sense. Makes no sense. Pornhub is unironically unethical. Yeah, like, as stated, Pornhub is genuinely just bad. I'm trying to figure out where it wants me to look, but maybe I'm just not seeing it. I usually am pretty blind with these. Someone's going to point out and it's going to be literally staring right at me. There are over 40 Funari themed games on Steam. Let that sink in. Yeah. I'm serious note the aliens time they're just mind flayers, but switch mind with brain, you got the aliens. Like, once again, why do you care so much about time in it? Look down, you fucking blind bitch. That's what I mean. Like, I look down and once again, I am blind with these things. I am horribly blind with these things. That's on John Bernthal returning for Daredevil. I think it'll be pretty good. I know they're trying to hype up a thing of like, oh, Frank is going to confront the police for using his symbol. It's like, who cares? That's a standard Punisher story. That's on Susie Fear Hunter. I heard people call her boring, but I like her videos. She puts a lot of effort in her reviews. Twitter brain chill. I didn't like the whole thing of, like, sneaking in comments about Ashley for Resident Evil 4 and then cosplaying as Ashley for like, a marketing thing. It's like, nah, I don't like that. I don't like that. Fuck you. I hate that crap. I genuinely despise it. Daredevil Born Again's gonna be shit. At first glance, it was gonna be shit. It was going to be shit. But now, Disney Plus has scrambled to get the original Daredevil crew back and get everybody to essentially make, in their own words, Season 4 of Daredevil. Like, they're bringing back the violence. They're bringing back a lot of the same writers. They're bringing back the exact same actors. Like, they went out of their way to bring everybody back because they knew it was going to suck ass. So this is a fun collab. They're sad 16. These are always just fun little events. There's meant to be little goofy moments. You can polish and put sparkles on a turd, but you can't get rid of the smell. That's dead. From what I'm seeing with how they're handling Daredevil now with the Disney Plus thing, there is potential for it. At first, it was going to be a shit show. I mean, it was just going to be a shit show. They had him in that dumbass red and yellow suit. They talked about how it was going to be PG-13 and not be as violent. John Bernthal didn't want to come back as Punisher, and he flat out explained why he came back. It's like, I didn't want to do the role if they were not going to respect Frank, so you could tell, oh, they were going to shit all over Punisher. It was going to be a fucking disaster, but it seems like they kind of slammed on the brakes, looked around at what they were doing, and going, are we going to fuck this up? Because She-Hulk was a massive fucking disaster. She-Hulk blew up in their face. She-Hulk was supposed to be one of the... They've been trying to build up their sort of new generation of Avengers now that, Infinity War is over and Endgame and all that shit. They've been trying to. That's where you had the Marvels. That's where you had Black Panther 2 and all that. They've been trying to push the idea of a new generation, which is not the worst thing. There have been multiple people who have been a part of the Avengers. And She-Hulk was going to be the forefront of it. She was going to be one of the big figures of it. And they completely fucked it up. I mean, hell, She-Hulk was kind of the thing that kind of kickstarted the tailspin for Marvel, where it was always like kind of and that movie was okay, I guess. That was kind of the thing where Disney kind of started going, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. I think Disney Daredevil Reborn series is actually going to be good. I don't want the show to be sanitized, corporate, and clean. From what I'm seeing about it, it has potential. I can't guarantee it because it's fucking Disney. Who knows? But it has potential. Eternals sucked ass. Yeah, Eternals, like, people forgot Eternals existed. So burned out and sick of Marvel. I just don't care how good something is, but I'm interested. That's their biggest problem right now. Big whiny green lady starting the tailspin. Don't you dare put the cartoon in the same breath as She-Hulk. Yeah, the biggest problem right now is just the fact that people don't fucking care. They are just tired of Marvel. Joe Greider's actively blamed Kevin Feige for how the show turned out. I'm not even joking. Oh no, I fully believe it. I fully believe that they're like, well, it's Kevin Feige's fault, and Kevin Feige learned nothing. See Christian Bale as Frankenstein's monster? I have not. That could be cool. That's on Terrence D. Darby. I think he made some pretty good music. What has he done? Rich F. Punisher be like, Punisher, looks like you're about to be punished. Mercade did an Easter stream basically mocking Christianity, promoting Churns and hedonism, and wearing a tiny hat to mock Christ looks absolutely wasted on the verge of death again. Yeah, I know about that. He kind of made an ass of himself. People are theorizing he's doing coke. Who do you think should have played She-Hulk? Unironically. Okay. So, it's kind of a thing to where it's kind of hard to give a definitive actress because She-Hulk is meant to be... She-Hulk is kind of meant to be two different people. You have Jennifer Walters, and then you have She-Hulk. So you need an actress who can kind of embody a very mousy, timid woman up until she becomes She-Hulk, or she becomes a lot more confident. So someone who can kind of nail something like that. I wouldn't know who. People are suggesting Gina Carano, to which I'm like, I would like her to get her career back, because Daily Wire just absolutely fucked that woman over. Fucked that woman over in ways where I think even she's kind of realizing she got taken for a ride by them. But no, she wouldn't work. She wouldn't work for Jennifer Walters. If they wanted to do kind of like a 70s Hulk show thing where they had a different actor for She-Hulk, that's one thing. It's like, I can kind of see it. But no, it would have to be someone who could be good at once again, kind of being meek. Could have 2 actors for She-Hulk, yeah. A more exact replacement for the big 3 of the Avengers would have been Spider-Man, Black Panther, Captain Marvel. So anyway, that opportunity flubbed up. Yeah. What did Daily Wire do to Gina? Okay, so Gina got fucked over because of the COVID shit, where she was posting on Twitter about, like, I don't like the way people are being treated if they say they don't want to be vaccinated and things like that. Very, very reasonable political stance, especially considering the state of the celebrities, where she was just voicing her opinion and going like, hey, I don't like that people are becoming animals over this. The mob hounded her so bad she got fired from Mandalorian, despite Jon Favreau sticking up for her and going like, no, I don't want to get rid of her. She's a good actress and all that shit. I know people kind of shat on her. I always thought she was pretty good. I always thought it was like, hey, she's pretty good. But basically, she tanked her career because of that, and Daily Wire was like, well, we're making a new movie studio. We'll let you be in a bunch of our projects, and she was going to be in a Western for them. A Western, I can't remember the name of it, but it was just kind of a typical woman has to defend the house against outlaws thing, and she was in another movie that was about Hunter Biden. They were expressly the Daily Wire movies. Their movie studio went fucking nowhere, and a lot of people just look at them as basically like Hallmark, out of touch boomer movies, which honestly I think is kind of the point of it. And ever since, she hasn't really had jobs. She's not been able to do anything because Hollywood's fucking blacklisted her for bullshit reasons. And she kind of had to hitch her bets with Daily Wire, and they fucked it up. Rust? I think it was Rust. Another Shapiro L. Yeah. Clive is comically small. Yeah. They're making a Snow White movie. Yeah. The problem is the fact that, as stated, Daily Wire's whole thing, Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro's whole thing, is they are the 80s boomer conservative that liberals point at in movies. They are meant to be the bad guy that wants to tear down the rec center and build a shopping mall, that kind of thing. They will embody the absolute soulless douchebag neocon mentality, purely so everyone can still look at kind of conservatives and the right wing as not being in control of culture. These are just a bunch of boomers who don't know what they're talking about. Their movies are shitty. They are just grifters. They are just grifters. And I think Gina Carano, they explicitly sabotaged. Because a lot of people did feel for Gina. A lot of people did feel bad for her because of, they liked her in The Mandalorian. She was not a bad actress. I mean, she wasn't best, she wasn't perfect. But you could tell she was trying. And it's like, hey, there's some potential here. She gets the right director, gets some more experience. And then her career was basically cut off at the legs for something that other celebrities were much, much more egregious about. I mean, hell, literally the exact same week as when Gina got in trouble for the COVID shit, fucking Pedro Pascal was posting about how Trump supporters are all Nazis. Arcade's Crypto, $2 Shapiro somehow losing to Candace Owens over a war. Yeah. Should I try to look with Kojima? Yeah. Say flubbed up. One got tied in legal hell, one has actor died, and the other became a girl boss stereotype with mid-movies tied to her. Yeah. Saw the Road Hours remake. I liked it, but it kind of embodied everything I don't like about modern media being so clean and corporate. Yeah. Would you like to pet the puppy? No, we will not spoil. We will earn the puppy. Hate how they tried to portray She-Hulk as Spirit of Hulk when She-Hulk is more or less a Hulk that trades strength for more speed. Yeah. She got fired for the wrong pains and lost her career as a result. Fucking clown world. Yeah. It's better, Final Fantasy 14, Clive or Noctis? Clive, they're kind of doing a thing where he has amnesia. Noctis just took everything in Strive. or in stride, so it's up to you. Have you seen the new Roadhouse? Nah, I didn't really have any interest in watching it. I will say multiple times he hates video games, then when it's political, suddenly loves video games. That's cap. Yeah. That is what Daily Wire does. They will grift off a political issue, barge in, and then say the exact worst thing at the exact worst time. Matt Walsh infamously helped kill the porn in schools debate. When people are pointing out the shit about, like, hey, schools have actual porn books in their libraries. Not just, like, 1984, which has an explicit sex scene in it. Like, these are actual porn books talking about blowjobs. They have literal pictures of blowjobs in them. And Matt Walsh came in and made that stupid fucking comment about 15-year-olds. And then, out of nowhere, everyone had to back off. They had to back off and go, like, can't talk about that anymore. That is what they fucking do. They will barge into an issue and shit all over the place and ruin any chance to talk about it. That's why I kept saying over and over and over again, don't make the new Gamergate political. When you make it political, you get retards like that. You know, this dude made me laugh how much he's seething when Israel got attacked by rackheads. What was the comment? It was literally something along the lines of like 15 years old is the prime fertility age for a girl. So if you want to have children, you need to have children with them as young as possible, implying that he wants to fuck a 15-year-old. That's not what he was saying, but that's what he was implying, and that's what it was made to look like. I'd say Clive is the better of the two. While Noctis is fun little side adventures, Clive provides more fun gameplay, no spoilers. Okay. Okay, so this is after he fights Garuda. Because he says the last thing he remembers is he fought Garuda. It was an old clip. It wasn't even old. It was pulled up pretty recent into that debate. Into that debate. Because that was like 3 years ago now. Why do you even want to have anything to do with women under the age of 25? I don't know. Also, the whole Gina thing and Daily Wire trying to make their own thing makes people more aware of being careful of those who try to sell you something out of spite. Yeah. She had her first bleed. Even 18-year-old women are not prepared to give birth. Some of them, yeah. Didn't people say Matt Walsh shakes hands with a pedo? Well, I stated the whole thing with the whole thing with Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire is, as stated, they get involved into conversations to then take them over, so then everyone looks bad. Everyone looks bad. This quest does spoil the Big Twist 16 for those in chat. For those who didn't know, like me, will turn off the stream. It's not even really that much of a twist. If it's the one that I think you're talking about. Because if it's the Ifrit one, that's literally in the fucking marketing material. If it's the one about Joshua, yeah, okay. That one I can see. Have you used any good dating websites? No. Here I thought the worst thing about Daily Wire is Ben Shapiro having an annoying-ass voice. No, Daily Wire is legitimately shady. Daily Wire is actually fucking shady. Spaz pitch for $1. I'm reading Invincible. Yeah, it's really good. First of all, fuck Bulletproof. Hang that nigga. Even and second, do you think Monster Girl can't conceive children with Rex because it's clone genetics or because of her monster powers? Also, why does she have a penis? Don't question it. Don't worry about it. Eco for $1. Shit that happened to me. Shit happened to Gina is one of the main reasons I yearn for the day progressives get their teeth smashed against payments in the back of the bus treatment. Yeah, but they won't. They won't. For spoilers, not that big. That's why I think he's not talking about that one. Does contain the one about Joshua, kinda. Okay, okay. Think they'll conclude season 3 of Invincible Conquest. Well, I need to catch up, so I need to see how far along they are in relative to the comic. Why couldn't people just blame Walsh for being a creep and not actually talking about the issue at large? Well, because that's Daily Wire is meant to be this very big organization. When they talk about something, it's official now. It's like Tucker Carlson talking about something. So when you have a figure that big make a mistake that big, everyone talking about it gets discredited. That's the whole point behind it. They're able to point out specific figures who are large enough to then basically tackle everybody underneath them. That's the whole idea. Daily Wire has actually done this more than once, as stated. The whole video game thing where Matt Walsh is talking about how video games is satanic, anime satanic. These exact things where they pipe up right when there's starting to be a little bit of momentum in those fields. When there's momentum in regards to the localization controversy of like, hey, people are actively sabotaging anime scripts, we should probably look into that. He comes in and goes, well, anime is just for losers and neckbeards anyway. It is explicitly a thing to kill momentum. Because much people go, hey, we don't actually think that. We don't actually believe that. Here's the Daily Wire in big, bold text saying, we think anime is for Satan. Dungeons & Dragons satanic, Pokemon satanic, Final Fantasy satanic, Iggy and Winston are satanic. Yeah. Daily Wire's control opposition explicitly. Reminder, they went after Trump as soon as Trump started doing things they didn't like. They started saying the exact same shit they did. It's like, Trump decides, hey, I kind of want America to be the number one on the world stage. Suddenly they get pissy. Professional well poisoners. Quite literally. That's Sargon not joined Daily Wire. Daily Wire works for Conservative Inc., and every single time they stab Trump in the back, they're not to be trusted. Yeah. I've grown to hate these conservative grifters close to how Medicare did. Well, they're the ones that are directly responsible for why so much momentum in 2016 died. Like, they are directly responsible for it. They took over the movement. It's why I kept saying with the new Gamergate thing, don't make it fucking political, because I'm speaking from experience here. It's like these people barge in and take over, and if you go, well, we won't let that happen this time, yeah, you fucking will, because they have way more money and they have way more access to resources. They're able to make official events in your name for your cause. That's why the best thing to do is don't even let them get involved. What was the quote? It's like, a murderer is to be trusted more than a traitor. Winston forced himself on the females. You can tell that nigga did not ask for consent. He's still trying it. The Doberman's out of heat. He's still trying it. They are not real Christians. Walsh will eventually get caught balls deep inside of a troon. Yeah. Boys in chat talking about women like they exist, not some CIA psyop meant to keep the current regime in power. So we have 3 dogs? Yeah. I also have our pit bull, but she's pretty old. There was a week where we legitimately thought she was about to die, but she toughed out of that, so to her credit. Who deserves manslaughter charge more? A Fent dealer whose customer just died, or Zoe Quinn? I said both. Alright, Winston, we can't have you appearing in this courtroom again, so make sure that bailiff whack his pee-pee. Most Daily Wire listeners I noticed are also extreme accelerations to burn it all down types. And it's fucking stupid. It's like, I legitimately hate the accelerationist thing because it's actively making the situation worse in the hopes that eventually people will fight back. And we have seen time and time again, no, people will not fight back. They will tolerate literally anything. So how about instead of trying to burn it all down, you try to buy a fucking chicken and make things better? Not conservatives think like Walsh or Spiro either. But that's the thing. As stated, the way these people operate, it doesn't matter if everyone agrees with them or not, because they don't. Everyone calls, fucking Ben Shapiro a cuck and a sellout. People call Matt Walsh a grifter. People are very open about the fact they don't like these guys. But they are the official guys. They are the ones with the newsrooms. They're the guys who have all the money. They're the guys who are on TV every day. It's quite literally just figure in a suit mentality. Martial Arts $2, Tomboy Barbarians, or Shy Mage Girls? Who is best? How big is the Shy Mage Girl hat? Because that determines her worth. My pawpaw just got a dog. Her name is Lady, and she needs to learn how to listen to people. Yeah, they're young. That's just something they just kind of figure out over time. As long as you're consistent about it. I've seen early gameplay footage that shows Shadow of Mordor was originally supposed to be a Batman game set in Dark Knight trilogy. Unfortunately, fell through. That sucks. That could have been cool. Talking big logom hat. See, that's pretty good. That's a pretty good hat. During the height of the Great Depression, had communists openly pushing shit and vets setting up Hoovervilles due to the state failing them, and we still never had a revolution. Yeah. I like shy barbarians and tomboy mages. You know what? Okay, you got something there. Say don't make things political, but unfortunately some people try since they think it's power politics instead of narcissists trying to scam people for using money. But that's the problem, though. Just because people try doesn't mean you accept it. You go, no, that's not the fucking issue here. Like I said, I like how Mark Kern's handling it, even if he is very blatantly grifting in some aspect, because every other post, it's, guys, you should subscribe to my Twitter. It's like, okay, whatever. But, I mean, he does tackle it in a very good way, which is, you know, game studios are not ideological enemies. They are hostages to fucking crazy people. Crazy people who are in the exact worst positions to be in. You know? This is not a thing of you need to, you know, destroy your enemy. It's you need to realize these are just fucking lunatics in jobs they don't fucking deserve, bullying everybody into agreeing with them. Ronnie the witch hat size is a pretty good hat. Has anyone done an expose on Daily Wire? It's only ever been breadtubers. So they focus on the completely wrong aspects and lie. Big pussy Ben Shapiro for $1. Okay, folks, hypothetically, what if socialism is actually good? I mean, if we look at the data, Alexander Hamilton was all for central power, and Lincoln believed in labor of theory value. Folks, I think we need to stand by in solidarity with the worker. Big hats make girls look cuter. Do not fall for their tricks, chat. Imagine Batman game of Nemesis a man can dream. Don't get it wrong, there are some game studios absolutely buying into the woke grift. Well, that's where you get situations like Studio Zom, where like, yeah, that was all leftists, and look what happened to them. They ate each other alive. Real question is that a date? The shy big Logan hat witch with a secret mommy dom fetish, or do you date tomboy fighter as a secret subby fetish? Only right-leaning person who makes fun of Daily Wire is Razorfist. You really think Daily Game we talk about GG2? Yeah, because, as stated, they are actively trying to get in the way and sabotage. They were told to fuck off with GG2, and they, for now, got the message, but they will try again. Just a little bit more nasally and you have it down perfect. Alright, that'll be my goal. Also, we got some 16 music, and that's pretty good shit. That was gonna happen, Chad. The Batman Beyond game in development. Also, welcome to the last queue of the event. Okay. L3, R3 to accept the truth. Yeah. '16 soundtrack was awesome. It was really cool. It had some good fucking music. You gonna fight Ifrit? Yeah, I think we're gonna fight this world's version of Ifrit again. It does make me wonder, are they gonna use 16's design for Ifrit for Clive? Oh. I see. That is pretty fucking cool. Yeah, Ifrit mirror match. It appears to be Ifrit mirror match. We're just gonna fight 16 Ifrit. Is politics getting dumber or am I getting smarter? Can you fight Ifrit? Have you watched the video where they put my hero from Shrek in the Ifrit fight? You say are more balanced, nuanced conservatives you know about? Hey, guys like Razorfist usually are pretty on the point about their shit. Can you fight Ifrit while riding Ifrit? Do you remember that video with holding out from Hero playing against Ifrit in 16? What is the plot? In 16 or 14. Because this is an event in 16. Or no, this is an event in 14 that's crossing over with 16. Dumb thing about the cops using the skull is that while the cops that chose to use the skull hates mass vigilantes. Well, yeah, I mean, it's like, it's just dudes who want to show off that they like the Punisher. That does not get in the way of them being cops. It's stupid as hell. It's like saying cops shouldn't have Batman on. Steam had banned a game called Great Rebellion by Full Blown. All digital clocks on their phones say 1488 Nazis, but only in Germany. Props to Gaben, but why did Domina get hit? 6 Hexenhammer? 6 Hexenhammer isn't a conservative, though. He's like a hippie-style libertarian. Mercer's on point about politics. On media, he's hit and miss. Yeah. Okay. Rising Flames charge the foe. Ooh. Dodge. Okay. Make a Bride Frankenstein's gonna be set in 1930 Chicago. Christian Bale is a monster. Okay. Okay. Sticks to the Satanist. He's dumb. He was a Satanist. He's not anymore. So this could be kind of cool. Okay, that's kind of interesting. Ah, fuck. Did it too early. So that's kind of cool. They're trying to include some of the 16 gameplay into the 14 style. That's kind of cool. Music is so good. It is very good music. You like Final Fantasy? Yeah, Final Fantasy is a really good series. I'm finally caught up on all the video games I had to buy this quarter. I'm going to go back and finish 8 and then 9 and then 10 and then not 11 because 11's an MMO. Shit. The economy's in shambles. Zim does about $5. I found an older gentleman I know follows sticks, and in a sense he was Satan. It surprised the hell out of me. Oh, that's pretty cool. You get the, yeah, you get the aspect of Phoenix. 7 on stream, yeah. We're going through 7 on stream. Finished 7 yet? Yeah. On my personal playthrough, I am up to 8. I'm on disc 2 of 8. But then I got distracted because Dragon's Dogma and Rise of the Ronin and Helldivers and games like that. There have been a lot of video games this quarter. And then Stellar Blade, when that comes out, I'm going to play through that because I liked the demo well enough to check it out, but not enough to buy it at 70. So when I finish Rise of the Ronin and I finish Dragon's Dogma, I'm gonna go back to Final Fantasy, and then when Stellar Blade's on sale, I'm gonna go through Stellar Blade. Like I said, I liked the demo for Stellar Blade. Not enough to buy it at 70, but if I can get a sale for like 60, yeah, I'll pick it up. Link to Final myself is good, yeah. Which Final Fantasy is your favorite? Personally, I always really liked 6. I really liked 4 when I went through it. I was really happy I went through it because I really liked 4. And I have a very, very soft spot in my heart for Tactics. Tactics is really fucking good. That's one we're going to have to play on stream one day.
He turned us into fucking killers!
3-body problem guy died. I don't know what you're talking about. That's on condensed milk. And you bake with it. I don't really have an opinion on it. I mean, it's an ingredient. Yeah, X2. Yeah, you have to play X2. Which I did hear a thing where supposedly, there we go. Supposedly they confirmed that Titus might not be dead. The ending of X2, he might actually be alive, and it wasn't a dream. So it's like, okay, that's something. Tactics so good, and the Tactics tier, which is held above S tier by an empty filler tier that exists just to emphasize how good Tactics is. Dude, I want a fucking remaster. They tease the waters with fucking, yeah, they tease the waters with fucking Tactics Ogre, which is like, okay, it's pretty cool, but it's like, dude. Alt the 3 bottom problem is dead. Oh, I have no idea. I never started the show. Next tier is already 100% reveals the power files, can bring back those you want back similar to summoning. Okay. Yeah, Titus has come back in one of the endings. Okay. Say Clive Jill is one of the best FF couples. I mean, they're alright. Yeah, for what they have to get done. Shit. Too slow to the roll on that one. Okay, so that you don't even have a choice. You have to. Okay. So there's some that you can dodge. There's others you have to get out of the way. Is Kentucky having a good strip clubs? Why would you go to one in the first place? They're seedy as fuck. Shit. There we go. X2, last mission in the bonus audio, blow ass and don't exist. Not as good as Cloud Tifa. Well, I mean, it's like... Yeah. It's just more the fact of, like, they're okay for what 16 has to do. I just don't really have any strong feelings about it. Best FF girl, cat mommy, or cat mommy. Yeah. How good is Rise of the Ronin gameplay-wise? Did you like Neo? Because it's more of that. Your problem is a weird one in the books. Everyone was Chinese, so I'm kind of glad the show went the diversity route because the names are significantly more memorable. Think we'll ever get a Berserk movie? We did. 3 of them. Final Fantasy dating sim when? That was 10-2. Fuck. Keep doing it too early. There we go. Dragon's Dogma guys should get to make a Goblin Slayer game. I mean, like, what could you really do with a Goblin Slayer game? It'd basically just be Dragon's Dogma. Like, Goblin Slayer is fun, but it doesn't really have much of a world. It's just kind of a D&D world. Best wings in Kentucky? There's some local barbecue places. Like, there's a place in E-Town called D's Butts, which is, it's like right close to the highway where you're supposed to get on to go to Hodgenville. That had pretty good barbecue wings. Oop, shit, once again, I fucked up. Halo Kid 4, $5, think the payment process is back after a while. I definitely think after a while. Because they'll kind of hit a point of like, oh shit, stop fucking with the golden goose, you know? Where'd you put Clive Jill on top F15 couple list? I don't really think about the couple aspect. I mean, it's like the romance in the story was like, okay, but I kind of liked other aspects of it more. Was there a 3 problem got into heat with the CCP because the Netflix adaptation showed off the Cultural Revolution in detail? Yeah, they just flat out showed in detail what caused the Cultural Revolution. Like, everything about it. Children being reported. No, children reporting their parents, people being shot. Like, it held nothing back, which is surprising for Netflix. Are Canada's now killing off autists? Yeah. Canada is actually just murdering people. I better romance in 15 at least. That is true. I mean, 15 didn't even really have romance. It was Luna Freya was there, and you only really knew about her if you watched Kingsglaive. Which, I mean, the game expected you to watch Kingsglaive, but that's still a separate piece of media you had to watch in order to understand the story. Ugh. LeBron Canada killing off autists. Remember their medically assisted suicide thing? They are now just allowing people who have autism and depression to kill themselves. It used to be that there was at least some form of, no, you have to qualify for it. Now it's literally, oh, you're depressed and want to kill yourself? Okay. I mean, it's been like that for a bit because they're outright pushing veterans into doing it. We're like, hey, you're disabled. You should just fucking kill yourself. But now it's actively just getting more and more egregious. Ow. Fucker. Do a top 100 facts about Berserk. I kind of already did with the fucking Saga thing. Face Connect will be in shambles. Ugh. Come on. Noctis says more chemistry random crossover girl than Luna. Well, it's because they just don't let you see all of his moments with Luna. If you watch Kingsglaive, it does explain a lot more. You do see how Noctis and Lunafreya grew up, and it's like, okay, there was something here. But the problem is, you don't see that in-game. They barely mention Lunafreya. They act like you are going into the middle of the fucking series, and it's like, dude, that's not 15. 15's a completely new entry. You can't do that. Oh. Really bullshit. We need to watch different pieces of media to understand what's happening in a video game like a 15 did, but practically cheating in every sense. Oh, yeah, it's dumb. Sharp Preacher and surprisingly good. Jabs that got are pretty lame, but screwed still fun. Bible does say you have to suffer for following Christ, but so I can deal with it. Getting my grandma lived in Canada for 30 years who could never imagine something like that for me ain't really surprising. Have you seen how Trudeau did? Oh, yeah. They voted for it. Yeah. Tactics had a remaster on the PSP. Yeah, that's the PSP. I want it on modern shit. I want it. But the canned autism thing was just a chick who happened to have autism. They won't kill you for having autism, but at this rate, they probably will at some point. Yeah, peak versus peak. What is the plot of this? As stated, okay. 14 is an MMO where you are the Warrior of Light and you are going around trying to fight off various gods and entities that want to destroy the world. You have to maintain the balance between light and dark, and it is a balance. Light can be just as disastrous as dark. This is specifically a crossover with Final Fantasy 16, which has its own plot. Anime and OVA book and movie to understand 15. Yeah, quite literally. Nox says more chemistry with Gladius' sister and Lunafreya in the game. Luna was lame. Gladius' little sister was peak. They're saying you're the light bringer. You are literally the warrior of light. Yes. Remember number 9 tried to make multimedia crap? Anytime they do multimedia, it fucks them over. Cyberpunk announced they wanted to do multimedia. Now, in Cyberpunk's defense, Edge Runners ended up being the thing that brought the game back from the dead. But still. Sure shit, and now I have a pretty boy fucker who tries to blatantly push immigration over the edge for free votes and tries to gaslight me over how good the carbon tax is. Will Jack ever appear in 14? As an April Fool's thing, it would be kind of funny for him to bring Jack. But the thing about that is he's just Garland, who is a randy bad guy in Final Fantasy 1, so... ESG CDPR, though. Yeah, but they announced that before Phantom Liberty came out, and Phantom Liberty was good. Like, ESG is a problem, but as stated, it's specific people in specific positions that are causing damage. Okay. I'll spoil X2 because it's a very recent thing with HD Remastered, the X compilation, but yes, Titus is in fact alive and living with Yuna in Besad in a new epilogue. He is also an unlockable illusionary boss. It was hinted that with the right story choices in the original, Yuna could use the faith to bring Titus back. In the new epilogue, it confirms that this is the canon ending. She got her hubby back. They got married. Okay. So yeah, there you go. I know some people don't like that because they like the idea of, like, Titus and Yuna have to be apart. Like, they have to be apart. That's the big tragedy of the ending. But, yeah, I think they go through enough to where they can have their happy ending. Garland did get a bigger role in the City games, or basically FF1 spin-off sequels. Yeah. Never bought Mighty number 9, but I bought into the hype because Capcom kind of fucked over Mega Man at the time, and I felt ripped off. Any plans to see Monkey Man? Maybe. I have no idea what it's about. Only franchise I can think of that did multimedia stuff well was Dot Hack and Zone the Enders, though it probably helps that their entire entries tend to be standalone narratively. Yeah, it's different. Remember Lateral Crowd was how it was all about how bad Canada's healthcare is, while everyone sucked it hard, and then it turned out he was a creepy fucker. Are we talking about how Trudeau was a creepy fucker? Because, yeah. And, yeah, apparently the Canadian healthcare system is completely overrun with people, and that's part of the reason they're pushing people to just kill themselves. So what do you think of the Infobros fight? It was pretty good. It was pretty good. I think all the new states will have when Canada collapses in just a few more years. Without proving, normally we get him into VTubers. He outright admits he doesn't even really watch anime. He just watches the colors on the screen. He's just like, I have no idea what the hell's going on. Playing the FF16 DLC later on? Later on. That's something where it's like, as I'm going through the series of Final Fantasy, because I still plan on getting that done for the year, it's like, I'll eventually do a replay of 16, and I'll have all the DLC in it, so I'm just going to wait for as much of it to come out before doing that. John Wick plays an Indian guy. Okay. Got $10 my Steam wallet. Anything on sale you can recommend? You can buy the new, what was it? Director or Warbond in Helldivers 2. You can get that. It's okay. Or you can get Vampire Survivors. That's pretty good. That's like $3. And came more for Theodore Rex. Goodbye, Torgal. Guess we're gonna see my girl Tara again, Lolly. Goodbye, 14. Would my mother enjoy shoujo or josei manga more? I mean, josei is literally marketed for women, so. Okay. Now we go back to Thanalan. Playing the original Deus Ex Town based on Red Pill. So Garland's like Nightmare from Soul Calibur. Only in the Dissidia timeline. Actual Final Fantasy, he was literally just a Randy in a temple you fought in Final Fantasy 1. Like, I think he was the first boss you fight. I think he is literally the first boss you fight because he kidnaps the princess. Tell people to kill themselves. How you know it would be smart? Tell people that unless their health problems are serious, to go home and eat healthy. Yeah. Isn't josei just porn for women? No, josei is intended... Okay. Josei is like seinen, or seinen, however you want to fucking pronounce it, where it is specifically manga directed at adult-aged men or women. It just so happens there's a lot of porn because women are fucking horny, but there are legitimate stories beyond that are not porn. Yeah, josei is more soap opera with sex and betrayal and stuff like that. As stated, it's aimed at women. That's the shit they love. Yeah, Garland also turns out to be Chaos. Was he Chaos himself, or was he an aspect of Chaos? Because that was the thing where he wasn't directly Chaos, but he was definitely a part of it. Women are degens, yeah. See the latest episode of Dungeon Meshi? No, we had to cancel Anime Night like 3 fucking times. Oh. I thought I did. Alright. So it's gay? No, that's yaoi. Yaoi slash shonen ai. Chaos and in the past. Okay. As a Mexican, I grew up watching telenovelas. There's a lot of shit aimed for women who want cheat, so I don't mind josei. It's a personal preference thing. My mom likes one seinen show, and that's Beastars. She knows I liked collecting the books, but when she knows the anime came out, she wanted to watch it with me. You thought chat was afraid to watch Ply or whatever the fuck it was. She does ask me, does Haru get raped in the finale when Legoshi is raiding the Shishigumi Den? And also I played MGS4 5 Inferno with Quiet, Full, and Bikini Chat as cowards. Well, yeah, I mean, and the whole, like, differentials are kind of just arbitrary. It's mainly just magazine to magazine, because you have seinen stories written by women. You have very, very Blue Moon rare josei stories written by men. I mean, it's just kind of a thing, you know. Only josei related thing I watched was Genso Maiden Sayuki, and I thought it was Balshon. Boy, was I wrong. Billionaire game company CEO bought 3 bodies right and sold to Netflix after they got poisoned by his coworker and died. Holy shit. Yeah, Azumanga Daioh is signing. Yeah. This North Star was shonen, but its violence was extremely unfitting for Shonen Jump. Yeah. It's very arbitrary and just depends. It just depends. Chainsaw Man's way more seinen, but it's to be honest, percent shonen manga. Yeah, Vinland Saga was the same way, where it started off as a shonen and it became a seinen. Good Torkel. What about One Punch Man? Seinen. Change of times, force, age range changes. Force North Star was at the time where things like it. And JoJo's had gratuitous gore and worse was allowed in Shonen Jump. Yeah. I mean, Shonen still has some pretty gory stuff in it. Demon Slayer has some pretty grisly violence at times. Because Shonen is actually a pretty wide age range. It's from like 9 to 17. It's actually like pretty wide. It's like young boys all the way to like teenagers. Demon Slayer and Jujutsu Kaisen are pretty gory, yeah. Does One Punch Man have anything harsh in it? No, I stated it's not really anything to do with like specifically content, because as stated, it's you have some pretty violent shit in it. It's more of the idea around the story. Shonen, by and large, tends to be a lot more fast-paced and kind of surface level, quote unquote. I had to put that in quotes. Where the idea of it is just meant to be fun. Seinen tends to dip into like a bit more complicated stuff because that's it's aimed at adults. One Punch Man is considered seinen specifically because it's a parody. It's a parody and poking fun at tropes and being kind of a satire. Yeah, Saitama finding contentment in the people around him is very seinen. Yeah. Also, once again, it just depends on what magazine it's in. Like, the reason I say it's arbitrary is because it literally just amounts to what magazine is it in. They brought back Mosquito Lady for One Punch Man because they felt bad for killing her. Yeah. Vagabond, one of the most goated manga. Shame the author left it. He might come back. He might come back. See man melt and another bee pull and split down the middle. One Punch Man. Yeah. Is Kengan seinen or Sojo? There isn't much gore on that. Kengan Ashura? That's seinen. Is it One Punch Man, Shonen Dump? No, I kept thinking it was a seinen one. Let me look that up real quick. Minor Jen said Devilman's considered a shonen series, especially in the 70s. Same with Violence Jack, remember? Yeah, but they're partially what created the genre. Okay, so it was in Jump, but it's not Shonen Jump. It's Jump Comics and Toro no Young Jump. In English, it's Weekly Shonen Jump, but it's weird. Not scrap knowledge about One Punch Man, but I know about Mosquito Woman. All I can say is I'm glad she's back and she can suck my blood, if you know what I mean. Shonen Jump also published To Love Ru. Yeah. What is BNA? I don't know. I got volume 1 of Vagabond Omnibus. Yeah. Is it dub for Jinro any good? I never watched it in dub. Brand new animal. Oh. No, that's not even a manga. That's like that's just a trigger anime. Why do women write the most fucked up stuff? Because they're strange. They're strange. Why is it One Punch Man restarting arcs because they didn't like how it was going? Gore, OVAs, Devilman the Birth, Urotsuki Doji, Wicked City, Demon Say Shinjuku, Violent Jack, Evil Town, Angel Cop, Mad Bull 34, Genocyber, Apocalypse Zero, Kite. Yeah. It's a good trigger anime. It's sadly got underfunded into a rushed feeling ending. That's kind of trigger in general. Okay. Where'd they go? It's somewhere. Yeah, they're buried somewhere in here. Oh, there they are. Seg162, $10. Also, demo categories are mostly a print magazine thing. Since the cost of print encourage maximizing profit through age, sex demographic targeting, digital manga usually don't have them. Yeah, I say it's very arbitrary. Apparently, Mosquito Girl survived her encounter from the get-go. If you analyze the Sven of her getting swatted. Well, I'm sure the joke is just that, oh, look, she's back from the dead when no one thought, you know, when no one thought she was alive, you know. It's a retcon, but the whole thing of it is it's not really that big of a deal. Okay, so I have to do some bullshit here. Goodbye. I'm going to just discard some of the shit I got. I really got to get around to actually dealing with my inventory problem, but, you know. Because it's just Clive's outfit. But you know what? Okay, you know what? Actually, I do want to see how it looks. Where is it? Where is it? Love stories that come off as edgy or brutal, one note, and then shift into being much deeper stories. Love that shit. Berserk, Vinland Saga. Yeah. And try putting in the glamour dresser. I might get around to that, yeah. That's not too bad. Kind of makes the shoulders a bit too broad, though. Which might just be an issue with the character, but eh. And do we have the other aspects of it? Should be the... Okay, Metian Gauntlets. Oh, no. Here. We gotta cast the glamour on it to be the Metian Gauntlets. There we go. And what about this? Eh. There's no helmet, just the body, arms, pants, and boots. Okay. Which makes sense, because Clive doesn't have a helmet. Remember, women aren't cleaner than men. They're just better at hiding how dirty they can be. Yeah. To retcon, stop complaining, get the stare boobs, and put her in a cute waitress outfit. Yeah, that's how I feel. It's like... It's not that big of a deal. It's mainly just funny. It's a joke. Also, you can pet Torgal. Yeah. Well, let me... There he is. Yeah. Torgal's a little small. He's a little small, because like in 16, he's like a fucking dire wolf. Yeah. I do like the 16 music that plays through. That is pretty fucking good. That is some pretty good fucking music. Am I wasting glamour prison something you can slap in the armor and put on a glamour plate and apply to any item for free? Because I wanted to see how they looked. Outside's change depending on player race. Lava fails get tiny Torgal. Film cut's just too big. That's on Binbo Gami Ga. Watched it with some folks would watch together. I was very disappointed. I haven't seen it. Oh my god, Torgal can fly. Would Otomo's Akira be considered shonen? So I haven't finished that series either. That's more seinen. Yee. The wolf can fly? In the game, no, Torgal cannot fly. Looks kind of weird. Looks like you're just some weirdo jumping on top of a slightly tall dog. Bow bow, chat. Torgal says bow bow. This part RE6 fighting Deborah and watching her feel herself up. What the fuck is wrong? Like, why do you say this shit? We're trying to enjoy our flying dog. Stop, you're breaking his back. Alright. Guys, this isn't what it be considered. It's magazines openly describe what demographics they target, and you can look this shit up. Yeah, basically. And they're approximations. You know, they're not meant to be exact. I gotta get my cell phone charger. The sick music gives me lift. Okay. So we have to... Yeah, we're gonna have to do this a bit roundabouts. And now we're in an area where we can't fly, so... Okay. Yep. Torko's now Fenrir. Poor dog carrying the giant woman. Where do you refill the dog? Is there a gasoline port? Can Clive and Torgal stay here? They're a song of Ice and Fire in the Dune books, and they really turn down the magic in Game of Thrones to later seasons? Yeah. Okay, so now we just head down through here. By the way, Clive's triple triad card and FF16 music in the Golden Saucer. Music costs 20k MGP each. Oof. Not gonna lie, I like Torgal just from the music alone. The music is really good. Dun 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 dun. Gwimbly, why do you have a prolapsed anus? Is that from the show? I did like that people realized that that was the detail, apparently, because people assumed, like, the Gwimbly thing was just, like, he had a tail or some, like, little thing. But I think they clarified, no, it's actually a prolapsed anus, so it's like, oh, great, okay, so we just have to stare at that the whole episode. Boss man, don't say that, remember, your warrior liked a white woman. Okay, let me see here. Oh, shit, wrong one. Okay. We gotta find more Aether Currents. I think only one of the things George R. Martin wrote a song of Ice and Fire just to land job as a screenwriter. No, he's been writing it since the 90s. He, to his credit, put a lot of effort into Game of Thrones. It's only the fact that every single day I'm convinced more and more that that fan theory going around that he gave the showrunners his ideas for the second to last book, and that's what they used as the basis for the last few seasons. I think that's why he's taken so long, because he realized, oh shit. It's crazy how garbage the Netflix Witcher series is. Got me into the books, ironic. All because they hate the material. Like, it is something that never makes sense, and once again, speaks to the fact that you have a lot of very talented people who are stuck as basically the fucking, like they're stuck working with a bunch of psychotic assholes. Because, like, I guarantee everybody who worked on the Witcher series for Netflix, the actual, like, lighters and the, you know, the camera guys, all the actual blue collar people who make the fucking show, I guarantee they really didn't appreciate having the screenwriters' comments all over the place talking about how much they hated the material and shit like that. One of the most famous things that pointed out that the show was going to be a disaster was there were leaks on TV, the TV board, where it was a guy who claimed to have been working on the show, talking about how the writer's room were a bunch of cat ladies that would, like, bully everybody into going with their dumbass ideas, and they wanted to make the Nilfgaardians a fucking literal scrotums, so they're dickheads. You know, once again, this is not... this is not like an ideological army. It is a bunch of smelly cat ladies that just scream so loud, everybody doesn't want to deal with them. Henry Cavill deserves better, yeah. George R. R. Martin in interviews he's given make a very clear big dumb fight at the end was clear the showrunner's really not getting it when he ran out of books. Nah, I think he gave him the notes. I think he did. Seen Doom Part 2 and Late Night with the Devil. Late Night with the Devil is not anywhere near me. I really want to see it, though. Paint his armor. Paint his armor. She's a tower. Yeah, she's a rock again. So watching an episode of Invincible, and goddamn, I can't wait for Mark to finally get his new suit. Also, like how Mark is the only good Invincible in the universe. Ironically, their attempt to attack Cavill proved the cat lady theory correct. Yeah, well, it's... As stated, no... The idea of making what happened with Witcher the standard across Hollywood, that's fucking stupid. That's not even a thing of like, well, they don't care about the money. I mean, it's like, no, that's actually just stupid. You're going to turn away people who actually give a fuck and just staff everything with cat ladies. The public hates it. They're not going to fucking watch it. How are you going to justify all this crap? Is 6 foot your ideal height for a woman? It's a little short. Alright. So there we go. Henry Cavill being the Ministry of Ungentlemanly Warfare. I think that film was potential. That and Alan Richardson's supposed to be in it with him. I'll do this one purely because it might lead us to a... Booker and showrun are so drastically different, including D&D not knowing what's going on. Nah, as stated, I'm convinced more and more that there was some note sharing, and now George is kind of clenching, going like, what the fuck do I do? Oh, I'm going to compare heights between characters. Most people work at DEI organizations are women, I'm just saying. Yeah, it's smelly cat ladies. That's why, once again, whenever I hear that thing of like, oh, well, they're going to demand you follow this. They're smelly cat ladies. Like, they're smelly cat ladies or men who have the testosterone levels of smelly cat ladies. Yeah. Why is it always the cat ladies? Because they're miserable. They don't have anything better to do in their life, so they just want everyone to be as miserable and drama-fueled as them. That's all it is. That's why, once again, whenever you hear this thing of, well, they're going to get the actual true believers in a company, I have to ask, what fucking true believer? It's like, you can't just talk about DEI, you must embody it. What the fuck does that mean? Nobody believes in any of this crap. This is all performative bullshit. You know, it's a bunch of spoiled cat ladies who don't have anything better to do. There's no true believer in any of this. I just realized I don't like Cosmo 9s because you felt called out by depiction of an anime kid with his fetishes. No, I don't like it because that day the fucking creators are like, oh yeah, like we made something so much better and we hate the tropes in visual novels. Like, I fucking hate irony sims. It's like, you know, that thing we were just talking about with Witcher of like, why would I watch something made by people who hate the material? That's exactly why I don't want to get into Class of 09 or Doki Doki. It's like, knowing that the people involved with that specifically despise the medium, it's like, fuck you. I'm not going to reward that. I'm not going to reward that dumbass, like, well, you know, if you just subvert the tropes, you understand it's actually la bad. It's like, fuck you. Shove it up your ass, pretentious cunt. I know follow, just want to get laid. If even that. No, it's cats. The cats mean chill. It's the nuts who have the cats with nothing else in their life. There's a theory that the Song of Ice and Fire book is supposed to come out with Hillary as president. Nah. I mean, that's a fun thing to think about, but it's like, nah, I think George just hit a wall and he doesn't know what to do. So then you shouldn't like The Boys, right? The Boys is completely different. The Boys actually has a story to tell underneath that. I'm at that height. Like, The Boys isn't taking established superheroes and just going, they are le bad. That's the people who are inspired by The Boys for all the wrong reasons are doing. Now, The Boys tells its own story. It sets up its own lore. Homelander's fucked up. Yeah. Man, times I don't really entirely like old Geralt, but did him and Henry dirty from what I've seen in the first season's a bit foreshadowing. Oh, yeah. That's on Dave Patel's Monkey Man. It seems like a pure labor of love from Dave, where he went through hell to get this made. Dude broke his hand and had to screw it in to keep filming. I don't know. I haven't seen it yet. Apparently, X-Men 97 has this weird thing between Rogue and Magneto. Can they not for 1 second write with both hands? To be fair, that was a thing in the comics. It was fucking weird, but that was a thing. Okay. So we're gonna go up there. Really don't understand the hatred of the Boys comics. It seems like a cope trying to fluff up the shitty show. Yeah, because I mean, that's what it's doing is not even that special. I mean, Watchmen did it beforehand with the whole superheroes are actually le bad. But no, it's mainly the fact of, like, you know, something like the irony sim shit we see. That expressly is helping kill the entire visual novel market in the West. Not saying that it is their fault. What I'm saying is it contributes to the problem. And that is people don't take that genre very seriously, ignoring a lot of what actually counts as a visual novel. And when you have, you know, stuff like Doki Doki or Class 09 come out that is expressly basically saying the genre is shitty and it's being made by people who despise it, it's like I don't like that precedent. Here's my thing with The Boys. The last two seasons do a great job of building up to something great and then falling flat. The show's awful. The show is just awful. Only now are kind of people starting to realize, oh, this is everything it's making fun of. Big push Ben Shapiro for $1. I was in a Shadowrun game with a player who was unironically a satanic priest. I wasn't allowed to make fun of him because he was sensitive about it. He was a faggot. He was like, if God good, why bad thing happened? Hail Satan. He also had a kid. Isn't that ironic? You say Blaze Blue is more of a VN than fighting game? It can be on occasion. Blaze Blue, fucking Virtue's Last Reward, fucking, like, there's so many of them that are buried and people don't want to actually look at. Almost like if some made by someone who doesn't like said thing turns to be thinly veiled fuck you to people who like said they don't, who like said things they don't. Yeah, I mean, it's like when the creator of Doki Doki outright said he despises visual novels, it is a thing where it clicked in my head as exactly the thing that we constantly complain about. We constantly complain about, why would you even get involved with something if you don't like it? If you don't like it, why go out of your way to do this? So seeing people basically just turn blinders on for that and go like, oh, well, I still like regardless, like, that's still pretty fucked up to me. I got The Boys show basically convinced Kojima not to make a game with the similar concepts enough to hate it. Starts actress becoming what her character was meant to depict, happening entertainment, such peak irony, nothing can last in modern Hollywood. Well, that's why I don't like the show. You know, the comic was fearless. The comic stuck to its guns. It said what it wanted to say. And I say that the comics did have a point. It spoke a lot about the corporatization of culture and the growing cynicism around superheroes. Because that's the thing. As much as people go like, oh, well, The Boys hate superheroes, it really doesn't. Like, it doesn't hate superheroes. It hates what superheroes became. Really? Come on. Really? Grimly really just means prolapse anus? Yeah. So it seems that Eric Salabar made a video trying to do the same thing about bashing a comic being always bad and show better, but this time it's Scott Pilgrim. Yeah, and that's kind of what, funny enough, is kind of what got people going, hey, wait a minute, this is the same thing that was said before. It's like, yeah. Got to prove that one of these days. Talk about, like, what the boys actually had to say, because, like, no, I can just talk about the comic. Is Panzer Model is a visual novel or is it an IRE sim? Is that the one where it's about dating tanks? Because that's another shitpost one. They're genuinely good superheroes in the boys? Yeah, there are actually genuinely good people. It's just they're beaten down. Starlight starts off as a genuinely good person, and despite everything she goes through, she doesn't become the absolute fucking bitch she does in the show. She's more bitter, she's more cynical, but she's not a monster. Mark 9 for $2. Kind of wish that folks would mimic what Venture Bros did with Red Death, deconstruct the old villain tropes, then reconstruct it. Swear what Red Death does to Blind Rage sends chills down my spine. Yeah. What visual novel would you recommend? As stated, you have Sayano Uta, which is pretty much universally acclaimed. You have Higurashi, Steins Gate. That one's one you should check out. Virtue's Last Reward. There are genuinely good ones. Fate Stay Night started off as a visual novel. It continues to be a visual novel series, just technically. Not gonna lie, Doki Doki made me realize just how little people actually know about VNs. Around the same time it came out, non-Ori game series was really popular and was a better meta horror series. That's what I mean. Yeah, Toho and Fate Multi-Blood, yeah. Talking about Boku no and Usagi Drop. Yeah, Fate Goes visual novel. That's what I mean by technically. Everyone knows it more as the gotcha, but it is a visual novel. They could remix Scott Pilgrim's story like Persona Golden Royal and add context to the story, new scenes, and Ramona perspective. Well, they didn't want to do that. Alright. Garthanis doesn't even hate superheroes. He hates that essentially what comics media only consisted of. Yeah, because that stated, the Boys has a lot of things to actually say in it. That's why, once again, I say anyone who just sees it as fuck superheroes, that's surface level. That is just surface level. That's only looking at the edgy jokes. That's not looking at what it's actually saying. Because, I mean, hell, it had better satire on the corporatization of superheroes than the show could ever fucking dream of. So happy I don't like Scott Pilgrim. The new show would have pissed me off so bad. Yeah. Venture Bros is one that takes subversion and somehow is clever and funny. Well, because it's subversion from a genuine place of love. What makes Venture Bros good and not all other, but other sort of satires bad is Venture Bros puts a lot of effort into its own world. It's legitimately its own world of superheroes and mad scientists and boy adventurers and all that. You know, what makes Venture Bros good is it built something on top of the satire. It's not just deconstruction. It made its own world on top of that and made it funny. Didn't know Steins Gate was based on a visual novel. Yeah. Yeah, Umaneko When They Cry, yeah. I'm a Scott Pilgrim anime. The Scott Pilgrim show fell into a thing where what they wanted to do wasn't even necessarily bad in and of itself. It's that they advertised the show as just an adaptation of the comic. And that pissed a lot of fans off when the show came out and it was not that. Katao Shoujo, a legit visual novel versus a shitpost. That's a legit visual novel. It is a shitpost, but the shitpost is that it's a legit visual novel. My issue with Scott Pilgrim Takes Off is that the first two episodes of Scott are great. It feels like it's the comics, but everything else is just inspired by the comics. Yes, they can alternate timeline just like the game and movie according to the comic creator, but it was just pointing and false advertising like you said. Yeah. Venture Bros also writes dialogue in a way it feels like two people actually talking. Well, I mean, yeah, that's the technical aspect of it, of like it being a good show. But what I mean is, Venture Bros, the world it builds, especially with the guild, all the stuff with the guild is like taken very seriously. You know, it's like that is an actual aspect of their world that they live with and affects things. You know, they didn't make the guild just a joke. They had funny members of the guild, but they knew when to make the guild an actual threat. They knew how to include it in the world. They have their answer to S.H.I.E.L.D. They have their, you know, they have an actual world they wanted to set up. And that's why Venture Bros works, because you can tell it's made by people who genuinely like superhero media. And the antagonist is Scott from the future because him and Ramona got into a fight, so he tries to never make them get married in the first place. Yeah. Katao Shoujo proves that 4chan can be wholesome. Yeah. Vision Alls, I'm going to say the S word. Homelander carries the boys and his creators hate you for liking him while whoring the character out to COD and MK1's DLC, which goes against the message of the comic. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Amazon is not the studio to handle an adaptation of The Boys. It just isn't. They can do Invincible because Invincible is just a fucking superhero story. I mean, Invincible is just a... It's not even really much more violent than what Marvel could get up to. I mean, as much as we go like, oh, it's more violent, it's like, no, not even really. Like, there are some pretty grisly aspects to Marvel and DC. Doesn't mean the anime is bad, but mind you, as a Scott fan, I love all references, whatnot, but who boy. Still mad that Nega Scott, which in the comics is in game, does what Future Scott's supposed to be, a culmination of Scott's thoughts, fears, worries, etc. Got replaced, and I had a chance to show Nega Scott, who appears on the outside of the comic and game, get some true justice. At least Nega Scott's game ending ends with him taking over the world. And they have Kirkman breathing down their neck. That is true. It's not Amazon, but the current showrunners of The Boys who are actively making Homelander to Trump allegory. Yeah, well, as stated, it's because they wanted to do this ever since Seth Rogen got his hands on Preacher. They are desperate to essentially sanitize Garth Ennis. And it pisses me off because they did legitimately gaslight people into thinking that's a good thing. They gaslit people into thinking, well, Garth Ennis has always sucked. He never had any talent. What we're doing is that much better, which is bullshit. It's like, no. Garth Ennis is the guy that helped bring the Punisher into the modern era and give him one of the biggest followings in Marvel. Like, his Gotham Knights run and his Punisher Max run inspired the Thomas Jane movie. You know, the Thomas Jane movie is what kicked off Punisher into the mainstream. You know? Punisher Max was adopted by fucking Chris Kyle in actual, like, Navy... I think it was Navy SEALs, yeah. An actual fucking military sniper who then went on to become an icon in itself. The reason you have cops and military guys wearing the skull is because Garth Ennis did that fucking well with it. You know? So this idea of like, oh, well, he always sucked because he's edgy. It's like, no, fuck off with that. That's not even baby with the bathwater mentality. That is just flat out, no, someone told you that. American Sniper? Yes, the American Sniper. His unit was called the Punishers. I hate when people go like Doki Doki Literature Club when there's better VNs that did it. One way better. Hell, Yumi and her did way better. Did way before and well better. Well, here's my answer. It's like, you know, as much as people want to tout Doki Doki Literature Club, Slay the Princess. Slay the Princess is a visual novel that is genuinely very clever. It is very clever and has a story to tell. You know, it's not an irony sim. It is just a horror story. Yeah, Garth Ennis loves Chuck Dixon's Ron Punisher. Yeah. Continue for my last message to do like the deep dive into 7 Deadly X's, but damn, did I miss the fights of the comics. Well, I can't really say fights because Scott pretty much exploit weaknesses and whatnot for instant victories, but damn, Scott using someone's milk allergy against them was wild. Doesn't help Garth Ennis share the same politics people like Seth Rogen, some of the Amazon showrunners. He does, but at the same time, it's like what they're doing with him is just outright sabotage. Like, I fully believe it to be sabotage. It is just taking someone's work that was edgy in the past and writing over it so they can pretend to be edgy while not being edgy at all. Because as stated, you read his Punisher Max run, and there is a reason it is required reading if you're a Punisher fan. Because it has some of the most, like, peak character moments for Frank. People can go like, oh, he just jerks off the military all day long. That's not an actual fucking criticism. Frank's in the military. But it's this thing where There's just an understanding of the character and what makes him cool. Why people think it's bad to wear Punisher logos? Punisher's a vigilante. He shoots people. He shoots criminals. He's basically Charles Bronson from Death Wish. So people think that's fascist. Frank's a fucking Green Beret. Yeah. It's not sabotage, legal plagiarism. Paraphrase Big Bungie. Comics, Boys Comics will have a character like Skullman who eats babies and fucks dogs, but in the show he votes Trump and doesn't wear a mask. Yeah. You read the new Conan comic, Conan met Cole. Oh, that sounds pretty fucking cool. I'm going to have to catch up on that. That's the Titan run, right? Because that was supposed to keep going because he got possessed by Thulsa Doom. Every special people call Frank an insane loser, desperate strawman for a strawman to attack. Well, I've talked about over and over again why Punisher is cool. Punisher is cool specifically because, you know, he represents kind of the sad aspect of superheroes. The guy that just cannot be saved. You know, Frank was let down at every single step by the system. The cops failed him. The mafia tried to kill him. Every single thing. And he just got back from Vietnam. A war that famously treated the veterans like shit when they came back to America. So it's this thing of, you have a guy who's been let down time and time again, and then finally, you know, his fucking family's murdered and he can't get any justice for it. You know, Spider-Man, even though he was there, you know, Spider-Man is in New York, he couldn't save Frank's family. Captain America, Tony Stark, none of them could save Frank's family. You know, when you think about Punisher in the actual larger Marvel universe, no one was there to save Frank. No one was there to help them. So, you know, you have a guy who basically just embodies the disturbing inevitability of there is going to be a guy like this out there. You know, it's sent back in time and met Cull. That's pretty cool. I'm going to have to read that. Not a big fan whenever Ennis portrays Daredevil because it's obviously biased against him, but Punisher runs is really good. Yeah. When Cap Pilgrim takes up, it didn't advertise itself as a remake, which disappointed a lot of people. It's a shame because the way to explore all the characters in new ways. Yeah. The MC of Death Wish say he was an open liberal, only asking because I watched him first movie a few days ago. Well, it was basically his character grew up raised by his mom because his dad died in a hunting accident, and his mom was a liberal. The character himself also just kind of went along with it, even though he respected his father, who was a lot more traditional and had more right-wing politics. And he was a conscientious objector in, I think, Korea. Yeah, he was old enough for it to be Korea. But then when he came back to, when I even came back, when his wife and daughter were attacked, that kind of started making him think about it. And it's like, you know, why the fuck are we just letting that happen? You know, it's like, he was a liberal, but only in the sense of he just kind of went along with everybody else in New York. He didn't really care. Every hero in New York can't be everywhere all at once, and sad truth. Sure, the hero can apologize, but can't bring people back. Exactly. As stated, that's kind of the big thing. Yeah, we can fly now. I'm upset when I got a flat tire when the Yankees won the World Series. If that's what upset is, how do I feel now? Yeah. Thomas Jane movie was really, really good in how it used Frank. I thought that was one of the best depictions. But that's it. It's Frank represents, you know, the sad part of superhero, all that. Charles Bronson was saying he wanted to shoot muggers and get away with it in interviews. Well, yeah, I mean, everyone kind of wants to. We're not pioneers anymore. What would we become? Yeah. And Death Wish really inspired Punisher. Death Wish was a major influence on Punishers. Also, fucking Punisher Max. Garth Ennis flat out said he wanted Frank to almost be like Charles Bronson meets Clint Eastwood, you know? An objector to career, really? Yeah, he was a conscientious objector. He served in a medical unit, so he was a medic and he kept people alive, but he didn't shoot anybody. It's always guys who falls through the cracks. Yeah, and that's what Frank represents. In every single step of the process, Frank is there to be the guy to go after the ones that fall through the cracks. Now his Kirsten's a lot more based and shit on Gundam streams than her own. Well, she knows Gundam is on the same level, so she can kind of, you know, stretch out a bit more. Con stories about superheroes try to stop Frank and maybe rehabilitate him, and always ends with him saying no and getting in prison only to escape again. Yeah, it's very repetitive. It basically amounts to you kill people, that's wrong. Like how you put it in the past, Frank is someone who gave up on things getting better. Well, he did, but he didn't. Frank did not give up on things getting better. It's that Frank's idea of things getting better is you permanently remove them from the equation. Things will get better once this guy is dead. Denis Villeneuve is making the Dune Messiah movie. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So now we've officially cleared this out. Gundam's also not on Twitch. Yeah. What expansion is your main in? We are in Stormblood. So I'm still a long ways to go before Dawn Trail. I gotta attune to that. What are you doing right now? We cleared out all the fucking aether currents in that one region so we can fly around. We will do the same with this, but it's... yeah, gonna be a bit annoying. But we're gonna focus on main story stuff right now. Stretch Creep for $5. Fucking love the Death Wish series. Death Wish 3 with L.A. Booby. Traps was peak. Charles Bronson was great. Ever thought about reviewing them? I would like to talk about him, especially as stated, because I really like the Punisher. So it'd be great to kind of talk about how he's a major influence on the character. Read a new James Bond comic by Ennis? I have not. Frank is forgiving people like Spider-Man, Tony, and whatnot. But he wants to brandish his own brand of justice, and what he does conflicts with a lot of, god damn it, moral ideals, and does get him in trouble with the heroes. Even he still acknowledges that everyone has their own way of doing things. He acknowledges he is the sum of a... it's not a matter of if, but when. Even Spider-Man knows that. Oh, yeah. Well, I stated, I've talked about it. Rose 2 expansion, their patch quest, yeah. But Frank get along with Conan since he's Marvel IP, technically. Finally, someone gets the shitty people, kill shitty people. What was it? Fucking... I think it's called Rogue Avengers. That's the one going on right now, where it's Venom, Wolverine, Conan, and Frank all team up for something. So tired of the hippie pacifistic medic. I like medics that want to fight but are given a med pack instead of going to resent it. Well, I stayed. The main character in Death Wish had circumstances around that. Like, he wasn't a hippie. Big on Charles Bronson is a rather wholesome story where Kurt Russell gave him a gift and he didn't know how to react. He lived during the Depression. Yeah. Daredevil was one of my favorite shows of all time. I'm worried that's going to be neutered in the Born Again series. Yeah, it is a risk. As stated, the things they're announcing with it, I have confidence it'll at the very least be okay. Did Marvel turn Wolverine into a cuck? Marvel's done everything with their characters at least once. Medics in real life didn't fight. They saved lives no matter what side they came into the hospital. They only protected themselves and those two weak energy to defend themselves. It depended on the medic. There were combat medics. Most conscientious objectors do it for religious reasons. Yeah.
All are in agreement. I will outline my plan to retake Doma Castle.
Has there been a time when the Punisher felt like he's going too far, killing or hurting someone? Yeah, the ultimate run, he killed Spider-Man, and he felt really fucked up by it.
Shortly thereafter, our Zayla allies...
This is one GTA style open world game where you play as a dirty hero Death Wish inspired character going out in the streets and dealing justice, but will probably never get made. I think Shadowbringer's the best antagonist in 14, but Xenobis is fun. But yeah, the whole thing with Frank is... I've talked about it before. So, Frank's whole thing is, you know, you have a character like Spider-Man. Spider-Man's there to make sure the little girl doesn't get hit by the truck. You know? He swoops in just in time to save her, gives her back to her mom. Everyone's clapping and crying and saying, yay, thank you, Spider-Man. You know, friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, that thing. Frank is there for when that little girl is hit by the truck and dies, and that truck was driven by gangbangers who were doing a drive-by. You know, guys who are the scum of the earth and everybody would want dead.
Because the Enclave is home to
Damn it.
countless once pressed, the Imperials may well think to take them hostage, and I would fain forestall any such attempt.
Gonna review Death Wish, don't forget to review Dirty Harry. And they're not as connected to the hip as people think.
After we have secured the Enclave, we
So
may
they like
place
Dark
siege to
Avengers?
Zoma Castle.
Well, Frank's not officially part of a team. It's just the fact of they have a crossover right now.
Ian's command shall be
And it's pretty fun. You have Conan beating the shit out of Spider-Man. Oh, that was funny.
redoubtable allies.
It's on Ray Stevenson's portrayal of Punisher. He looked the part. He looked it. It was sad we never got to see him,
Scour the castle for
you know, be in a better movie.
her, and we subdue her. Without their leader, what remains of the Imperials' morale will crumble, and they will surrender.
Obsession with open relationship stuff in Marvel, clearly wrote by people who never hold down a stable relationship. Yeah. It's like the 50th stream when you talked about the Punisher. People keep asking. Like all correctly, Spider-Man caught straight from Punisher. It was aimed at someone I forget, which is about Green Goblin and him killed each other. Yeah.
Clear or gave you cause for
Is
concern.
Punisher kills Marvel Universe any good? It's a gimmick story. I don't think Warzone was that bad. Sure, it was cheesy and a little underwhelming, but it's fun enough experience. It's fun enough. Spider-Man's there to save people and beat up bad guys. Frank's there to avenge people and kill monsters. Yeah.
Time is of the essence, as you know, so let us each see to our respective preparations. Carry on.
Have you read Avengers Twilight, Zdarsky version Kingdom Home, or Dark Knight Returns of Captain America? I have not. That could be interesting. Fuck Dirty Harry's on where they stuck the fucking boo Death Wish. Well, as stated, they're different stories. Dirty Harry is about a detective. Death Wish is about a vigilante. They do different things. Warzone had a ton of behind-the-scenes dramas behind it, so being fun is positive. Yeah, that is true. Much Bernthal respects character, so think Netflix show is the least interesting of any Punisher adaptation. Yeah, well, because I say they don't want Frank to actually be anything. Frank can't really be anything, because if they let him be the Punisher, people will freak out about it, because, I'm a mass shooter, right-wing extremist. I mean, we saw that with Daredevil Season 2. Daredevil Season 2 was probably one of the better adaptations of Frank. So much so they let him have his own Netflix show. And as soon as the trailer for the Netflix show came out, yeah, that fucking Las Vegas shooting because of the fucking glowies. And because of that, they had to, like, you could tell they really wanted to tone things down for Season 2. And Season 1 itself was already just kind of a rejected USA drama script they were using. Damn it. My mouse wheel is breaking, so. Speaking of gimmicks, before you go into Shadowbringers, I want you to watch the Tokusatsu so Garu. All you need to know is just watch Chapter of the Black Wolf. You'll thank me, because if you know Garu and how the monsters work, you'll appreciate Shadowbringers a whole lot more. Alright. Yeah, fascism, yeah. Also a huge fan of Wolverine, so I hope the game is pretty good, as long as it's no longer rated T, but Spider-Man PS5 was mid, to be honest, so I don't know. For fuck's sake, why not have Frank go after a mass shooter? Well, they kind of did with the extremist guy. The dude who was totally not aping off Taxi Driver. Like, the problem is, once again, don't fucking make shit political. You don't have to make political commentary. Because the one time they did in the Netflix show, they actually included a jab at a gun control politician. And then Season 2 was all about them apologizing for that. Like, don't make shit political and just focus on the aspects of Frank that are interesting, which is, you know, the actual human nature question. That's what Season 2 did. You know, Season 2 of Daredevil, not Season 2 of Punisher. Season 2 of Punisher was fucking garbage. You think Frank would go after rich people who grinded mummies into powder and ate them? It sucks because John Bernthal damn near brought me to tears with the cemetery scene. It was good. It was a good scene. Frank kills scum of the earth no matter who they are, and yet they somehow still say Frank's the embodiment of patriots in the USA's wet dream. Idea of Frank ranting about gun control. Frank didn't rant about gun control, but they made a point of he went after the alt-right. Like, it was like two old, rich white people that were assassinating everyone because their son was gay, and they didn't want people finding out about that. To bring politics into the show is politics is the very last fucking idea to be brought up. You always have more to pull from than the leak at the bottom of the barrel. Yeah. Introspection's hard. Yeah. That's what I think it comes down to. They just don't want to focus on introspection because then they actually have to think about being a person. Marvel literally hates Punisher because Republicans like him. That's the fucking that's the annoying part of it. It is just childish resentment. It is childish resentment that dragged down a character that is legitimately really fucking cool. It's like what they keep trying to do with Batman, where they go like, well, Batman should actually help people instead of just beat them up. And it's like, do you not know anything about the fucking character? He does. It's always pissed me off about One Piece discussion. There's such a rich and interesting world there, but all people ever do is talk about how supposedly supports more communism. Yeah, it is surface level bullshit. It's why I hate people talking about arguing about politics all the fucking time. Like, politics are the realm of the stupid. You know, the best stories talk about people as they are. You know, Berserk's not a political story at all. It just talks about fucking people. Why are vigilantes and fascists by these nut jobs again? Because then, you know, you might shoot pedophiles and their friends might die. You know, if you stand up for yourself, you won't be abused by a bunch of drug addicts, which is what these assholes want. You know, they legitimately believe importing a bunch of migrants is revenge against colonialization. You need to suffer because then you will understand what they were put through, which is fucking stupid. Batman forgave the man that killed his parents. Yeah. I was learning 9% of the Batman animated series, and I missed that aspect for the most from stories these days. Yeah. Batman's given jobs to reform criminals and Wayne Industries in things like animated series. Yeah. Outside of Red Hood, does DC have its own version of Punisher? Azrael. Even though he's crazy. It's not Batman's job to force people to be helped. All he can do is lock criminals up and bring them to the asylum. It's up to the individual to want to help. And accept the chances they're given. And sadly, not a lot do. And Batman is sad when they don't take that help. Yeah. Batman threw hands as much as Bruce handed out sandwiches. Yeah. You see the bad things Batman Punisher do to people and just assume the characters are written for edgelords. Well, it's the problem that's been inflicting our culture for a long time, which is the fucking poser syndrome. None of the people arguing about any of this actually give two fists of a fuck about the thing they're talking about. They don't care. That's why whenever a franchise bends over backwards to appeal to these people and all the people that like it leave, it fucking dies. You know, Guilty Gear tried to appeal to all the fucking trainees with the Bridget thing, and Guilty Gear is on its fucking deathbed. You know, it's been fighting tooth and nail ever since. Because the people that they want to pander to don't fucking buy any of this. They don't believe in it. It's just to look cool. So when they say, well, Batman should help people instead of just beat them up, it's some fucking retard that's never read a Batman comic. You know, they've never actually gotten into Batman. They don't know anything about Batman. They just know surface level takes of Batman. You know, it's our entire culture has never, ever recovered from the, well, why couldn't they just fly the Eagles to Mount Doom? Or you know, to Mordor, or shit like that. You know, it's the most surface level, are you a fucking idiot? Why are you focusing on that? No one's playing Strive. It has like 2,000 players consecutively, and that's at its best times. The Western OP fandom is toxic. Yamamoto is a man. Look how great the queers are in OP. It's totally pro-communism. Yeah, Hassan Piker definitely fucked everything up in that regard. They only watch video essays. Quite literally, they only watch video essays. Same thing with Persona. Same thing with Punisher. People only watch video essays to get the gist of what the story is about and then make judgments from there. How many players do you say? Consecutively, Guilty Gear Strive's only really had like 2,000. Which of the major war demons under Griffith would be the first to be killed by Guts, in your opinion? My money's on Locust. Locust or Grunbeld. That's on Dark Horse's comic run of Conan. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. kind of loving the Titan run so far, though. That actually feels like fucking Kino as hell. Like I said, the part where... talk to her again. There we go. Okay. So, but the part where Conan discovers his sword's possessed by an ancient war chief that went to war with a bunch of lizard people, and like genocide the lizard people to where they were like a fraction of their population, and then he discovers the lizard people are still alive, so he just tells Conan, "Fucking kill them all." It's like, that part was great. I love that. Can't wait for Slayer though. His new design will be interesting. I wonder what his interaction with Nagiro Yuki will be like. Vampire versus vampire. Let's fucking go. Sounds fucking awesome. It was pretty good. And I stayed. The big cliffhanger when I caught up was he was possessed by Thulsa Doon, and now apparently he went back in time and is talking to Call. So it's like, that's pretty fucking good. That's pretty fucking good. Berserk still on hiatus? Yeah. Fado essay and consequence band disaster for the human race. These dumbasses just want to consume the approved zeitgeist position for an IP. That's what, like, that's where we get the problem of safe horny, where everyone just agrees. Like, as stated, the way this all has worked, and it's why I keep saying over and over again, hey, actually get involved in these industries. Don't just post about it on Twitter. Actually try to learn how to translate. Actually how to do this. You know, you definitely want to, at the very least, try, is because the way our culture has kind of been taken over and the way it works is we have a hierarchy system. A hierarchy system kind of propped up by social media, where people who become influencers and big followers, big numby people, they kind of become authoritative voices on a matter. That's why it was a big deal when Asmongold brought up localization, because now that entire audience is listening to him talk and going, holy shit. It's why the British government was funding people like PhilosophyTube to spread left-wing points. Because they know people with big followings influence a lot of the new generation coming in. Term safe horny is perfect. It's quite literally safe horny. Baldur's Gate 3 is safe horny. You are allowed to be as horny as you want about that game, make any joke you want, but Stellar Blade, you're a pedophile if you don't like it. I was literally seeing dudes say that the main character of Stellar Blade, Eve, had her face modeled to look like a child. And I was like, what the fuck? Why are you seeing a child? Cold manhandle Conan. Conan always describes a panther among dogs. Conan describes a tiger. Cole's great. Safe horny, Baldur's Gate 3, straight up horny. No. Safe horny is the reaction to horny. Safe horny is when everyone agrees, okay, this is something you can make jokes about and do fan art about. When the nerd girl in Tears of the Kingdom was revealed, I forgot her fucking name, the professor chick, and everyone simped over her. She is a symptom of safe horny. She is approved of. Lady Dimitrescu in Resident Evil 8, safe horny. Those are approved to be, simped over. Impa, yeah. No, Pura. Yeah, it was Pura. The reason I see a child is the same reason they would get extremely nervous and please ask to look at their hard drives. Shall bring us two into the safe horny, Yashtola and Thancred. I will see who's by her gay in chat when that happens. Do a simple over Pura. I don't fucking care. Love that bitch. You can like her, but you know what I mean. When something like it literally cannot be described better as the reaction to Stellar Blade versus the reaction to Pura. Pura, Lady Dimitrescu, Baldur's Gate 3, where Stellar Blade has all those fucking catty ass high school bitch comments of like, oh, well, that's just disgusting. Really? You need tits and ass jiggling in your face? That's so immature. And then in the same breath, they're liking fucking gay porn at Baldur's Gate 3 where fucking Gale is getting butt-fucked by a bear. You know? It is the thing of the Boku no Hero fan talking about how manga authors are pedophiles and they're liking Boku no Hero fucking gay fan art. See, they're once children, so it's fact, and they're still children. Checkmate. Even though Pura in the first game had the body of a child. Well, Pura was an adult. It's just she was fucking around with a potion to make herself younger. And shame, Starblade's good, Pura's good. But you know what I mean? It is the mass general public. You know, it is the John Q. normie public. That is the arbiter of safe horny. That is what makes it so frustrating. The fact that the double standards are that blatant and in your face, and all literally amounts to people looking around at each other and going, this is okay to simp over, right? That's why a lot of YouTubers started going, oh, well, you know, I think Stellar Blade's just fucking gross and disgusting. Then you find out they want to get involved with the games industry. It's like, yeah, no shit. These people are all fucking parroting these talking points from each other. It's frustrating listening to my friends saying designs are safe horny is the problem and not the people acting elitist that have to be good horny. Well, stated, safe horny or not is not the problem, you know. I'm not shitting on something for being safe horny. I'm shitting on the fact that safe horny as a concept exists. It's literally people waiting for permission to enjoy something. Give me a meme, but I'm going to correct you on something. Kira was working on anti-aging tech, and it worked, but a little too well. Well, that's what I mean. She was an adult, and she was working on something to make herself younger, and she did too well. They hate horniness that appeals to straight people. They want horniness that appeals to gay people, basically. I wouldn't even really argue that. I would argue it's much pettier. They are just scared of looking embarrassing. They are scared of simping over something their friends will look at them over. Because, remember, these people aren't really friends with each other. There's no friendship. There's no camaraderie. You know, they don't actually like each other. They'll fuck each other over first chance they get. Look, I like Stellar Blade when the game comes out and gets 6 and 7s. I will not say it's undeserved. No, I think it's better than that. I think it's way better than 6 and 7. I think it's a 8. And the fact that, once again, it's being turned into a matter of the character design, it's like, no, fuck off of that shit. Conan fights Cole in the comic. Yeah, we were talking about that. The new run, he goes back in time and meets Cole. You can say the same with Safe Edgy is another spectrum. Yeah, I mean, Safe Edgy is literally The Boys. The Boys Amazon. The comic is actual edgy. The show is Safe Edgy. You are allowed to be as vulgar as you want within acceptable lines. That's the frustrating aspect of it. And once again, I don't want to shame something for being considered safe edgy, because a lot of the time it's like, it's just completely pulled out of a fucking hat. It is pulled out of a fucking hat what's considered safe edgy and what's considered safe horny. I mean, safe edgy is a little bit more, it's a little bit more on the nose. I mean, as I say, The Boys show is just explicitly safe edgy where they're allowed to do whatever they want. But safe horny, it's completely fucking random. People start simping over Pura out of fucking nowhere. Okay, comics you recommend to someone who's never read one? Titan Run so far is really good. I think a dumbass is like IGN France saying this will lead women to unaliving themselves. I don't get how people got this stupid. That's what I mean. It is just this complete... they're not thinking a fucking second about what they're saying. It is just, I don't like it, get rid of it, get rid of it. It is a childish tantrum. Lady D is safe horny, but Ashley isn't. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly it. Lady D is considered safe horny. Ashley and RE4 make, well, you're a fucking weirdo for wanting to look up her skirt. Meanwhile, Lady D, her animation for going through a door is literally bending down and giving you a good view of her ass. They released her fucking foot size as official marketing material. Yeah, safe edgy can't make fun of the current thing. Going to the firing range, proving the cheaters who spam Warzone clips are cheating just off of weapon recoil patterns. The funniest shit. Oh, yeah. Safe horny might be the product of a rampant porn brain. They are the whims of the hormonally imbalanced brains. I think it's more than that. I think it's a thing where our big problem is the fact that we have entire generations, like multiple, because it's not just the kids coming up. It's also the fucking millennials and shit like that, where they are just trained to look at each other as opportunities to one-up each other. They all see each other as possible cancellation targets to then prop themselves up. So anything someone might enjoy has to be weaponized against them. You literally can't enjoy anything. Otherwise, it'll be used as proof you are whatever they want to slander you with. Progressive mindset, it's offensive and edgy, therefore it shouldn't exist. Yeah. There are people who said Ashley was underage. Yeah. Yeah. As stated, you mix in the fact of, like, no one's ever allowed to actually enjoy anything, or else you will be a target to be canceled, with the fact that nobody actually knows anything about any franchise, and you get the retardation we see today. Eon233 for $5. As someone who works security at strip clubs, I personally can get over the ass and tits after an hour. Same with Stellar Blade. She's nice to look at, but I'm going to care more about the game than her body. Yeah, that's why I'm happy we played the demo. We showed that we showed the demo and we're able to show the game as what it is. The game has cool aspects of it. It's not perfect by any definition, but there is more to it than just sex. If anything, the sex really isn't that big of an aspect of the game. Here the Israeli AI is being used to bomb Palestinian kids. Yeah. Oh boy. You talked about Netflix doc about guys banned getting killed by the IRA. He looked into it only to find out they were full on in bed with MI5. What was it called? Fuck. Fuck. Okay, give me a sec. I get up here and talk to these guys. The Miami Show Band Massacre. That's literally what they called it. The Miami Show Band Massacre. I like the outfits. I enjoy dress-up games. They're fun. Can I do the Bridget? I can see them going into the next game. They get one and go, surprise. They were never trans. The trans community crack a fit. Also, Safe Horny I've seen described as dumbasses queer-friendly horniness. If these fuckheads decide whatever queer person finds attractive, fuck you. It's literally made up. It is made up. Reminder that these assholes going about, well, it's about queer-friendly horniness. Shat on Bayonetta when she first came out, then proceeded to pretend they loved Bayonetta, then got pissed off at Bayonetta again because Bayonetta was revealed to have a husband and a child. Like, these standards don't fucking exist. You are not dealing with ideologically loyal people. You're dealing with a bunch of man-children that have no idea what the fuck they're doing. Like, issue by issue, they will invent excuse after excuse, and they will never be consistent. There are occasions where you do have to compromise your morals for one situation because the context is just different than what you want it to be. You know, it's like, there will be times where it's like, well, wait a minute, you said you love freedom of speech, yet you're okay with this guy being arrested, and the guy being arrested is a man threatening to shoot up a school. It's like, yeah, I mean, there are occasions where your morals will be tested, but if it's a thing where it keeps fucking happening and you keep lying about shit, that will just become a pattern. We'll expect someone who complains about anything horny to have a porn file of downloaded hardcore rape porn. It happens every fucking time. The Xenoblade standard is a thing. The Xenoblade standard's a thing where if you spurg about it enough, you will eventually be outed as being the thing you are complaining about. My characters can do straight relationships out of fucking spite for these people. I don't hate Safe Edgy. I hate people who like Safe Edgy because they are the most hypocritical people to ever exist. Yeah. You know, it's the way I view it, because it's a thing where what I'm talking about affects every single genre of media out there. Where someone will have a very successful show, then out of the blue, they will be canceled, and everyone's using all those same things they were praising before as evidence that they suck. Xenoblade standard? Yes. Where multiple times someone has shat on Xenoblade, and people looked into them, and they were actual sex offenders. Like, could pull up their registry sex offenders. I knows the CEO and Smiling Friend Season 2 sounds exactly like Linkara. Safe Edgy is a dumbasser who says Hellswing Bridge is better than Ultimate because Ultimate's too edgy. Yeah, it's that stupid shit. You know what to prove these motherfuckers cheat on Warzone just off their hip-firing reticle, not moving a single pixel while hip-firing an SMG that lacks a stock. They think they're slick. But yeah, it is an actual thing. It is an actual problem. Say porn sucks, porn is wrong, then all porn is wrong. That's a lot to make a point is not a point with making. Well, they're not even making a point. They're just reacting. They just want to follow a bandwagon. They are following the popular opinion. The popular opinion says X, Y, Z is what you say. They are just shills. So yeah, we get a little backstory dump on Yetsuyu. This boy Japanese creator making our gay ships canon. No way that's gonna backfire and make us Americans look downright retarded. Yeah. Bridge was fun for a while. People arguing is actually better than the Ultimate or Beyond, raised first levels of pretentious criterions. Oh, yeah. I think it's funny to see the Warrior Light in F14 has autism. That's why he's able to see past events. One thing saying DBZ is too long to get into. If you can't make time to watch the Hellsing OVAs, you're just a fake fan. Oh yeah, 100%. LGBT do not want interesting characters. They want characters they can draw them art of, make porn of. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. You know, what we have now is not fan bases going crazy. It's fandom culture. The idea of turning everything into a community. You know, you get into the community. And therefore, you have to follow the rules of the community. That bullshit. I'm not even against racism, I'm against uneven racism. You can't preach about acceptance and equality, but shit on white people and men. It's either all okay or none of it. You're allowed to lust over lady characters that are in a dominant position because the opposite is seen as dangerous nowadays. Not even that. As stated, the standards we have now are completely made up. The only pattern people are somewhat following is just shit that's kind of being fed by a bias of like, well, they hate straight men, so it has to be the opposite of what straight men like, and straight men typically like submissive women, that kind of thing. So that's why they go like, well, if they're dominant, they'll like it. No. Once again, they praised Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3, which has a variety of different romances to it. You know, you can have characters be very submissive to you. You know, you can have, like, more tender romances that aren't just sex. You know? It's this thing where the truth of the matter is nobody has any fucking clue what the consistent opinion is because there's never been a consistent opinion. Everything has always been made up on the fly, and it's bullshit. It is we have an artificial culture. People really say Hellsing Abridged was less edgy. They said retarded made rape jokes. Yeah. Gonna do a test. Say your opinion about Guts' Berserker armor versus mine. I think Berserk armor is the result of Guts finally being able to open up people and accept in his life. With his quest, he'll do anything to protect his new family, even at a cost last drop. I mean, it's a sound argument, and now you see yours from your video. What will chat on decide on immediately? Like the Karlach is a bit of all that. Yeah. They hate the Abridged series of Hellsing because when they say do a live action, I hope they don't. They'll moan, make it like Team 4-star version of Hellsing. Yeah, it's stupid. Done the FF16 event? Maybe. Never expecting a Crane hack and slash game would be this year's Hogwarts Legacy. Granted, not big, but still, yeah. Well, I stated, it is a dumbass fucking argument that people will just lie about. Like, when people call them on it, where it's like, hey, everyone said the exact same shit about Bayonetta and Nier Automata, fuck off, you're not original. They started going, well, we just care about the character having substance. And it's like, what fucking substance? You know, once again, especially, I will never not bring up Baldur's Gate 3 because it is the most flagrant example of hypocrisy that we have ever seen. It is literal smoking gun proof that none of these standards are fucking real. Where Baldur's Gate 3, where half the joke is you could show your dick at everybody. You know, you can make a Futanari character because it gets you off. When the game launched, you could literally have 2 conversations with party members, and then you could have sex with them. What fucking substance is there? You know? The bear sex scene. I mean, they're all jokes. Once again, this isn't shitting on Baldur's Gate 3. It's pointing out the hypocrisy of it. You know, Baldur's Gate 3 is just meant to be fun. It's just trying to be a fun game. But it's the fact that people who want to now scream at Stellar Blade for having really not that egregious fan service at all, and yet these people are going like, well, why would you even play that? Well, that's just gross. You know, it's like she's an object. It's like, fuck off. Standards unironically Reddit. Yes, it is the Reddit standard, and as we've seen with Reddit, it is full of pedophiles. Also, remember game journals thirsting over Link's bulge in Breath of the Wild, but find a woman hot? Yeah, it is made up standards. They're into twink porn, so they only want to see twink porn. And Team's 4-star disowns the rape jokes when I was Balma having a wet dream. Like a female goblin companions did make me sad. People combust if they play most 2000 games. No, they wouldn't. I am fully convinced they fully enjoy all these games just fine in private, in their, behind closed doors. Behind closed doors, they don't give a shit about any of this. When they are by themselves and they are fully able to let loose, they will say nigger, they will say faggot, they'll call each other their pussies, they'll troll people, they'll do all the shit they accuse everybody else of doing. You want to know why? Because we've seen an example of it time and time again. Some ultra fucking woke Twitter artist gets a Discord leak and you find out they're dropping 13% jokes every fucking day. Our big problem is we constantly argue with these people from the perspective that they really believe in it, and they don't. I suppose on people being scared of being sincere, yeah. H Bomber guy, yeah, H Bomber guy is probably the biggest example of it. Okay, and all these things are a reason why I despise Joe Cat and Shenpai. Yeah. On top of them going after Pikami, which, fuck you. I want to stop cosplaying Alucard because whenever I cosplay Alucard, people just quote Team 4-star. It gets annoying. Looking forward to the Monster Association arc anime from One Punch Man. It could be fun. It could be fun. Even Dank said this when he went on a celeb. When he went on an E-Celeb meetup, a lot of finger-waving types on Twitter were saying and laughing at the most horrendous shit when they're drinking together. Yeah. It is artificial. Once again, the biggest thing that could change the culture we have is just admitting nobody actually believes in any of this. We keep arguing from the idea of people believe in ESG and Bridge. People actually believe in this crap. They do the work. Nobody fucking believes in any of this. The minute you're alone, you only have your thoughts. Unpopular BG3 opinion: the substance for the main characters come from multiple playthroughs where you have to play each individual playthrough, and that's annoying. I'd prefer making a fully customizable character who interacts with each character for substance. Well, I mean, it is a very massive game, so you just don't know what you're going to get up to. His Brown guy made a video one day upon the weekend instant he'd pray with his eyes set on James Summerton. His eyes set on James Summerton. His tally kill count rose by 1. The ops never end. Each power revenge. Or Haberman's revenge. Trolls more segment H Bomber's video really feels like the most projecty thing ever. It is aggressive projection. It is aggressive projection. They want to appear to be diverse, but in reality, they don't want to do jack shit. Exactly. That as much people argue, like, what even is the definition of woke? I can tell you the definition of woke right here. Exactly that. Pretending you give a shit, pretending you care about diversity and inclusion and all those fancy-sounding buzzwords when you don't give two fucks less. You couldn't give two shits about any of this. It is cheap exploitation. It is cheap exploitation of social issues. Airman's Revenge was such a great song. Loves diversity, lives in a 99% white neighborhood. Yeah. So grifting. Yes, this has always been grifting. It has always been grifting. Once again, the thing that fucked everybody up was arguing about it from a political angle. Because when you argue from a political angle, you get political stupidity. People draw lines in the sand and just scream for the sake of screaming. When you realize the people you're arguing with are just fucking sleazy, it's a lot easier to win people over. As stated, how do you think they were able to tear down religion so well in the mid-2000s? It had nothing to do with debunking the Bible or any crap like that, no. It was specifically all the media stories about Catholic priests getting outed as being pedophiles. Yeah. being pedophiles and super churches stealing people's money. That's what it was. When you confront people with actual criminal behavior, that's impossible to excuse. And anyone that does excuse it, basically is just seen as a fucking cultist. You can then prop them up as like, listen, these people are fucking insane. $275 up for the Cruise Saga? Splendid. Yeah. People say they like Spider-Gwen, but literally only know her from Spider-Verse, and she has a little story and just wants to fuck Miles. Yeah. That's what I mean. We have a culture of fraudulence. Sweet. Swift Creeper, $5. By the way, how do you feel about Big Joel's new video on how conservative comedy destroyed his life, which includes Ryan Long, who's fucking hilarious? One of his segments was yelling about Doug Walker. Because Doug Walker did a video where it's like top 11 worst age Bill Cosby moments. And he included that as conservative comedy. So that's all I gotta know about Big Joel. Because fucking Doug is not conservative. Like Cyberpunk 2077, Glad's Fix. It is very fun. It is a very fun game. Doug Walker's Republican? No. Speaking of Team 4-Star, a couple weeks ago, two of the guys from their team left to do their own streams. As far as I'm aware, getting more views than them. Forgot their names. Someone tried to tell me Contra and Lindsay Ellis were not extreme left, and I had to stop from busting a gut laugh. As stated, there's a difference between being political and grifting with politics. Both Lindsay Ellis and ContraPoints, they grift for politics. It's like politics is their way of making a bunch of money. Behind closed doors, they probably don't give two shits. Now, officially, yes, they are on the extreme left. But once again, there's no such thing as a true believer in the modern world. Big Joel grifts for politics too. All BreadTube does it. We've seen it. We've seen BreadTube do exactly that. Just trendy to hate on right-wingers. Both got nearly eaten alive by their audiences because of it. Yeah. Okay, that should be... I'll go here and pop another one. That should be all the ones we need to find, then we can just focus on the quests. Even if Doug is a Republican, what's wrong with him making fun of Bill Cosby? I guarantee, dude only did it because of the change to the channel document. They're still going to push the change to channel document, despite that being bullshit. Belva debunks either make me laugh or annoy me. It's always modern English wordplay, ignoring the number of translations of the draft. Or more than that, it's like, why are you taking it literally? Are you stupid? Because they're like, oh, you believe in a talking snake. It's like, why do you think a talking snake is literal? Like, you didn't think that maybe it's a metaphor for deception? You know, a snake? My favorite YouTuber, too bad I'm going to make a video about you in 7 years about how you radicalized me into the alt-right. I forgive you. Make money off it. Contra snorted estrogen through $100 bills, and he prompts himself as a socialist. Yeah. Also, openly admits there are rapists in BreadTube that he just doesn't name because he wants to use that against them. Like, none of this shit's real. It's why I keep saying over and over again, don't argue politics, because politics ain't fucking real. You know, politics ain't fucking real. These people are all just playing characters. They're just playing characters in the hopes they get as much money as they humanly can. I was radicalizing the alt-right. I watched Ben Shapiro. Unironically, I've seen that. I've seen people go like, man, I was in such a dark rabbit hole. I watched Sargon of Akkad, and it's like, fuck off. Sargon's black, though. Tomorrow when Mick Kane tried to paint the whole anime after Voshka as Horse Lolly folded crap. I'm 100% convinced they pulled favors. Because after that, everyone stopped talking about it. Everyone went, are you fucking stupid? They turned the argument to be about Lolly shit when the point is, no, Vosh is a pedophile and he's said and done shit like this for years. I'm wearing Clive's outfit? Yes, the 16 event. And Sargon try to become a politician? Yeah. Taking a Team 4-star, Takahata tried to tell people how it's not a big deal and male VTubers have a hard time getting an audience because it's only space where women have an audience. Yeah, it's fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid. It's like, oh, what e-girl is he trying to impress with that? You stupid fuck. I think it's less they don't believe in anything they're saying, and more so they just don't live by it. Something they subscribe to, feel like a good person, like more oral. That's the same thing as not believing in it. It's like, that is the same thing as not believing in it. You're just using it for your own gain. You know, it has nothing to do with what you actually truly believe and ascribe by. You just say you believe in it. Evil Sargon be like, I wouldn't even tickle you. What went on, Joe Cat? He backed, well, I wouldn't say backed. He downplayed a lot of the legitimate harassment going on during the Hogwarts Legacy thing and said, well, you're kind of taking the focus away from trans people who are victimized. Like, go fuck yourself. Just go fuck yourself. I love diversity. Proceeds to remove said diversity from the Middle East and Chinese markets, yeah. Taka's gay. Why would he try to get into e-girl pants? Everyone's gay until the DMs leak. They can post about 180 when they'll admit they won't further Sargon, Crowder, Shapiro, Kitty Pool. Yeah. Sargon didn't try to be a politician running under UKIP, which is a minor party that was never going to get any seats. Yeah, sure. Even children can understand the concept or lie about believing it to get rewards. Yeah. I hate leftist influence, and even our definition of cuckolds, yeah. Now Joe is calling quits because he couldn't handle reaping the crop, yeah. Taka's definitely bi at best. As stated, anytime someone, like, goes that hard into the male feminist shit, they're always outed as a sex weirdo. They're always outed as a sex weirdo. Now, obviously, that's not inherently, oh, he's a pedophile, because we don't know that, and I don't want to say that shit, because, as stated, we are intimately aware of the consequences to a bad allegation. It's the fact that we've seen this pattern so many times. The guy that's, like, trying so hard to be the good boy and be like, I love women, I respect women so much, and then they get that fucking DM leak. They get that guy who outs them. They get that person who's like, this guy's a piece of shit. You know, hashtag restart the clock. Yes, quite literally, restart the clock. Think about it like this. Let's take Thancred. Say Thancred believes in Lalafell equality and spouts it all over, but then we learn Thancred's been making fun of Tataru. Exactly. If you need, like, a dumbass metaphor for it. It's like, yeah, if you need it, you know, broken down into NFL terms. Like Vox Akuma, a guy was flirting with 12, 14-year-old fans because before he was in Niji Sanji. Yeah. As stated, we have a culture of fraudulence. People are rewarded more than ever to just lie about shit. Let women stop objectifying them in anime moments later. Yeah. The Xenoblade standard. I just said the Xenoblade standard. The whole thing of like, oh, wow, it's so disgusting that they're putting us in our face and people look into it and they're a fucking sex offender. I mean, big companies just care about money. Disney just thinks Twitter people still have money. Yeah. And they're learning that the hard way. Like that Max guy Muda outed months ago. Yeah. Was the Vox shit ever proven true, though? You're talking about... Who do you mean by Vox? Entire strategy look as harmless as possible and then strike like Juwario. Yeah. Every DM leak be like, I heard you a pedophile, nigga. I heard you like little boys and girls. How's Iggy and Winston? They're doing alright. They're doing alright. I think they mean Vosh. Well, I mean, Vosh, we just flat out saw it. we flat out saw it. Like, the literal week prior, he was talking about how if you like anime, you're a fucking pedophile. If you like Dragon Maid, you're a pedophile. If you like Pippi, you're a pedophile. And then on his fucking computer are pics of lollies getting fucked by horses. And this is on top of all the shit that he said about age of consent and child porn and all that. The VTuber of Vox Akuma. I don't know. I heard the accusation was around. I don't know. Big Joel's anti-intellectualism video is funny because he makes fun of Shu's bestiality tweet for being absurd. But the whole video is him unironically asking for a source for it being wrong. Oh my god. If you ever reach the point where you're debating the ethics of the age of consent or bestiality, just know. Just know. You are in a trap. You are in a trap. Even if you mean well and you don't actually believe in it, you are in a trap. You have a bad case of mushmouth tonight and have flipped some words. That's just that's every night. That is every night. On a related note, who's your favorite Lalafell? I think my favorite Lalafell is Nanamo. I like Tataru. And a Nazi. Don't forget Nazi. Yeah. Yeah, Vosh said it himself. It was words from his mouth. Yeah. Also, Vosh did some shit to his pet gecko. Yeah. Once again, shit he posted pictures about. I mean, hell, if you want, like, probably the best example of what I'm talking about, look at the shit going on with Hassan. You know, the shit going on with Hassan where his fans want to boycott Coca-Cola. They want to boycott Coca-Cola because of the Israel-Palestine shit. And they are screaming their head off at him for drinking Coke on stream and actively refusing to not do it. The chick in the video is begging him, like, can you at least just do it not on camera? Like, that embodies everything of what I'm talking about, where they know it's fake, everyone knows it's fake, and they are so scared of that bubble being pierced where everyone sees they're full of shit. The problem is the side that would usually be able to call them out and actually rally together a response and go, fuck these people, are also full of shit and grifters. Watch the pedo by his own definition. Fuck him. Not even by his own definition. He is just a pedophile. He's the one where, like, no, I'll flat out accuse him. I'll flat out accuse him because the shit he's said consistently time and time again, it's Nick Bates all over again. He enjoys the fact that nobody believes it. I mean, hell, the way he got famous was he was sexually harassing a girl in Destiny's Discord server. You seen that subreddit called r/YouTube drama subreddit? It was basically a dead sub after H Bomber guy dropped his videos. It filled with so many lefty writers. Yeah. Next degeneracy trend gonna shift towards necrophilia, pedophilia, bestiality, and telling you either this or incest or next. It's not even shift. They're currently doing it. Like, they're currently in the process of doing that. What Coke do this time? They found ties that Coke gives money to Israel. Is that typical thing? It's a dumb little boycott, but the point is they want to get it done. These people are on our side are full of shit. I want names. Daily Wire, America First, Fox News. Okay, clap. So... the same subreddit that called it Internet Story and want to go Nazis. Yeah, it's that bullshit. Been boycotting Sony for almost 20 years because of the annoying PSP squirrel commercials. They wish they had a fraction of my resolve. Doesn't almost everyone big give money to Israel in some way? Some states it's flat out illegal to boycott them. New Dungeon Runs anything? Also imagine crying over Coca-Cola having their own political view. No doubt the same person may be drinking it when that stream turned off and they cried about it. Oh yeah, 100%. Also, I'm cleaning up all the attunement stuff because I want to be able to fly. It's annoying not being able to fly. There are grifters on both sides, yeah. What do you think it'll take for the bubble to finally pop? Basically, what I truly believe deep down is we are in the process to where the bubble is setting up for a pop. Consultation companies being outed, companies not receiving the returns that they were promised, specifically with the knowledge that this is not mass waves of people taking control of companies. It's not top-down loyalty. It is specific people in specific jobs. Some of the layoffs hitting the gaming industry are specifically targeting activists. That is literally the vernacular going around. They are targeting activists because they aren't doing their fucking job. DEI ESG was sold with the promise that, you know, you could purge your old fan base and get a new brand spanking new one. You know, they would be loyal and they'd be brand people to the day they died. They would only ever buy PlayStation. They would only ever buy Disney. They would only ever do this. You still have the flying whale? Yeah. The whale is not special because it flies. Every mount flies. We have to get the attunements to make things fly. Everyone in the circle wants whales. Yeah, they want the whales. Coke is married to Israel. That's the line. But Coke funding Colombian death squads isn't. Yeah. Like, actually. The comments in the newest internet storing video are fucking insane. Yeah. Well, he's doing the smart thing, but just ignoring it. It's like, they're trying so desperately to turn it into a drama, and he's just like, no, I don't care. I saw a comic of a soldier punching a Nazi, and his old vet can be called one hit. Called one wall hit. Some retard generally read it as tragic because he became a Nazi. Yeah. So Gaming Crash 2, Electric Boogaloo. I don't know if it'll be a full-on gaming crash, but we're definitely in the process of something going on. That's why they're trying so desperately to rebrand it as Bridge. Everyone keeps saying Bridge is like, oh, well, they're upgrading DEI. They're doing it. No, they're trying to keep DEI as a thing. They're trying to rebrand it because DEI ESG has bad stigma now. I mean, you already had a segment on the fucking Daily Show where they said, yeah, DEI was a bad idea. You like how Chad's loyal to you and Shota if you brought me on a call and Chat knows who, fuck it. Let's say Chat Furry hates genuine. How many people will leave once I start talking? Well, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with, as stated, it's specifically about purging out old fan bases and trying to breed a sort of super consumer fan base. Essentially, the cult mentality of they will always be loyal to you, they will always buy your products, because you're saying the right things politically. You're saying the right things politically, so now they have to agree with you to stick by their politics. The problem is, as stated, the politics we have now are fucking fake. Nobody believes in any of this shit. As much as we talk about, like, oh, well, it's gonna be full of the true believers, and they're gonna bring the work home and do it. Nobody fucking does any of that. Like, when you're by yourself at home, you're by yourself at home. The only thing that you know is between you and God. You know, that's why you have so many cases of people being outed as being fucking hypocrites. Fun fact, Russia sold Pepsi 17 submarines, a frigate, a cruiser, and a destroyer in 1989 to keep soda flowing into the country. See, I also had involvement with it. Look at Star Wars. They were the kiss of movie franchises as their merchandise sales were in the billions. Now they're a shitty TV series company. Yeah, quite literally. They're messing up with the point. You're trying to make before you answer my question about the whales. No. No, I didn't mess it up. It was a good point. The reason everything flies in FF14 is Aether Currents when magic lifts it up. Yeah. Every gaming recession is going to be as bad as the A3 crash, but still bad. Yeah, it's going to be bad. I mean, saying it's going to be is even weird because it currently is bad. I mean, we've had, what, 20,000 layoffs across the industry so far, which is not great. How about making a cult around making a good, viable product? Hasbro sure made many bad investments. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, the whole idea of DEI ESG relies on something like Star Wars remaining a cultural icon. And as we've seen, that ain't how that fucking works. Forgot how the last gaming crash happened. Explicitly because the industry was flooded with overpriced, shitty video games nobody wanted to buy. Look at Dragon Ball Daima. There are a lot of fans screaming their fucking head off at the unveiling in an auditorium saying, we didn't want this, but as soon as News Toriyama died, they're suddenly backpedaling going, we want this, we want this. Yeah. I really hope some people have backup plans in case they got laid off. They probably did. They probably have friends that can get them into other studios and shit like that. As stated, it's pretty incestuous in your industry. Yeah, gaslight people into defending slop. That's why they're so desperate to make it into a political argument. Once again, the political argument is just to get people to draw lines in the sand to make it us versus them. You have to defend Suicide Squad because it's political. It doesn't matter that it's a terrible fucking video game. You say S-Date a lot. It's one of my quirks. You could probably play a drinking game with it if you want to. Think someone will create an actually good consulting firm to counter the shitty ones? Consulting firms, by their very nature, are a bad idea. It is corporatizing something that should be an organic part of the process. You know, you can't make art by committee. There's a difference between hiring an advisor so you can get, like, details on guns right, and hiring a consultation firm to make sure you're diverse. It's okay, I say like you, we said a lot too, yeah. Final layoffs, meanwhile in Japan, it's like I'm still standing, yeah. Drink game, take a drink every time you say stayed or every time Shoto meows. Which one's this? Okay. Oh, there he is. First quadruple A game. Game looks worse than games made decades ago. That'll be $70, please. Yeah. The base far right winger Twitter accounts tell me that people in the industry are gay race communists. Only specific people in specific positions that, if we believe what Mark Kern is leaking out from conversations with people, don't even like what they're doing. I am fully willing to believe this is not every studio all agreeing on this shit. It's executives and corpo types in the right jobs that are forcing these opinions. Because a lot of time when you go to work, your politics are out the fucking door. You know, you don't give a shit about politics. You're there to do your fucking job and go home. How I've touched a company when he's a goddamn consultant company just make its game more appealing. Yeah. Game studios should be making good games that appeal to what they actually like, not the stuff they profess for the sake of not getting canceled. Yeah. Growing CEO and devs who play 14. Yeah. Feel bad for my friend who got a degree in game design. If he's perseverant enough and knows how to assemble a game, he could go further than you think. The Punisher will go after you if you don't buy a shirt from the TheAlmightyLoli merch store. I've heard rumors. He'll cut your balls off. People defend Suicide Squad, surprisingly. You wouldn't think, but they do. Stay for game design for 10 years, he just end up as a coffee guy. It does happen. A copy of the most recent Dresden Files book? No. I haven't been reading those. Eventually I'll catch up, but I just haven't. May as well clear that quest because it's first way. How much you want to bet Silk Song comes out? There will be backlash. Make-A-Wish Child OC was immortalized in the game. And Team Cherry said do not loot this character. They know about the stuff and say, hey, don't loot them. Also, they're confirmed lesbian bugs in the game. I mean, if it's literally a Make-A-Wish child wanting a character in the game, it would be pretty fucked up to do that. I mean, people are going to do it just because it's the fucking internet they're going to. But I can understand the developers going, hey, please don't do that. We did this as a favor to this kid. That's something to where I'm like, yeah, you don't have to. It would be, we know how fucked up Rule 34 is. That's what I mean. It's inevitable, but I do understand why the developers came out and said, please don't do that. It'd be one thing if it was like, you know, because you hear about stuff where like fans and you know, fans of franchises die and then the developers sort of reference them in their games all the time. World of Warcraft had multiple. I think Skyrim had one. You know, there's absolutely stuff like that. And if they're an adult, once again, it's fucked up to do it to a real person, especially one who is dead, but people will do it. Legit consulting company would find fan voices and use them to make informed decisions. I'm not familiar with what you guys are talking about, but yeah, most consultants sucks. Yeah. Here's where real people to begin with. Yeah, real people are kind of where you start getting to a point of like, do you really need to? I mean, once again, artists will do as artists do. They're fucking eccentrics to begin with, but it absolutely is something where it's like, yeah, dude, that's a real person. I mean, a historical figure is one thing. As a historical figure, they're public domain. Everyone knows about them. Skyrim, there's a character named Eric, based off TS fan who died before Skyrim's release. Yeah. Might as well. Why is 2015 Kojima can make 2 open worlds, photorealistic graphics, and 25 gig disk space and online mode with a budget of 80 million and Last of Us 2 can't do that? Yeah. Inefficiency. Inefficiency and having a big budget just to say you had a big budget. World 34 artists don't want to be shad banned. Exactly. New, actually, World 34 stuff feels uncomfortable to me because of the fact they use real person's face for. That's one of the reasons why I really don't like the whole trend of modeling specifically real actors into the game and not adjusting them at all. I mean, there's a difference between based on the likeness and then just modeling their face. When they model their face, it does get a little like, well, I mean, you just put their face in it. You know? I'm still convinced that's what contributes to a lot of the uncanny valley we see, where they don't actually make any adjustments or have a consistent art style. It's just people's face scans. Ever heard the Aussie band Tism? This is serious mom, a 7-piece Aussie anonymous alternative rock band. You should check them out. Yeah, I might check them out. The smallest getting the Carrie Fisher talk. Well, it's like you see Deborah Wilson, the fucking black chick who's in like every video game ever. Like she looks all right just because looks all right in the sense that it looks like her. But when you see her in game to game, it always feels weird because there's no consistent art style in the game. Like, it's kind of the big sign of, like, are we just going to be doing this now? Because it feels lazy. You know, we shouldn't chase photorealism for the sake of photorealism. Starblade scanned the Korean model as base for Eve. They scanned her body. Her face is handcrafted. So, boss, modeled your face onto the sword jack, 3D model me, the Chad. Halo Kid for $2. There's a way to get a job card in the States. Or a JCB card in the States. Yeah. Black chick who looks like a bug-eyed frog. Yeah. If you look at Deborah Wilson, that is just her. That is just what she looks like. The problem is the fact that they make no adjustments to her model and they just scan her face in. So every game has to just chase photorealistic graphics, even if it's not trying to be that. And it can look so fucking weird. That ass is real. Damn, she must have put in some work. She is a literal model in Korea. She in Australia banned the adventure of Andy and the lady for a week due to incest drama. Yeah, that was a while ago. Want to like Sam Lake by finding his faith in Sweet Baby disturbing. Hey. Well, Kombat, you scan actors during the arcade era. Yeah, but that's different from what I'm talking about. Because for one, everyone acknowledges that as a technical limitation and being very fucking cheesy. What I'm talking about is specifically, you don't have a consistent art style for your game. You know, look at this game. Look at Final Fantasy. This has specific stylization with how it handles everything. Even Final Fantasy 16 had an art style to it. Oh, I need to go back. Makes me think now they fully body scan characters in Yakuza. Who's the lucky bastard that got to feel up K-Sun? Like, Yakuza, another one. It face scans people, but it still adjusts them to make it work for the art style they go for Yakuza. Where it's just realistic enough, but with touch-ups to make it look authentic, I guess. Obviously, when Yakuza got further and further into basically photorealism, they were able to get away a lot more. But back in the day, they were very stylized. Destiny's the only time her face is not there. She's a moth person. I wonder Negan look weird in Tekken 7 besides graphics being downgraded from Tag 2. Yeah. Wish they could stop with photorealism already. They need their pretty screenshots. What about Keanu's Johnny Silverhand? That's another one where Cyberpunk does not chase photorealism. It chases stylized realism. Where everything still has an art style to it. That's one of the reasons people liked the world it built. Because there was a distinct feel and personality to it. Admirals in One Piece are based on famous actors, but Oda managed to make them look completely unique against them. Yeah. Stylization by Hi-Fi Rush looks better than Forspoken. Yeah, quite literally. Hi-Fi Rush is able to look a million times better than Forspoken and doesn't have to worry about the uncanny valley because it's not trying to look real. Alright. When I think of face scans, I think of DMC5. It's weird that Trish and Ava had the same face model, but Ava looks great and Trish looks awful. Yeah. Graphic fidelity addicts. I hate them even more than the fucking woke grifters. Yeah. I mean, look at Rise of the Ronin. I mean, Rise of the Ronin, everyone accused of looking like a PS3 game, and I'm going through it, and no, it's not. Like, on occasion, it does look about on par with Ghost of Tsushima. Ghost of Tsushima had a big problem with the characters looking like mannequins. Rise of the Ronin is a little bit better in that regard, but they still kind of look like mannequins. I didn't think Trish looked bad. Compared to 4, she wasn't really that great. Lady was awesome, though. Lady looked peak. Yeah, Morism excuse for them to turn everything into the same looking slop. Exactly. You're going to Yakuza see the change in Tanomura face in VA and Yakuza 4? Yeah, because the dude ended up getting arrested. I've seen Blue Eyed Samurai. Yeah, it was pretty good. I liked it. Halo Infinite stylized realism. Yeah. PS3 games could look very good even to this day. Yeah. Lady's nose was meh. Everything else was nice. I didn't even think her nose was that big of a deal. You want to know what's something wild? Starting with Sonic Generations, the game on Xbox 360, PS3, PC. They aim for realistic glove textures, but touching up enough to fit in with the art style and stylization, but you can see the remnants of the textures via how it's incorporated into the models. I mean, the idea of realism in Sonic is already, like, that's a point of, like, alright, that is proof of what I'm talking about. This is stupid. Why would you chase photorealism in a fucking Sonic game? Rise of the Ronin looks like a PS3 game. Suicide Squad looks worse than PS3 games. Yeah. What did he get arrested for? I think it was a drug thing. This guy, despite being as old as shit game, is still very pretty. Yeah. Consistent stylization. I have a blue question. Best media bloopers you've ever seen. Kung Pao. The entire movie is bloopers, and it's amazing. The MC5 may not have looked all that great, but it's definitely infinitely better than Western realism. Looks better than PS4 Spider-Man. Oh, yeah. Because even with how DMC5 wanted to look photorealistic, it had stylization to it. Same thing with Dragon's Dogma. Dragon's Dogma has style to it. Why is Western countries in an uncanny valley? Because they're all about the pretty screenshots. They want the pretty landscape, and they don't care about the actual people. You know, they unironically argue, well, why do you care about attractive people in video games? You know, isn't that... have you never seen a real person before? And it's like, no, motherfucker. You want to be lazy. You want to be cheered on for being ugly. Fuck you. Okay, so he's just going to be giving those out. Minor thing, but I hate that everyone nearly has brown eyes in MK11. Even Johnny Cage's song that literally dressed him as blue-eyed actor from LA. Yeah. Death Stranding did realism the best. Yeah, because Kojima actually made the effort to actually scan in his actors and make them look as close to the actor as possible in every moment of the game. Like, you know those moments in Forspoken when the main chick is, like, smiling and she looks so fucking, like, weird-faced and derpy? It's because they didn't actually give a shit how her facial animation looked. I'm gonna give a wild example. Remember when MGS5 came out? I was playing on 360 and that graphics were realistic enough to the point where my family, some of my family went, what movie is this? And we're shocked when I told them it was a video game. They say, wait, that's not real people. Yeah, it looks good. Kojima cares about this shit. So did Mr. In-Between review. You should try and get some dimmies. It's fucked up is that the chick they mauled wasn't bad looking. Yeah. Once again, it is intentional laziness. They are lazy as fuck, and so they'll try to disguise it as activism. Because if they're forced to admit to their executives, yeah, we just didn't bother, that looks a hell of a lot worse than, well, we want to challenge beauty standards. I fully believe it's incompetence. It's incompetence and it's laziness. They don't want to work to actually make an art style that looks appealing to people. Because there's challenging beauty standards, then it's outright, no, those facial animations are fucking broken. Max Payne 3 had an amazing face game for Max. Yeah. Can you do 60 takes with your job? Can you do 360 spins with your dog? But you can't. Sorry, my face tired from everything. Some chick from MEA. And then you look into what happened with Andromeda, and it makes so much more sense. That wasn't BioWare challenging beauty standards. That was BioWare scrambling a fucking turd together. But Naruto Kojima's new game, though he might have gotten bit by the more realism bug. As stated, he actually makes it work. He makes it work as best as he can. Why don't we have ugly men? You do. That's what I mean. Everyone focuses on the woman aspect, but the guys look just as awful. Like Spider-Man. Everyone kept going like, well, all the guys in Spider-Man look good. Fucking Miles looks like a goddamn alien. Miles looks like an alien. Harry looks like a fucking gremlin. The only one who looked half decent, quote-unquote, was Peter. And that's just because his face never fucking moved. Only his mouth moved. His eyes never move. Yeah, Kojima makes the realism work in his own Kojima corny style. Yeah. Can't confirm. I found the Skull Knight armor in DD2 so far, not Berserker-esque armor. There's also Baki Rock armor. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. I think some decisions in character design are made to cater to trans people. We know for a fact that happens for some companies, because there was a leaker, I think a whistleblower is a more apt term. There was a whistleblower from Microsoft who flat out said that's why they do certain things. And Miles looked good in his own game, and then he just got mauled into. It just looks like shit. Like, everyone kept going, like, well, Miles looks good, Miles looks good. And it's like, no, he doesn't. He looks like a fucking space alien. So I appreciated the Kojima the more I played Death Stranding. Took me a while, but sincerity and thoughtfulness got me. Yeah. All fairness, it's a game that's not for everyone. Going to sleep. A quick question. What's a good place to start with Black Lagoon? The beginning? It's a manga. Big push Ben Shiro for $1. Cyberpunk 2020's rule number 1 is style over substance, so it's good 2077 took that and made the entire game. Kind of sucks the rest of the game, like the roles humanity lost from Cyberware and the role-playing weren't all there at launch. Yeah. Miles got done dirty appearance-wise. They took his fit. Yeah. Say he also looks gay on top of looking like he's from outer space. No, he just looks like shit. He just looks like shit. Like, I'm not even going to argue that they intentionally tried to slant him one way or the other. I just think he's shit and it was lazy. They just poured over the shit they had from Miles Morales and didn't adjust it for the new art style they had for Spider-Man 2, where it's the prettier, shinier PS5 graphics. So it looks uncanny as fuck. Models look like shit because they outsourced it to an Indian studio. I know they did that for Starfield. Is that what they did for Spider-Man as well? Because that would explain a lot. Like, unironically, that would explain a lot. Challenging beauty standards so stupid. There are people who fapped the Snake Soldiers in XCOM 2. There's something for everyone. Yeah. Well, a lot of times the people talking about challenging beauty standards are just fucking fetishists for legitimately degenerate shit. Like, I mean, there's being into your kinks and having your fetishes, and then there's flat out, like, I did not need to see 700-pound Samus Aran eating a bucket of fried chicken and farting into the camera. I did not need to see that. The fact I've gotten into arguments with people, and that's just publicly on their profile, will never not fuck with me. Starfield's the first game I ever think of. First game that I've ever seen that's pure soulless. Yeah. Why would you say that? Because it's something I've actually seen. Once again, the people who argue about the beauty standard shit are just fucking weirdos. You know what they have, chat? They have what next com too? Need to know for research. Yeah, the snake people. People don't realize that these aren't standards, these are ideals, something we should strive for. Well, it's just human fantasy. You know, it's our imagination. We imagine things at their most perfect and at their most ideal. That's one of the reasons why writers specifically have to work so hard to make challenges believable in stories. Because it's genuinely hard to consider a situation where the guy in your head might lose. Because we don't like to think that. We like to think they'll win and they'll be a badass all the time. You know, it's part of our ideals. Isn't Samus canonically a tall lady? 6'3", I think. Sucks there isn't more diverse cyberware in 2077. I want Wolverine claws like in the tabletop. Maybe for 2. As a furry, I've seen shit both in fetish and absolutely disgusting and horror stories. I got you. Yeah, the point being, you know, because everyone's kind of trying to warp the argument there. The point being of it is that whenever I hear the challenge beauty standards thing, I just know it's a bullshit term. There is no actual challenging of beauty standards because nobody even fucking knows what the beauty standards are. They're subjective. I mean, they're subjective, but people do have a sense of what we as a culture consider, I guess, beauty in a way. And I guess these just won't give us aethers. You know, we like having our standards in our head that are up to us as an individual, but our actual standards of beauty are something that can be measured. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, is up to morality in the end. Yeah. Make a Wolverine game that plays like a revenge, and that's so hard. Yeah, challenge beauty standards equal push my fetish. Yes, that's part of why you get fake horny or safe horny, where it clicks with some asshole's fetish who says, "Well, I like this, so it's okay." And that causes the chain reaction of everyone just agreeing on it. I mean, look at Lady Dimitrescu. Lady Dimitrescu was a classically sexualized character. You saw cleavage, you saw her ass, you saw everything. News outlets were outright pushing mods that stripped her down to basically being naked. But that was okay. And why? Because giantess fetish. So some asshole who had influence said, this is okay because I like this, because it appeals to me and my taste, and now everyone had to agree with that because that asshole had clout and somehow was able to influence a snowball effect. That was young May's first fictional crush to try to fuck her up and go for throats and make him eat those throats. I see a game that uses Uncanny Valley for a story like all the characters look normal except one who has to be an alien in a skin suit. I'm sure that is a thing. So that fucker was Markiplier, by the way. He was a factor in it, but I don't know. I think trying to apply it to one person is also kind of flawed. It's like, as much as we want to blame Markiplier, it's usually groups of men in influence that are able to kind of affect the snowball. Because once again, enough of the right places and enough of the right areas and at the right time, you can influence shit. You know, that's why they're so desperate to get big streamers under their umbrella. Because they understand, you know. Once again, it's why I get so pissed off when people just kind of disregard the new genre coming in. You know, like when VTubers happen, everyone wanted to shit on VTubers and go, well, who cares about that? It's like, you don't understand. The people you hate politically will absolutely take that over. Because that's a new avenue. 7.62, $5. Imagine having your fetish being determined by peer pressure. Couldn't be me. But, you know, it's like, you know, it annoys me. You know, you had like Sargon shit on VTubers, Simple shit on VTubers, Short Fat Taco shit on VTubers, all this. Because it's almost competition. Now understanding of like, hey, the people that you hate and the people that want to take over culture politically will make sure they are a dominant voice in that circle. We see that now with how there are VTuber, like pre-debut V-tweeters that try to cancel people in like HoloLive or shit like that and go, well, you have a responsibility. You have this. You have that. They want to be dominant voices in that industry and collect scalps so they can take it over. Because human being species are not allowed to enjoy things anymore. Yeah. Yeah, ENV Tuber debut TBAA. Yeah. Okay, someone's a black woman from Georgia. I saw her ass. I know you're lying. Being art support VTubers, yeah, because they actually understand. They're ironically more in touch with culture because they understand. Like, I think they do it also just to have a sense of they just like it, which means fair enough. VTubers are fun. Minor that Sphere Hunter went into Lady D hype, meanwhile added subtle Ashley jabs. Exactly. That is the thing that people need to understand with this. And it's why I keep harping on this over and over again. Don't just complain about shit on Twitter. Actually try to make something, you know. Try to get involved. Start a YouTube channel. Try this, try that. Start a game studio. Try to make music. Do whatever you can to be involved. Because the people you hate are already involved. They're involved, and they will be the first at the door every single time to take something over. They will pretend to their very fucking bones they are into a medium in a genre. They will obviously not be into it. They're lying for clout just to take something over. But they will pretend from their very heart that they believe in it. You know, it's the anime channel with like 2 million subscribers that outright admits they don't watch anime. That kind of thing. Sorry, Kentucky boy. Kason talked about her time in Atlanta. She's one of my kinfolk. I think VTubers, tweeters are bottom feeders that no one really cares about. But you get my point. And hell, as much as we say that, there were a lot of major accounts that fucked over, that fucked over Pick-Me and fucked over Silvervale when the Hogwarts Legacy shit happened. How do they get 2 million subs anyway? They play the game. They play the game. They know how to look. They know how to look like they care. They know how to look like an authority. Boss man isn't in a berserk. He lied to you. He just did it for clout. Hunter took jabs at Ashley or trains as cosplayers, her objectifying outfits all the time on her Instagram. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's bullshit standards. They're playing a game. It's a corporate celebrity game. It has nothing to do with ideology. Anyone who hates the fact that we can't dual wield guns in first and third person shooters. I want to dual wield guns. Goddammit, it's fucking cool. You can. Just depends on which ones. Like if you play Max Payne 3, that's a pretty major mechanic. As far as shitting on Pick Me, why do people support this Canuck again? He won't make a video on the truckers. The point, obviously, is not just about Short Fat Otaku. It's in general. Don't be so dismissive of the new thing. Because if you leave something by itself, it will be taken by somebody that's not you. Okay, some may not be black, but her ass sure is. A bit off topic, but is I guess the Partisan's choice in Robot Wives? She's pretty good. She's pretty good. Talking about modern games? They still kind of do it. I was fucking to the server and pick me, someone raised me. Poor girls didn't deserve that. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, people are, you know, especially this circle, you know, the kind of, I guess, normie sphere, Twitter shill lefty. I don't know how to really describe it. The easy operative term is woke, but even then, that's like, I don't want to use that because that's too much of a buzzword. Like, the whole point of it is, you have a lot of, I guess, just frauds who are able to become significant authority voices. They are able to get access to resources and become not just tiny fish in a pond, but legitimate influencers. Look at what happened to iDubbbz. Look at iDubbbz, look at H3H3. They quickly sold out their principles and became just, you know, bottom barrel fucking assholes. You know, nobody likes them. They're pieces of shit. They whore out to the corpo. Girls TV, $5. I think doing it with Canyon from Nier is more straight than Abby from Last of Us Part 2. I don't know about you, though. My friend Pedro, you do wield, yeah. Picking Robot Wives, do not play Voices of the Void. They introduced new robot in it is a feminine-looking Kerfus, the one cat-faced robot server from Poland. Surveil did deserve it because of the Nux drama she pulled off. And in the grand scheme of it, nah. With how retarded the Hogwarts Legacy shit was, nah. Should I ever recover from the topic of his rant? Because that made it sound traumatized. Okay. There we go. Call them culture vultures, see a popular thing, consume it, and find the next corpus to plunder. That's a pretty good way to put it. Once again, I try to avoid buzzwords because buzzwords just become like word association, where someone will hear a buzzword and they will just immediately throw it out and go, well, I'm not going to listen to you because it's just buzzword. And it's like, hey, fucking asshole, maybe don't just throw something out because you hear a term you don't like. Okay, someone's ass is fine, sure, but her personality is cute too. Don't undersell that. That is true. Nextaku is a fucking... I don't know what the terms are. It's all just question marks. That before his whole family safe VTuber aspect, literally used their R slur in a video title when people got mad at him on Twitter for it. He then proceeded to make a whole video dedicated to mocking them. I know he did a thing where he would he disavowed Loli shit and talked about like how Loli's pedophilia and all this crap. But people point out that he used like Loli pictures for fucking thumbnails for years. So once again, kind of an egregious case of like, you don't actually believe in any of this. Yeah, he did that too, yeah. Kayson's a real southern girl with how much she likes barbecue and sausage. Am I writing on Torgal? We are in fact writing on Torgal. I was an old Nux fan that got tired of his shit. Yeah. That's what I mean. Like, the idea of true believers in any of this shit's a bad thesis, because nobody believes in any of it. Words help visualize these concepts. People, as soon as they're established, will be purposely diluted by grifters and bad actors. Yeah. Tailor your speech to the hearer. If you're speaking to a left-hard, use terms I understand. Don't mean you have to agree with them because you're using the terms. Yeah. Yeah, Nux is a grifter. Yeah. I stated, grifters are kind of the dominant issue right now. We used to pimp small VTubers to Archcast, promote them. He also found a VTuber's friend to make her a VTuber and even gift her a game. Yeah. I stated, V does the smart thing. You know, he does the smart thing in that he wants to build these connections with people so that if it ever comes time for them to I don't want to necessarily say sell your soul to the devil, but they'll think about that and be like, hey, you know, don't think you have to do this shit just because they tell you it's what you have to do to succeed. Who is Nux? Nux Taku. Gonna leave is late and constant culture war talks are draining. Yeah. He graduated from being Sargon's capo. He's still a little enthusiastic, as stated. So some of his moments of VTubers definitely feels like he's kind of nerding out in a way of like, all right, this feels like a guy at an idol meetup, but it is what it is. I definitely prefer that to, you know, corpo scumbags exploiting people's goodwill. Big Push Ben Shapiro for $1. As someone who played and liked MGS3, I know I might have an unpopular opinion, but Hideo Kojima kind of reminds me of Neil Breen. The on-the-nose messaging, corny writing, and plots can get really convoluted, but I do respect Breen way more, though. Kojima has better taste in music, though. But no, the best part, he immediately changed the video title that contained the art slur after he released the mocking video. Yeah, it's bullshit. I mean, it's the same thing with Meat Canyon. Meat Canyon talks about how Loli's pedophilia, anime has this problem, and you're a piece of shit if you like this, in front of a fucking shelf full of Dragon Ball, which has a bunch of jokes in it that he would consider to be pedophilia, and then he made the Tom Brady animation, which was literally taken down from Instagram for being considered child porn. The biggest flaw we ever had with any of this shit was arguing from the idea that these people actually believed what they were saying. So if it was a little April Fool's joke, yeah, the trucker video that totally wasn't, yeah. Yeah, One Piece behind him too. Does he know about the dragon fruit? Yeah, right? Remember Nux accused Rev's Desu and his wife of asking him around for dirt on him, but never showed any proof. Now he acts like he likes Rev. Yeah, it's just... It is the, I guess, higher tier channel fucking networking game I can't stand. That's why I like being in my own little corner where everyone just kind of leaves me alone. Because, like, have you seen YouTube culture? It's fucking parasitic. Now, as people legitimately go on the internet and say that they can critically consume media they believe promotes pedophilia. Yeah. Go by association for Nux because he's friends with Mutahar. Yeah. As stated, nobody believes in any of it. Didn't Meat also go against Dragon Maid? That's part of what made me think that Vosh was pulling favors to get people to defend him. Nostaku is a fucking piece of fucking shit who got popular for reacting to JoJo memes and going, oh my god, you see that? What happened in this anime? Yeah. Am I the only one who knows that fake people have 1,000-yard stare in their eyes? I really going to like smaller, more insular communities. They feel more real. Yeah. Also remember that Nux Taku showing people hentai like Dropout and stuff that would be considered sketchy. Yeah. Really, everyone's a grifter, I guess. I don't fucking care. Yeah. Fair enough. Commence when I'm patient and please get Signalis. It is a good game. It is very good. Came to watch entertaining videos, not some budget mean girls between two people I never met. Yeah. You ever seen Gengetsune? I have not. True fucking shame about Meat. His early shit was Kino. I saw the face of gun. It was square. It was square. Yeah. Dead internet theory is now reality. Dead internet and the fact that everybody's kind of sold out now. Tall, it's a Gundam, Synthetic Man, Mr. America, Risk Crack, Utensil, Harmful Pains, Rage First. That's my list. It's honestly a miracle that Jim has managed to stay as sincere as he's been. When Steel Hamuda, I thought he was chill. Oh, you didn't hear about the cartel execution videos, have you? Remember when features tried to cancel Tomoe as an army recruiter? Yeah. You tuned to It's a Gundam Gears collab stream? No. I've been still trying to get through Bleach, so I'm going through that and my brains. Upside, I'm out of the Bount arc, so that's pretty cool. Dude, the fact Warner Bros. Legally claimed this video makes canon that Bugs Bunny was a struggling rapist all this time? Yeah. Just want to talk about shit I love without being unwell. This is why it's icky too. This happened multiple times when I try to talk about Persona. Yeah, and that's the annoying part is nobody believes in it. You know? The reason I keep harping on that is because it literally is the #1 problem we have in our culture right now. The fact that nobody actually believes in any of this shit. You know, they'll talk about, like, yeah, it's kind of sketchy in Persona how you can, like, date other students, yet they're still fucking playing Persona. Or playing, quote-unquote. They claim to be playing Persona. And that's not dead, it's gentrified. Yeah. Someone tried canceling Shafiller's production. A dude who just likes talking about animated movies and cartoons literally did nothing wrong. Well, Shafiller's is a fucking spurg in his own way. All I mean I do is not get into politics. Nobody wanted him to. That's the weird part. Literally nobody wanted him to. Someone whose pavilion response caused him to go get hard when hearing Funky Town. It's a Gundam could have been a great creator, but YouTube buckbroke him to making sludge. Well, that's just kind of YouTube in general. Everyone kind of gets wrapped up in the algorithm game. That's why I don't play it. Alright. Okay, so it's just all the way across the island. Okay. Ah. So I have to use the teleport. That's lame. But I can clear out the map, so may as well. One thing in regards to the Nux v Shoujo drama was that v Shoujo accused Nux of knowingly spreading misinformation about the doxing situation, and Nux has never addressed this, not even tried to deny it. When next vid? I got all the audio recorded. It's about like 40 minutes-ish. And that's just of audio unedited yet. So I'm expecting it'll be done midway through next week. Alright, now I have to teleport. But you're playing as a teenager in Persona 3 anyway. And it doesn't matter because all the voice actors are in their fucking 30s. Next video when Godzilla Minus One drops in America on digital. Who knows when that is? Poor Gundam trying so hard to get at NY. I just want to burst into these Japanese game companies' business rooms, just chuck these localized Western companies out the window. Yeah. I think Naomi about Nux that when he was reviewing Yu-Gi-Oh! Art with Distant Coder started talking about the age of the drawings, refusing to review them. Yeah, it's like, dude, it's a fucking drawing. There we go. Shavrilla seriously said, My Dress Up Darling is an icky fantasy written by an incel when it was written by a woman who was pining for her ideal man. Yeah. Goddamn drawing, not like the Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V accident. Yeah. Trap Tricks forever broke the minds of Western Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, and for that, I will always love the archetype. Don't mean to trauma post when I'm spending the night at the hospital with my mom. Seems like it's going to be a final moment, so I want to say thanks for keeping my mind off things. Yeah. Shit sucks, but... Alright. Okay. Context for Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc V accident in the anime. Character from the future is shown to be a main character's distant grandchild or whatever. The manga... Damn it. Keeps updating. The manga did not know that at the time, and, okay, yeah. Persona by extension, SMT becoming mainstream was a mistake, yeah. I just want to enjoy media again, have fun, but everything's slowly becoming just so bland, safe, and fucking boring. There's always the period of time where it'll do that, and then you'll have, like, a snap back around. I didn't mean to do that. There'll always be a snap back around. I mean, it's just physics. You can't have an action without an equal and opposite reaction. Funny part is that AAA companies are largely bleeding money. At some point, something has to give, even if random indie or AA studios just show up multiple times. Yeah. Alright. Ugh. No, well, we have the Torgal mounts. I want to use Torgal for a little bit. Palworld kicking Pokemon's ass. Yeah, Palworld coming out of fucking nowhere. It's still on bestsellers. I think you should be honest, I've never had to deal with this kind of thing, so I'm still processing, but grateful to everyone here. Yeah. As stated, it sucks. It's something to where if... It's something to where it's like, yeah, no one's gonna blame you if you just want some days to yourself, like days plural. Chat, the boss man's character is a white woman. She has access to a dog mount. You know the whale is immediately thrown out. She's not white. Look at her. She's expressly not white. Old school Yara was off the chain edginess. He's still pretty edgy. I mean, he just did his Magical Negroes video, which, it was pretty good. I liked it. I thought it was funny. Power put out what their next big update's going to be, and it's great changes and additions. All right. Magical what? Magical Negroes. The what was it? American Society of Magical Negroes. That's the movie. Our streams got pretty edgy with chat involved. You got AI voice for TTS. They try to get through the word filters and usually do. Yeah, I saw his Disco Elysium one. Eh. Alright. And I will say this, like, you know, just because it was brought up, the whole idea of the Magical Negro movie was always kind of fucking weird, because, like, the entire idea behind it is they were satirizing the Magical Negro trope, which, as soon as I heard that, all I could think is, you mean that thing movies haven't done in, like, 40 years? Thank you for getting me to actually get into Berserk manga at C97. It wasn't sold on until I saw your coverage. Yeah. I come after the DE stream, so you're trying to steer him. I let him do whatever he wanted. Like, I was just explaining context, but, like, yeah, the fan base will actively just lie about what happened with the studio to make the game sound better than it is. And because they were trying to go, like, well, actually, they were all in agreement and things like that, and people are going, no, they weren't. I was going to ask what trope? The Magical Negro trope. So, the Magical Negro trope is essentially... Mel Gibson hasn't a movie in forever, so of course the kind of movie has been made for a while. Well, it's not even that. Like, the Magical Negro trope is a trope revolving around the idea of... It's a story about white people, but they have like an elderly black guy figure or black lady figure that kind of guides them or steers them to their goal. You know, that kind of thing. Driving Miss Daisy, things like that. It's a trope that quite literally has not been used in a very, very long time. There has not been a major movie that has done the Magical Negro trope in at the very least 30 years. When the Key and Peele sketch talked about it, it was just a goofy little 10-minute sketch. But the American Society of Magical Negroes acts as if this is a rampant trope in media that you need to talk about. And then if you watch the ER video, you discover that it's literally just a spite movie made by a mixed race director that's pissed off at his mom for being white. Yeah, Legend of Bagger Vance. Yeah, shit like that. Green Book? I wouldn't even really argue Green Book. That wasn't really Magical Negro. Because, like, Magical Negro, they really play up the whimsy factor. Sounds like a skill issue. Yeah, Green Mile is a movie they consider part of the trope. Even though that kind of, like, shits in the face of what Green Mile's meant to be. It's like, yes, he is a black man with magical powers. That is the story. The whole point of it is they're about to execute somebody who is, like, the worst person to execute. Because he is a genuinely very good man. The Shining? Yes, no, kind of. Like, you could count Scatman Crothers, but they also make him a lot more grounded. In the sense that, like, he had The Shining, he could talk with Danny. But when it came time for him to actually do something, he died. Yeah, Stephen King does a lot in his books, yeah. Yes, no, maybe, I don't know. Can you repeat the question? But you get the point. Like, the whole thing with the Magical Negro has not been a prevalent trope in media for a while. Should have made the movie about a collection of black people doing super cool wizard shit like casting fireball or lightning from their figures. People legitimately thought it was just going to be Black Harry Potter. But then it turned into, like, No, it has to be about how black people always need to step aside for white people. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Gushing over magic girls is outselling Sono for Aaron for a small margin last I checked. I'm not apologizing to anyone in chat if I brought up the deep depths of their mind to light, by the way. Spike Lee's a retard. Him coining the term is still retarded. Yeah. Someone's like, they don't want to accept racism isn't actually as big as they want to portray. Yeah. Gushing over magical wars is good. The ecchi elements aren't that heavy. The gags over Shaman's really good. All right, listen. I like it. Even I'll go like, no, dude. The ecchi stuff is very much prevalent. You know, it's like saying interspecies reviewers, it's not that prevalent. It's like, dude, it's basically borderline porn. That's part of what makes it funny. So it's a half-black guy who hates his mother for being white. Yeah. Please do a review on The Crow and the graphic novel. I was looking at the creator of The Crow, James O'Barr. Bro had it rough. I never got super into The Crow. I liked the original movie, but I was never really a Crow fan.
May I present the Blue Kojin's emissary?
Anime of interspecies is even more hornier than the manga somehow. Yeah. But didn't they get like an actual hentai studio to animate it? Which I mean is fitting. When's the Magical Society respectable blacks who have a job in accounting?
It's good to have you with us.
Studio added ecchi into the adaptation of interspecies reviewers. You know what? Respectable. Was your interspecies reviewers egg episode for Gushing over Magical Girls? Mine was the episode after Introducing Alice. You know if you've watched it. Yeah, that was the one where I was a little like, okay, this is going in directions I don't want. That's part of the reason where I'm like, listen, it was a lot hornier than people want to admit. It did. There's an official H doujin for it too. It was one of the rare things. We do have healer animes way more intense than the manga. Yeah.
Explosives coupled with a few incantations. Yes, that might produce sufficient force. Such a thing could indeed.
The episode where Alice and Biggins, the Godzilla, and what's her name, and they get in their clothes to battle is quite something. Yeah. Yeah, really insane. They did Baby Play chapter in the first season. Yeah, that's the one where I'm like, okay, I don't like this. Cursed board of D on 4chan. Who's a better film reviewer, ER Mahler? They both just kind of cover it in different ways.
My lord, the castle is a sacred symbol, the very heart of our nation. To destroy it is unthinkable, unconscionable.
Nice turtle. I was trying to make white people as some reasonable races that are just taking time bomb like they really want. What do people think are actually like that? James O'Barr created The Crow when his fiance died to a drunk driver. It literally took him 10 years to create because it was painful. Baby what now? What in the fuck? Yeah, Gushing Over Magical Girls, there's a segment that dips into baby play, and it's... Those are episodes you skip. You're interested in checking out Baki vs. Kengan? Kengan's gonna be in 2D animated, which I love. As long as it's in 2D.
Stone walls do not a nation make, my friend. A people. And as long as we yet live,
For ER, since Mahler takes ages for uploading reviews and takes ages in the EFAP streams.
so let us only think of
Oh, that episode. Yeah.
victory here and
Magical Society of Negro Father shows empty room.
we have no future.
Fetish of the week type deal. Yeah, it's that's the stuff where I'm like, nah, I'm avoiding that.
I see that you are resolved, Lord Hien, and I would not presume to gainsay your decision.
When whites get together, it takes the whole world to take us down, yeah.
The elder of your revised strategy and instruct our sappers to make ready.
Mahler drones, the R at least does it for comedic effect. To be honest, not a fan of Mahler. As stated, they just do it in different ways. Some people really like those in-depth, break-it-down, scene-by-scene things.
We shall set our plans in motion. We shall fight.
And going into gushing blind is just not the best thing to do, in my opinion. So long as you know that it's an ecchi and what to expect from ecchi, you should be fine. And I state, it's just a thing of like, yeah, it's... And that makes me feel like it'd be extremely uncomfortable, just gonna avoid it. As stated, it's an ecchi. To have diaper play as well. Yeah, the Gushing Over Magical Girls one did, yeah. As stated, it was a fucking weird series of episodes. I read the entire manga in episode 5 when I finally got there, said aloud, God damn, it's the Babyface chapter, yeah. That's one of the reasons I don't get super into, like, ecchi. Just because of the fact of, like, if it is just explicitly kind of like a fetish series where it wants to talk about fetishes, there's always usually that one where you're like, oh, that fucking part. I like porn, I don't like baby stuff. Yeah, that's... Yeah, Estee is weird. Anything to do, like, even approaching kind of like, I guess, just bathroom stuff, nah, that I avoid like the plague. It's like diapers, shit, piss, vomit, anything like that, I'm staying as far away as possible. I read the short fat Linkar stream, let's please do a Linkar voice. We do a video on Wolfenstein, that could be a pretty good idea. Yeah, it's in the works. Short Fat Linkara made a very complicated video critiquing both sides, released live streams reacting to videos talking politics, did videos talking politics, which consisted of me blowing myself despite my small penis, and other problems, one of which include moving around. Oh, okay, this is a sequence. Short Fight in the Car for $1. The trucker video will be done when it's done and will be released when it's done. In case you haven't noticed, I've been more than a little busy as of late. If you haven't noticed, wake up already. I was fucking trannies, making an ass of myself. Made a very complicated video critiquing both sides. Released live streams reacting to videos talking about politics. Did videos talking about politics, which consisted of me blowing myself despite my small penis. And other problems, one of which include moving around.
Really change. And when the dust has settled, we'll see what we've won and what we've lost.
Thing is, you can watch an ecchi full and get off later. Yeah. Well, I mean, there are... Yeah, looking up the green MMM. But there's tiers to ecchi. It's like tiers to any genre. There are some that are ecchi that are actually very, like, soft.
Right. Off to bed.
Which actually get banned off Linkar's Discord, apparently.
Oh, but before you sleep.
But it's like, you have some ecchi where the most you'll get is nudity. Then you'll have some ecchi where, as stated, it is basically hardcore hentai. Not even softcore, hardcore hentai with just some basic censors. And it's like week to week, what new fetish can we get up to today? Obviously, there's variations, and your personal preference will dictate what you're reading. Damn, didn't know Quentin reviews to be Linkar, but grew a beer after a top fourth wall movie.
Another restless soul. Come.
If I had a nickel in which Japanese piece of media had baby play, I would have had 2 nickels. Not a lot, but it's weird it happened twice. It's happened 3 times for me. Because you had Yakuza, you had Gushing Over Magical Girls. You had that one, I'm trying to remember the name of the manga. I think it's Do You Like Big Girls, where it's specifically all about the female volleyball players that are super tall. And I think even they had a fucking baby play chapter, and I'm like, why the fuck is this being a trend? I always thought ecchi was just softcore. Some can get very hardcore. Some can just flat out turn to porn.
We've talked about this, all of us. We are flooding
I don't think Gushing the ecchi was that terrible. I'm not an ecchi fan, but the gags kept me watching. I'm just talking generalities.
I know. I accepted your decision, and I do not intend to go back on my word.
In Matsume Sume had the cougar chapter of the manga, yeah.
Nevertheless, as the battle draws near, I cannot help but recall our many
Wait, Talles? Yeah, it's literally called Do You Like Big Girls? And the whole gimmick of it is they're tall. That also kind of turned into a fetish of the week one. And that's part of the reasons I haven't really kept up with it, because it's like, man, this is going in directions I don't really like. Valkyrie Drive Mermaid is essentially hardcore with the most minimal censorship. Valkyrie Drive Mermaid, yeah. What's Batman Eric July apparently is being bullied by Dick Madison and Vito, and he's also Faith in Skyriver's comic. Eric actually gets things done, and they don't like that. Please elaborate further. I just did. Yeah, Do You Like Big Girls by Goro Izomi. Yeah.
Offering up my life in atonement.
When it's not going into directions I don't like, it's pretty good.
To receive visitors called for me, of all people. For my
Baki creators include times when Baki's gotten pissed himself. He has very hidden gay thoughts and daddy issues that seep into his writing at times. They had pegging in Do You Like Big Girls. Yeah, as stated, it goes directions I don't really like. Where's the tall fish? It's supposed to be tall fish manga, goddammit. It is there. Just as stated, it starts wavering and it dips into material where I'm like, alright, this is too much for me.
failed to protect not only Lord Kyan, but Lord Hien too.
I'm bullshitting, I have no idea. No, you weren't. Like, sadly, you weren't. It actually does become a thing. Your girl's fun ecchi show. Poor man won't stop thinking with his dick. Anime's weird. They have the horniest fan service, but characters don't hook up to the last episode and kiss. It just depends on the genre. There's some where they actually hook up very fast. I have a disturbing story about my past. One of my ex-girlfriends had a thing with her putting a binky in her mouth during... Well, you know, it fucked me a lot and scared me. So long as it was just that, I think I could accept that. But if it goes any further, that's where I'm like, nope, 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 nope. You ever watch Gigant? It's not watched, it's read. It's only a manga. I'm going to give a prime example on why people need to stop naming their movements after Watergate. Oh, it's that one. I always remember it as that one volleyball girl manga. I mean, you're not wrong.
Even that sounds morose.
Japan had debates over Baki's yaoi. I love the manga. My girlfriend's a T-Rex. Romance manga, but dinosaurs evolved to look more humanoid. Main girlfriend has the legs of portions of a T-Rex with some other features, and is a tomboy as fuck. To the point that this cheeky bitch and the main character is all like, I would too, man. Urchel is doing fine. He's making money hand over fist, whereas EVS jealous egotist Dick is an idiot and Vito's still a pedo. Yeah. I suppose gone full tar. He called everyone communist, even rightist artistic utensil covered it. Gigant's pure giantess fetish. Yeah, fucking Hiroya Oku's pretty open about being into that. To be honest, it seems to be just kind of a growing thing in general. Pun intended, I guess. First starts with binkies, then it leads to her crying like a baby or playing audio of a baby crying. Yeah, that's the point of like, nope, that's weird. Nope, nope, nope.
Forgive me, my lord. I did not mean to.
Like, the binky thing you can at least excuse as like, well, if you're hitting it from behind, you're not even going to see it. But anything more than that, it's like, nope, 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 nope. You see, Mint made Pomu got 100k subs before her debut. Kind of glad Niji shot down her dream opportunity. Yeah. Roya's into that. Just read the final arc of Gantz for before Gigant. Yeah. Manlet and tall GF is a fetish pairing. It is a very common one. Pacifiers are a rave thing for some reason. Yeah, it's weird. Shinzo Abe wanted pregnancy fetish, not babying fetish. Girls in Panzer is a running joke that one of the teams is the volleyball team. They were only doing tanks to get their volleyball club back. I like gushing over Magical Girls because Lieutenant is adorably hilarious. All the fetish I just kind of skip through and not actual fight parts of this episode. It's legitimate enough. Now Hooray is using AI to mass produce giantess shit. Yeah. See Glorious, the horror movie The Glory Hole is actually good. I thought about it because doesn't that have J.K. Simmons in it? I saw he was in it. It's like, I might check that out. That sounds fun. Imagine you're hitting it from behind then starts going goo goo gaga. I'd run the fuck out. I don't care if I got pants or not. Gushing gave me slight Excel Saga vibes at certain points. It is goofy as fuck. Fetish stuff aside, it is genuinely just very goofy. What is up with people naming their crap after Nixon chicanery? Maybe an old fetish in Western culture. There's a good amount of stories of warriors getting with 10-foot tall giants. Last date, it's like, I'm trying to remember exactly the story behind it, but just recently they discovered like fucking giantess porn from the 1800s from Japan. It's a thing where all these paraphilias we think are being accelerated by the internet might have actually just always existed. They might have just always existed, and people either just hit it very, very well, or it was so ingrained that nobody really thought about it in that kind of way. If gushing had less ecchi, I wouldn't be upset. More gags, less ecchi would be cool. Baby play fetish, the other side of the coin, a mommy fetish, both I find strange. Yeah. Synthetic Man's a Spurg, doesn't mean Mauler's good, but he's a Spurg. The issue is Mauler tried to betray anyone who didn't like God of War Reboot as that guy. Yeah, and God of War Reboot fucking sucks. No shit big lady fetishes from the olden days? I'm not kidding. You can look it up. It's literally from like the 1800s. I don't want shit on JP bros, but manlet fetish makes sense for them. You can find BDSM mangas from the magazines from the 20s. It wasn't that hidden. Yeah. Say it like this, fetish is just like memes or the souls of the DNA. But it's not immediate, but it is something that will flower as you develop. You'll subconsciously grow, type, and want. You want to check that? Listen, chat. You don't want to check that baby's you. That kind of constant infantilization is distressing. To me, it'd just be annoying. Man, they got a giant skeleton yokai running about. I'd be surprised if someone in Japan wasn't trying to fuck a giantess at the time. Fish are always the thing, just that people lost shame, so it's more well known. I wouldn't even really say they lost shame. I think it's just the fact of the internet has accelerated it to where it could be a legitimate part of your identity. I got a manager at work into Gantz, and he actually finished it in a month. I now recommend him Gigant, and my just darling, our friendship has evolved into a whole other level. Annoying and disturbing, yeah.
What are you waiting for? Move out.
When women have a giant fetish, it's fine, but when I see a giantess in IRL and pull my dick out, it's a problem.
Why must we waste our time?
Mozart himself was a scat fetishist. Like, actually? Holy shit. There's that girl I dated who said she was BPD. She was talking about baby personality disorder.
Sound the alarm! Fluminous is under attack! Armed insurgents have breached the perimeter! We need reinforcements!
Remember the old painting of the fisherman's wife that started the fetish, but modern tentacle erotica started because of Japanese censorship about the pingus being shown, I think. Paulie McCoy for $2 because you're a chill creator. Reading on super chat. Stay cool. Yee. Yeah, Mozart was straight up into he made songs about eating shit. Oh god.
This is Lee. Imperial forces converging on our position.
Chat that does exist. Gashu, damn it. Gashu Dokoro waifuization does exist. Don't forget the father of Mongo is a furry, yeah? Mozart was a very open degenerate. Oh god. The woman I'm with says she's in the scat, I'm leaving out the window. Yeah, I'm not into that at all. The minute that's dropped, it's like, nope. Am I the only one who believes baby plays due to what their father may have done to them when they were kids, like illegal, get killed in prison shit? That's sad. You know what? When I have kids, I'm not going to play Mozart for them when they're young.
A pity I must share this pleasure with a feral dog of a Dothal.
Preening, Oreneer. You fear that she will put the sun in shade. Those are for you. Go, claim your prey.
Mozart stopped being hired because his breath started to get pooey. Daddy, why is Mozart like eating shit? I don't know. I don't know. I've seen one other streamer who has super audience engagement for Robot Co-op. His presence on YouTube is small, but in multicast he has gags. Dressed up as giveaways with James Bond of streaming, maybe. Yeah, there's streamers who do it, but yeah, as they get bigger and bigger, it's hard to keep up with chat. had to watch Amadeus for one of my classes. Not complaining. It's a great movie. It's a great movie, but not gonna lie, knowing that about Mozart now, it's like, oh great, I'm never not gonna be able to think about that. Mozart stuff was apparently a joke on Mozart's part, but who knows? My children become furries most of the time. Disney, anime, and video games allow us to introduce ourselves.
Come to me! Come to your death! With each that falls, my soul soars higher!
Oh no, he's French. Crazy or just plainly fucked up people are usually the most creative. That is true.
Swiftly, brothers! Fall not behind! Make an offering of their steel to Father Azim!
That chick trying to copy Grimaldus?
They seem to be enjoying themselves.
Sato or Yatsuyu? Yatsuyu, who could you fix? Yatsuyu at least had a sad backstory dump. This chick just seems like she's insane. Makes me how Disney was on top of the world and then just fell to the bottom in less than a decade. That's how it is.
Truly, our allies seem determined to surpass each other.
My buddy was an early Pippa watcher. He still hates Flame for introducing that side of the internet to her.
The Magitech field is down. I repeat, the Magitech
If
field
you get
is
too
down.
big, let's buy more super chats. You're just playing the long game, aren't you? The entire cult of Mongolian lizards are insane. They really are. Ray Faulkner for $2. Off to bed now. Take it easy. Thanks for the rad stream. Yeah. I looked it up. He wrote about a scat fetish to his mother. Jesus Christ, Mozart. Grimaldus, the Black Templar from 40k. Legit is one of the best battle speeches ever. Check it out. He told his mom why? In fact, Mozart probably having scat fetish doesn't bother me. It's concerning. You have a better chance with Sadu because she's just, because she's got the I only screw those who are strong with me stick. Yatsuyu put the gun in your mouth and tell you to do something you wouldn't want to.
Our allies have set the stage. Now we must take the castle.
That Clive outfit looks really good. Yeah.
With me.
I think we should kill Mozart. I'm a Bach guy myself.
My lady, the riverside wall has been breached. The lower
Nothing disturbed me more than when a girl I was talking to talked about how she would want a man to baby talk her and have her call him daddy. Some scary shit. Yeah.
For the promise of food. A noble sacrifice. For the lastest proclaimings of a food. Speaking of
Mozart's been dead for like 5 years.
the procedure was carried out
Mozart also wrote a scatological love poem to his cousin.
by all indications.
I never thought I would hate Mozart this bad now.
Is that so? Then he may yet be of some use. Devotees of vengeance should rightly pursue.
No, I'm gonna say it.
the bitter end.
Wagner was better.
Their hearts aflame with passion until the last few embers.
Mozart having a scat fetish doesn't surprise me. I know Germans do it in porn. Sadu is a major tsundere. If you pay attention, she wants Magnite to notice, hey, you can have me, and he's too fucking stupid for his love quest to notice.
If Doma falls, none shall be spared. Tell the men to fight as if their lives depend on it. Because they do.
As you command, my lady.
Again they come to make you kneel, to make you grovel and suffer. But you have endured their worst and survived. You know their tricks. They will not find a flower simply.
One of Mozart's shit songs on YouTube and sung by a choir of young teens. Oh my god. Think Mozart would be a scat man? Remember when listening to classical music always finished on that Bach but never on Debussy? So Mozart wrote Chocolate Rain. Alright. Mozart's the kind of guy who would take calling his music shit as a compliment. Yeah. Alright, and give me 2 seconds. Said poem translates to lick me in my ass. Oh my god. Yeah. So. Yeah. I think you can all guess what I just grabbed. Go show Magic Girl's list. A couple chapters involved ASMR, and to celebrate the series getting anime adaptation, they had 10 voice actors record a 20-minute ASMR video. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Didn't Mozart make the song about Gotts, the Iron Hand, Kiss Me in My Heart speech? Alright. Okay. So they should still be in tune. Let me get my app real quick, which I'm not even quite sure if the app even works. I'm starting to think the app isn't even right. Okay. It seems to be in tune. So let me try it. Alright. Now A. Okay. And D had already decided to do it, but I'm going to try it again just to be sure. Just to be sure. There we go. So now... I think that's the wrong one, for sure. There we go. Okay, so it says... Let me try B one more time. Okay, so B can be turned down a little bit. So B just wants to be sensitive. Okay. Now E, trying to break this one, yeah, right? That one also could be a little... Okay, there we go. So, I have been trying all week to do... To do Horse with No Name. It keeps trying to make me do fucking... No, I don't want to do Losing My Religion. Fuck off. Fuck off. Play Ode to George, one of the easiest playing a guitar. Yeah, I might. So, let me get back to the tuning pattern. Okay. There we go. So I gotta remember it's down, down, up, down, up. Okay. By the way, if you can play Bard and pay money for it, you can get an Aether charged electric guitar. It uses Aether to make proper noise, no amp needed. Okay, trying to break this one though. No, this one's an actual instrument. It won't break. The other one was a cheap piece of shit. It was literally like a $60 one. So it's... Yeah. Help if I didn't just drop the fucking pick. There we go, come on. Okay. Down, up, up. No, it's down, down, up, down, up. Because it's that dun, 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 dun. Yeah, that thing. So it's... Yeah, that kind of thing. Okay, so it's... Make sure my fingers are right, so... Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA, start. Are you trying to play a horse with no name? Eventually, you'll just feel it. Yeah. Chord voicing, yeah, different sounds, and upstroke and downstroke. Yeah, yeah. Difficult with guitar initially is getting the mechanics down with one's hands. Yeah, yeah. I think I'm getting it. I think I'm getting it. This feels a million times better to play than the other one. So let me get to the other chord because it should be this one. Bakamadai. So it's Today was gonna be the day to bring it back down to you. Make some short videos if you want. What instrument you have now? I have a Yamaha F10DS. I like it. I think it's pretty slick. Okay. How long have you been playing guitar? I literally just started a few weeks ago. Okay. I can tell, yeah, right? Keep it up, you can play September soon enough. Troy Baker guitar collab when? Play Tell Me Why. Okay, so I got the movement down, at least I think, in regards to. Yeah, I haven't played bass for 6 years and I'm still shit. Yeah. So let me see. Can you string a minor? Okay, let me pull this video up. Look on stream as Loli Unplugged MTV Live.
Welcome to Eric Black Puppy.
I'm gonna turn this down right now. Doon, 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 doon. Alright. Alright. So I think the big thing is I'm also trying to do it too fast. So it's... Yeah, so it's... Yeah, let me see this. Unironically, I considered pirating Rocksmith and then buying the tool that you need for the acoustic for it. So we can do streams where I practice this. Start slow until you get your finger to do what you want. They can speed up if you're mailing you a decent way to reach. I can link pre-existing move quick videos. And I don't think it's necessary because there's plenty of videos on YouTube. So it's yeah. See, that sounds different. Let me actually crank up this video here. See, this guy has a different strumming pattern. That's interesting, because it's yeah, it's I want you to learn the basic chord shapes are applicable to a majority of the fretboard. Yeah. Write love songs. The guitar stream after Shota streams. That could be fun. So it's... Okay, it's... Is it tuned to standard V? Yeah. Like a guitar shape or how the D major shape plays to A chord. Yeah, it's pretty neat. Yeah. Let me actually get this. Yeah.
That's on our second chord. So we've got down, down,
Down, down, up, down. Up. Holly then gets pepper spray for expressing his opinion on the First Amendment. Okay. Ugh. So it's a little something to get used to. I'll play guitar and then unlock his stand. So it's... Learned guitar by being caffeinated in my room, listening to Ramones discography, figuring out power chords. Guess it worked. Acoustic guitars are hard to learn on. String tension's way harder than electric, but you get calluses faster, I suppose. Bar chords are acoustic are a pain. Yep. Once again, pick fell out of my hand. Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Come on. Must be right up against the wall there. Get away from the LAN cable. Get away. There we go. There we go. Yeah, bar chords are a pain on acoustic indeed. Play another brick in the wall. Watching your 4-part berserk. Yee! Yeah. Okay. I learned how to play left-handed. You never know if someone bites your fingers off. Okay, so it's... Yeah, it's... Because, yeah, this should be the right... I'm making sure right now that it's the right chords for it. Yeah. I kind of sing and play, just play. I have no confidence in my singing voice at all. Okay, so yeah, I was right. It was the right ones. I did fuck up the other chord though, so let me fix that because it's a string lower than I thought it was. So let me try this. Stop turning my X. Not that it was awful. Just kind of went through depression after a few. I've showed to sing. Okay, so it should be... Oop, let me turn that down. I don't recommend Rocksmith. It gamifies the process. I don't know. Same thing with tabs. Tabs are a useful guide. If you're starting out, eventually start developing your... Yeah. How much have to donate to have you sing and play Tell Me Why intro?
No Name by America is a great song to learn for beginners.
Yeah.
But the strumming pattern can be just...
Most people don't have perfect pitch, but can develop a relative pitch. Yeah, no, just... I don't want to sing.
What we're going to do is start with a single strum
He'll release an album soon, staying up.
and build a strumming pattern from the ground up.
See, I have my own magical Negro. He's teaching me how to play guitar, guys.
The guitar's tuned standard, E-A-D-G-B-E. And to play the song,
You practice off stream, or do you always practice on stream, or practice off? I practice off.
the two chords we'll need are an E minor and a D6-9. For the E minor, we're holding down the A and the D string at fret 2.
Okay.
And I'm using my middle and ring finger to do that so that I can open those fingers up and go to the strings above and below. Right? Now I'm on the
Yeah.
low E
When
string.
learn to play, tell me why.
G string.
You're showing off you have other hobbies. Blacklight shouldn't be teaching how to play bass.
So these are the chords. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. Now we'll start with the simplest strumming pattern that we've come up with
All right.
that we're working this song. And that strumming pattern will be played this way. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 E minor. 1, 2, 3, 4 D6-9. 2, 3, 4.
Oh, he's doing it every other one. Okay, okay. So let me. Oh, damn it. Play zombie with the cranberries.
Do that for a while.
3, 4.
In your chords. Okay.
Okay.
So now let's listen to how that would sound
4.
along with the original recording. All right, for our next step, we're going to strum all down strums. So we'll play 1,
Let me burn the night away.
4, 1, 2.
Yeah, I'm still not very good with the swapping of the chords.
Here's what it would sound like.
How to pitch in terms of notes on the fretboard and instrument, maybe mess with them. Yeah. Wrong one.
Eighth note strumming, and we're going to go down, up, like that for each chord. And we'll go 1, 2, 3, 4.
You get used to chord swapping after enough practice, starts to become smoother when you remember how to do it. Yeah.
Coming up next. Now let's see what that sounds like with the track.
Does that sound any closer? I feel like it's getting closer. I feel like I'm getting smoother with that. Yeah, and that's obviously the affectations, which I'm not going to worry about the affectations for right now. Because the affectations are what I'm even competent enough to be able to swap the chords, you know what I mean? Yeah, I feel like I'm bit by bit, you know, kind of getting the the way you move your hand down, because that's the weirdest part about strumming. It's getting the hand movement down. So let me see here. Little by little. Yeah, that's the important part. Little by little. Want to pick up a plectrum pick variety pack from Dunlop. Let's go different picks from Jazz 3s to 1mm gators. Okay. Yeah, I want to do it without the actual video now so we can kind of compare the progress. Because it was, it's no idea what you mean. I'm a writer, not a musician. So happy for you. Generally speaking, acoustic guitar built to be a good instrument and a solid body electric. Yeah. Okay. My fingers are covering other strings. That's the problem here. Okay. Okay. So. Come on. So yeah, still gotta get that down. Upside, I do feel like I have the beginnings of the strumming pattern down, and I think my big problem was I was overthinking it. I kept looking it up, and it was like down, down, up, down, up, down, you know, something like that. Meanwhile, I watched that video, and it's just do up and down, do up and down. Nigga can't play. So yeah, I definitely think it's getting there bit by bit. He really does play, yeah. I do want to hear that sound on my end. Let me. Yeah, it's starting to be there. I can kind of start hearing it. So, definitely one where just, you know, a little bit more ironing out of the actual strumming pattern. Because, I mean, I can worry about chord changing when I get the strumming pattern now. Because the strumming pattern is the actual fucking... So it's... Be here for the electric arc when he's shredding viciously on stream. And obviously this is about the affectations. The affectations where it's like the you know, that kind of thing. I guess the magical and new girls can be useful. Yeah. Is that your new guitar? Yes, it is the Yamaha. I really like it. You're improving, I can hear it. Yeah. As stated, it's every day we kind of iron out a new one. Yeah, comfortably numb chords, BM, AMG, GB, /F, E, A, and BM for the verses. Okay. Because it's... You can just play the bass notes, figure out the chords. I still do that. Okay. Yamaha, Yamaha, Yamaha. But yeah, so I feel like bit by bit I am getting there. So it's because it's yeah. You were close. That sounded like BM, I think. Okay, okay. Craft Song Control, $10. Someday you have to put it on guitar riffs into the intro of a video. Just don't pull Last of Us 2 and play it sadly over losing some fingers. And a gay lover showed on Gitoki the Body Pillar. Ironically, good song. I played bass and took a while, but practice makes perfect. Yeah. Piece by piece. You know, that's the whole aspect of it. You know, I am fully... I may as well just exit out of this. Oh yeah, we're still in the middle of... Yeah, fucking it don't matter. But yeah, it's... You know, it's not something you learn overnight. I've had to figure out a lot around this. I legitimately was scared of blaming the instrument at first, where it's like, no, it's the guitar's fine. I got to figure out what I'm doing wrong before I even worry about the guitar. Now I realize, like, no, that thing was a piece of shit. Now this thing is substantially, it is substantially more put together, so I can actually feel like I can make progress on it. Because now I know for a fact, like, okay, anything that fucks up is on me. So now it's literally just about figuring out the strumming pattern, and then I'll worry about changing chords, because that's my big thing. My hands are all like, I got retard hands. They don't like to be dexterous at times, but knowing that I can get that strumming pattern down will definitely help. It will definitely help. My songs you want to learn eventually? I definitely want to learn more than a few. Yeah. Zodiac for $1. See, my fetish is normal and has been around for hundreds of years. Big Puss Pinch Piro for $1. Trump SFO, the great SFO, his famous trucker rant. It'll be out when it's out. SFO, don't talk about me, you son of a bitch. Trump, there he is. Get him out of here. Get him the hell out of here. Don't give him his jacket. In that one Iggy video, you can see Lolly's hands. Is there a best way to reach you? Email via YouTube link. I don't use Twitter, so I don't know the answer. Yeah. You can email me. It's allmylolly@gmail. Yeah. Ironically, good song. Played bass and took a while, but practice makes perfect. Yeah. That's the guitar is nice. The guitar is really nice. It is a very, very nice guitar. Once again, that's how I know it's like, okay, anything that comes out of this is now on me. It's not something I can blame anymore. So it's... Time to grind for those calluses, yeah, right? It's not a cheap guitar from China. No, it's a Japanese brand. Also, I was way more into Tin Man or Ventura Highway. Fair enough, but it's... Horse with No Name is the easiest one to learn. That's literally the only reason I'm doing it. It's a highly recognizable song, easy to learn. First bass amp was garbage. I didn't realize how bad it was. So I got an iBand's 5-string that wasn't garbage. Guitar maintenance tips and tricks. When you change strength, get a mechanical pencil and lube your nut, assuming it's a graphite nut that self-lubricates. Okay. Except for Gunbreaker 4, being playing the crap out of 3, and glad it's going back to its roots. I think it'll be really fun. You'll be playing Stalker songs soon. Yeah, right? What happened to the shit guitars you give it to Shota to use as fireword? I got a plan for it. Because it's... Lube your nut. Okay. Remember hearing Horse with No Name and Grand Theft Auto San Andreas? I say it's a very famous song. Once again, part of the reason I'm trying to learn it, it's a really famous song, and it's famous for also being very simple. A lot of the song isn't really about how technical the guitar is. It's simple strumming pattern, simple chords that's held up by lyrics and other aspects to it. Talking about remembering it all, I can email you? Yeah, love our nuts. So don't buy the G string while fingering A minor. Okay. Got a cheap guitar from China. It's amazing. It's a piece of shit. I don't care about it having break. Whole woodstock broke off and super glued it back on. Yeah, right? Like Wonderwall. Wonderwall is another one that's really famous for being simple to learn. The only reason I didn't pick that one is because I didn't really like Wonderwall that much. Start playing lead and solos. I recommend you start off with old-timey rock and more blues stuff. Chuck Berry and Link Ray are some cool study material. Okay. But yeah. So there we go. We got a little bit of guitar practice in. And bit by bit, I am learning it. Bit by bit. Once again, I'm now at that part where... Yeah, fair kind of overplayed. Yeah. I'm at that part where it's about getting down the strumming pattern. And I feel like I'm ironing out the strumming pattern. I really do feel like slowly I'm getting closer. Because it's a thing where it's like 4 beats per. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So if I can stick to that, don't get greedy. Just do 1, 2, 3, 4. That kind of thing. I can eventually start getting to the point where I can start adding to it. Archive Star Control, $2. Just don't finger A minor. A minor has nothing to do with this song, so it should be fine. Point Troy Baker at your dedication. Learn Berserk 97 intro would be extremely funny. Gonna play electric or just acoustic? At the moment, I only have plans for acoustic. Yeah. Taiwanese such guitars are getting good with CNC technology. I wish I could get 80s, 90s Japanese guitar, but guitar market's crazy priced. Yeah. I'd really recommend a singer called Vladimir Vyotsky, a Soviet-era singer who took jabs at the Soviet government. His voice is really gravely and cool. Okay. But okay, I'm going to call it here. It's 2:30, stretching to be 3, and I would like to get some sleep. Plan on getting more video shit done tomorrow. We had a good night. We had a pretty good night. We got to play more Final Fantasy, and I got to practice a little bit more on my guitar. So, good shit. But I really do hope that I do sound better each time I try. It's a thing where the progress doesn't have to be substantial, but just a little bit of all right, that's closer, that's better, that kind of thing. Electric is easier mechanically and you can have effects, but it makes a lot of noise and such. Pros and cons. Yeah. So yeah, there we go. Challenge Cristiano to SingStar Challenge. Amelia, this weekend you sound pretty decent already. Thank you. I hope you're not just fluffing me up and you genuinely mean it. You know what I mean? Because I did literally just start a month ago now? Yeah, about a month. So it's this thing of I hope I am actually on track and on pace with what it's supposed to sound like. Happens exactly like that. Yee. So, I might, even for a manual typewriter for Lolly, you're only hope for a future. Wouldn't do that to you. Yeah, you do sound better. Okay, thank you. So, I lied your shit. But yeah. So, as stated, we'll figure this out. I'm starting off saying ain't too bad. Yeah. Be sensitive about this. It's not about sensitivity. I genuinely want to get better. So I don't want it to be a thing of yeah, you sound great. Meanwhile, I'm all over the place. No, I'd rather just hear straight up. It's nah, you're off. That kind of thing. Why is a guitar apology video? Trying to use a metronome to get in sync with a song. That would help. I'll probably order a metronome or something. But yeah. Offer more support for all for hearing you improve. Yeah. Yeah, he doesn't want chat blowing smoke up his ass. Yeah, blowing smoke up my ass. What is that gonna do? It's hey, I feel good for 5 seconds. Then I realize, oh shit, I suck. It's much better just to hear yeah, I should probably get this or that. Yeah, the advice about the metronome was yeah, that is just a good idea. So, but yeah, we'll figure this out. Eventually, we'll have our own little shtick here. I can release my own album like Vinny. It's okay, but you still need to wear sunglasses while you do it. For a month, you sound good. Thank you. And people do need to learn pace, starring strings. Others could just get the hang of it. Yeah. Same, I'd rather someone tell me I fucking suck than lie and say I'm good. Yeah. It's not the sense of like, you know, I know I'm terrible. Just let me hear it. It's the fact of like I need to hear if I'm doing something wrong so I can iron out what I'm doing wrong. That kind of thing. But okay. Thank you to everybody who showed up. I'm going to get some sleep. Name your first album, The Economy's in Shambles. But yeah. Did you hear improvement? Seriously, stop turning into my XP. Yeah, you sound better. Yeah. So yeah. Venture an app for free. I'll just buy a physical one. I'm tired of dealing with apps.